side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapon. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love goes out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me, light the way so that we can see. Yeah. Feel the warmth of
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Explore over 30 hotel brands in legendary destinations. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the command.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died. Awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time?
welcome back to the LEC. I hope you enjoyed your little tour through the Ionian Rift. It was very peaceful.
I hated it.
Okay,
Why?
nobody asked. Anyway, I'm Ginny, and today I am joined with Nymera and Odo to dissect everything that is happening on the LEC, because you know what? One more week for playoffs. So, yay! Was that great? Did you enjoy it, Ellie?
I enjoyed it a lot. I feel like, you know, as someone who's not been playing as much ranked recently and stuff, I feel like I can enjoy the tranquility of the Rift without realizing that people will still type to you exactly the same way.
You said tranquility, and his eyebrows just went.
Yeah, I insta-rolled my eyes because... See, the thing is, the video was peaceful up until you get into rank game and someone is just inting you. And then you remember...
Yeah, I can't help you with that one, buddy.
What if you're that someone?
Oh, sometimes, most of the time it's me, but I'm just, you know, coping, I'm projecting on others. So.
We love a self-aware king, but let's talk about today specifically. We do have to acknowledge the fact that momentum really is something that is going to change a team split in either a good or a bad way. So let's start off with the rankings specifically, because I mean, we love hammering home on G2 being 3-3, but like Vitality's there too. BDS joined it.
And I think particularly when we look at like this clumping, there's a bunch in the middle where we still have no idea where they're going to end up in terms of final rank, whether they'll make playoffs at all. And all of the teams playing today, microscope starts to get put onto them.
Exactly, but hate watchers galore. G2 Esports is 3-3. It's maybe the first time in a really long time where they might actually have a shot at missing playoffs, you know?
And we also made a completely arbitrary graphic that shows you the split trajectories of the 4 teams that we're going to be looking at today, with series played being on the x-axis and the games won on the y-axis. Because, I mean, Madrid, the arena, debuff for G2, because, like, what?
Yeah, so there's a lot of lines here we have to go for. We have 4 teams here. There's G2, Vitality, BDS, and GX. The lines going up and down are the games and series 1. So it's games, the game score is really important here. And then this is like the timeline of the split. And all of these look really, really different. But the great thing about showing like this is that you can see some really good turning points. So we have like, you know, the peak of Mount G2 up there, which is 1 Nymera and a bit tall. And we also have stuff like the trough of the Mariana Trench Vitality downfall, which is 1 Nymera.
For scale, you're
across.
like 196?
I'm 195.
Okay.
We'll be being a little bit generous.
Okay, but on the trend of, you know, just highlighting the fact that Vitality is the only team that's been having such a huge, you know, downward slope, they're also the only team in the recent time that strung together 2 wins in a row. Everyone is inconsistent as hell. Everyone's going up and down. Even BDS, they're finding themselves. They won against G2 here, right? This is the time where they won, and now they're about to chain 2 wins in a row.
Yay!
And then the 13K incident happened, and look where they are now. Complete downfall.
I've wiped that from my memory.
Well, I
For good
didn't, because I
reason.
enjoyed it. You know, I'm just a hate watcher nowadays.
So like bringing it back to like everything here, we see a huge amount of turning points. We see a lot of our teams converging towards the middle, but I think even then there's some other things we could dive into. Turning points across the board. GX is the last team that we haven't really talked about in terms of the ups and downs here. I want to just focus on the road trip here, because this looks kind of bad because if they're down here, they could be well further below. I actually think GX, this bit's a little bit hidden here. The little bits of up and down here is way better than I think a lot of people gave them maybe hope for earlier into it. So you have 4 teams with really different trajectories.
And when you look at G2, you would think that road trip was the time for them to finally make this comeback, because this is usually G2's playing ground. You know, going to LAN events, because I'm a boomer like that, you know. But going to LAN events, that's the time where they usually come alive and they have the best performances. But right now, now they're finding themselves struggling.
You know, I look at this, I look at the standings, all I can think is what the helly, but since we have not talked enough about the road trip specifically and its implications, let's take a look at KC making their way to Ivory or Every?
Okay, we arrived. What do you mean we have arrived? This is not Every.
Evry and Ivry are not the same place, you know? We are in the wrong one.
Every?
Ivry?
Every?
Avry?
Every?
Every?
J'hallucine. Every?
Paris? Where are we?
There's been a classic map reading issue. No worries, it's part of the process. Take it as a learning experience.
Okay, so what do we do?
Great question. What will you do?
Take it as a learning experience, you know? Sounds like a great approach, but I feel like time is ticking for both of these teams, because BDS going up against GX, BDS winning this, Rogue and GX are going to be fully eliminated. This is a crazy position to be in. You're coming in, you're playing your game straight after that arena where you had so much on the line. You won, you made your fans proud, and now it's like, oops, we can be going home.
Yeah, it's not looking pretty because even though GX, I feel like had, as Naimera said, that they had a pretty okay week turning it around in Madrid, it might be a little bit too little too late because now they're finding themselves with, I think, 1 or 2 series left. Next week, we're going to see them on the last day of the split. But right now, their destiny is not really in their hands. They need to clutch both of these wins to just have a shot at tiebreakers.
And then on the flip side, we have GX. And if they win, then BDS is going to need a tiebreaker to qualify, which is also like unimaginable because BDS used to be the gatekeepers.
They were top 3 all of last year. I think a lot of people have now kind of set it in their head that they are a top team within the LEC. They might not even be in playoffs. So both of these teams, I think, we can go back to the, the trajectories we were talking about over there. Feels like they're a little bit different to now what I've got set in my head. GX is quite far below the bar, but I feel like they're better than that record suggests. And BDS, they're in trouble streets.
They are, but I don't know. It's kind of as you said, with BDS, you would expect a little bit more for them. I still have faith in them, even though they've been so damn inconsistent going up and down, left and right.
I thought you were a hate watcher. Now you just sound like...
Well, so the thing is, you can't hate on everyone, right? I have my favorites.
He's got to select the few.
Yeah, because BDS are a little bit victims. The fall from grace, it's tragedy like that, but I'm all up for that. But at the same time, on the other side, you also have heretics, so you can't, I'm a big fan there.
Right, well, earlier, Shocks did have the chance to sit down with Striker to talk about BDS specifically, their performance, their search for identity, and I guess what Odo said, them being victims?
Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in. I'm here with BDS's coach Striker ahead of an all-important clash versus GX in terms of the standings, but I think you will understand that I would love to start with yesterday because I feel like this is one of the examples of seeing how good BDS can be, but then also what the things are you kind of fall to a lot as well. Is that your same read?
Yeah, I think what people see is what we are, right? I think we're a team that can get lead, get to decent spots in mid to late game. And then when it comes to the important moments, we may struggle a bit. I think yesterday we were on Nashor, also in their base. We didn't quite finish the game when we should. Hopefully today will be different. We did review, we did prepare a bit more, so hopefully today will be different, yeah.
Is that something you can contextualize in that Fnatic is kind of coming off such a high from being in Madrid that know how to play these situations expertly, or did you really say, no, it was really our fault and something that, we can rectify?
Oh, we try to focus on ourselves, obviously, because if you go that way, you could also say that Fnatic just won in a big arena, they don't have much time to scrim as well, so they should be weaker than what they are. So you can take it either way. What we have to do is focus on ourselves, and today we have to take the learnings from the previous match against Fnatic to make sure that we beat GX.
Yeah, it's all a matter of perspective, of course. You said it, it's up versus GX. There's a lot going on here. If you do manage to win, you will knock out GX and Rogue, but you will still probably have to play a tiebreaker. There's a lot. I always wonder, because we as a broadcast, we hammer on that a lot. But do you think about all those scenarios, or do you talk about it as a team, or can you really just say, well, it's win or bust?
I mean, you do because you want to know, right? Then when it comes to the preparation, you just go one match at a time. You make sure that you put your best chance in every single game, every single draft, and that's what you do, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of drafts, I feel like we saw from BDS throughout this year kind of different approaches. I mean, when it comes to just the top lane, for instance, you have sometimes carry top, sometimes tank top, sometimes compositions that play to that, sometimes not. Would you feel like you're still kind of looking for your identity, or you've been testing out a lot, or is that a wrong observation to make?
I think we have different roles in the team that can be filled by different players. What we try to do, especially with Fearless, is be adaptive based on how we approach teams. I think a lot of teams have a strong identity, and we try to maneuver around that. Sometimes we pick a champion and then we drop it simply because I don't like how it looks on stage. Sometimes the batch makes you want to play also different. So those are all things that we take into account when we do different preparations.
Okay, how does Nuke fit into all this? Because I know in the beginning of the year we talked about how he is taking up a big mantle of being more of the captain who can be, can show very different things in games, but also outside of the game. How do you think he's evolving in that way?
I think he's evolving into the leader he should be and he's meant to be. I think that if it was not for him, or maybe our playoff chances would be slimmer than what they are already. So I think that he did feel his role in a very important manner, both in game and outside of game. And yeah, he's leading the game. inside the game, he's the one that makes sure that our macro is correct, and at the same time, he has great individual performance, which is important for us as well.
Yeah, it's been great to watch for sure. Thank you for your candid answers and good luck.
Thank you, guys. I mean, high words of praise for Nuke specifically, and that is also, I mean, he said it himself, like, if it wasn't for Nuke's performances, the playoff chances might not be where they are today.
I agree with pretty much everything that he said, because I feel like Nuke is no, I don't feel like he is the only player that's still here from the previous BDS iteration. And when I look at BDS, if it wasn't for him, they would be struggling a little bit more. But my main concern for BDS is the fact that they're trying all of these things. It feels like if they would have a little bit more stability, more wins, more time, they could be able to pull off all of these things left and right. But right now, I really feel like they're just overcooking a little bit.
The bit where they're not cooking, though, because I agree with the rest of the map, that's true. Look, we've got the mid laners highlighted behind us, Nuke on one side and then Jackie's on the other. I think it's a great way to tie both of these teams together, because I think the part of BDS's identity they have set is Nuke long-range DPS. He has not played a single melee mid this split. He has incredible KDA, and his damage is really good too. It definitely feels like Nuke is core with the champions that he's picking, and I think that's really good to then put that over to the other side for GX, where Jackie's, I feel like he has been not so great in the lane, but he has been skirmishing and playing later on effectively.
Exactly, and I feel like it's an interesting clash of styles where you look at Nuke and you, as you said, he only plays these sorts of control mages, pretty much keeping the game stable, pretty much just sitting behind, playing front to backs, dishing out a lot of damage. While on the other side, Jackie's, it really feels like if you look at his laning phase stats, they're not really great. He's struggling, but come mid game, come late game, that's when he becomes unleashed as a playmaker, I would think, because that's the style when I look at Jackie. This is where he thrives the most.
I think also really interestingly for Jackie's is something that we talked about a lot, is the fact that he does also get caught on the side lanes. And I feel like when you're looking at Nuke, especially when he's playing that Tristana or it's Diazir or whatever it might be, if he is on that side lane, he does manage to get towers, he does manage to play it safe, and the team is also, I guess, a little bit more set up around him to be able to shadow in case something does go wrong.
Yeah, no, I think Nuke is the bit of the game which I think is going right for them. And I think that's the bit which I think they could say, let's leave well alone, we're sorted with that. I'm more interested then outside of that to say, okay, that bit you've nailed in place, what else can you do with the rest of the players?
Well, we had 1-1-3 step up, because previously when we were thinking of 1-1-3, we always said, oh, he's hinting early mid-game, you know, he's doing a lot of chaotic stuff that doesn't really end up working. But right now, when I think of 1-1-3, he evolved into being this consistent rock in the team. But the problem is, when you look at mid-game, if he falls behind, I don't see him coming back and making consistently good plays.
All right, well, let's figure out how exactly this matchup in the mid lane is going to be playing out today as we're ready to head into our first game of Sunday. BDS going up against GX. So, casters, take it away.
Away it has been taken. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Betty, and we're here for the first series of today.
That's the English are going to open with. Away it has been taken.
We've taken it away. Away it has been taken.
All right. Let us see how far away we'll fly away together. As we jump onto the rift.
Away. That's Freaky Friday, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Freaky
Love
Friday.
that movie.
Great movie. Classic.
Now, while we're having fun and games here on the caster desk,
it's a Super Sunday.
It's also a very serious Sunday for both these teams.
True.
A lot on the line for Giant X, as a loss here will remove them from playoffs contention. They had a super exciting weekend last weekend over in Madrid, where they were able to defeat Fnatic, and they were able to get a...
no, they defeated G2
my
and
apologies,
lost to MKOI.
And they lost to MKOI. So they... it was a super close series with MKOI as well. So expectations have grown with the roster. I think Lot in particular had a very standout series. And I'm excited to see what they've prepared for us today after BDS find themselves coming off a loss against Fnatic yesterday in a much-needed win for themselves to keep their playoffs hopes alive.
Yeah, for BDS, really, you need to win this series. There are still ways they can make it through via tiebreakers if they do lose against Giant X. As you said, if GX lose this series, they are out and they will join Rogue as our teams are being eliminated. So, Jace ban, Maokai ban, Yone ban, and Nidalee ban so far, Betty. Nothing too exciting. The Nidalee, obviously. Have seen Isma bring out a couple of times.
Azir, Talia, Rumble are all the champions are thinking about as being high priorities. Xin Zhao for 1-1-3 makes a lot of sense. Even though he didn't win with it yesterday, I still think it's a champion you can't afford to give him. It is his most played so far this split. And it's something that you can find a lot of great snap engages on. Rumble is available for BDS, something they prioritized yesterday in game 1.
it's going to be the Varus straight away. Still a very powerful AD carry. We've seen Noah bring it out a couple of times so far this split. About 50-50 in the win rate on that one. BDS now, you can go for AD carry early, but jungle mid also makes a lot of sense. If you want something that can just team fight well, Nocturne Orianna does that pretty well, and Orianna was slightly buffed on this patch.
Are they thinking of doing the run back? Yesterday they had some really nice one-shots onto Upset, but then as they got later into the game, the target selection ended up being their undoing, because if they weren't killing Upset, Upset was killing them.
Yeah.
And so we'll see how things shift as they move into today's series. The Nocturne already locked in, as you highlighted.
I mean, it's not Orianna, isn't it?
It does feel like it.
If you pick the Nocturne, you then kind of have to pick the Orianna, because otherwise Giant X could just say, oh, we'll just play Orianna mid ourselves. She's strong enough at the moment that I think that is fine. It is not Orianna. I'd like to see them have one more damage threat alongside their AD carry here. Yesterday we saw it was, if the Varus got killed, I was on Varus in that game, if the Varus got killed and they didn't burst Upset immediately, they just didn't have enough damage to win out the team fight in the end, right? So I'd like another damage threat from the top lane. We'll see where BDS do end up going, where Irrelevant decides he wants to play today. Giant X looking towards an AP top, and Rumble often the first name on everyone's lips. 15-4 in the LEC is the little Yordle.
Good top laner.
Is he good or is he just really strong?
Well, that
does that make him good?
Synonymous
yeah, I guess
with one
that's
another,
true.
are they not?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, GX looks like they're keeping it simple. Skarner going to make his way into Isma's hands. So already we're looking at more of a front-to-back style composition with solid backline threat thanks to the Rumble. You know, I was thinking for BDS that Rumble is something they should have considered, like Nocturne, Orianna, Rumble, huge amount of backline threat, can cause a huge amount of chaos, but they decided to prioritize getting that mid lane champion. Now, how are they going to round things out? Nah. I mean, it is Irrelevant's most played so far this split, and I can see the potential. It gives you a decent laning phase into the Rumble at the very least, but in terms of what they want the composition to do, I don't know if I love it. I guess you could argue that there is that degree of side lane threat that it does provide. You do still have the ability to create alternative wombo combos with the ultimate as well. But so far, I think that I'm favoring GX's foundation a little bit more, just because you expect them to have a winning bot side simply because they have the Varus. The Rumble on the top side has great early to mid game power with a lot of strong scaling elements, and they've already got such a solid front line with the Skarner. It just feels like as a baseline compositions, it provides a lot of solid tools.
Yeah, I agree with that overall, and Giant X have the opportunity to ban out some of those AD carries now as well, having already locked theirs in. BDS are going to remove some of Jackie's mid lane pool. I do think he had a good time in Madrid as well, had a couple of really strong pop-off games on the Yone, I remember in particular. Obviously, it's already banned out here, so we're not going to see him piloting that one. We'll maybe want to look for some AD out of the mid lane. Tristana is the next option up there, but he can still go AP mid. You have a bit of an AP heavy top side, but you still have the Varus to carry you through later on.
I will say the Ezreal ban is a little surprising, only because Ice hasn't actually played it once this split. He's actually had a preference for the Jhin and the Ashe with a bit of Sivir in there as well. Zeri is one of the scaling AD carries that when you say you want more damage, this champion definitely provides it. Yeah. Rough laning phase, though, against the Varus specifically. It will largely depend on what... Yeah, I was...
there we are.
So Jhin gives you a better laning phase. Of course, a lot of this will be determined based on the support matchup, and I think BDS is smart actually saving that for the last pick, just because it means that you can alleviate some of the pressure from the Varus. Right now, GX, I'm sure, would love a little bit more engage. I remember Ahri used to be a fantastic answer into Orianna. I would say that the matchup has shifted over the years, where Ahri just really bullies you super hard early because it's so difficult for the Ahri to really trade back. But if you have a Burn the Flash from Orianna, that matchup gets super scary for the Orianna, because Ahri just has so much potential setup.
Especially into a Skarner as well, because the Skarner just ease behind you. It's like, okay, cool, how on earth do I escape this? I can command dissonance myself to get a little bit of movement speed. 100%. But it doesn't really matter into the upheaval. It looks like Giant X might go for a little bit more of a consistent mid laner in terms of damage later on in the game. The Azir gives them solid front to back. You have Varus and Azir, you've got good range as well. You have some backline threat with the Rumble, but instead, Akali gives you more backline threat with a little bit less consistent DPS.
I was going to say that I think GX comp is very standard, very solid, front to back. You have so many tools. You know, you have solid laning phase. You've got prio across the board. Like, there's a lot you can do. And then he said, you know what? It's Jackie. Slam me in Akali. So he wants a little bit more skill expression. The great thing about Akali into the Orianna matchup specifically is that you get to a point where Ori really can't do anything about you.
Yeah.
But
is that 3 haunting guises? 4 haunting guises? How many do you
We can keep track of how many haunting guises he built this time around. Maybe that's going to be a bit of a shift. But the early laning phase definitely can be a struggle. Again, though, Orianna is a champion. If you burn her flash, there's a lot of setup for assassins to really punish her for that. So we'll see how the mid lane matchup plays out. As the desk was talking, this is a matchup that we will be keeping our eyes on. And the thing you have to respect is Nuke. He's a player that he pushes you hard in the laning phase. His laning has improved so much compared to when he started in the LEC to what he is now. One of the top mid laners that we have in the league, and if you give him an inch, he is the type of player to take a mile. But on the side of BDS, they have a composition that has a lot more dive threat. I would say it's a little bit different to yesterday in the sense that yesterday they brought out the Shen and the Varus, which is really all about locking down that single target. But this time around, they've got a little bit more pick potential. Of course, the Jhin can still follow up on things like the Shockwave. The Gnar provides you with a little bit more teamfight value, and the Rakan with the mobility makes following up on the Nocturne engages that much quicker. But I guess they're not so reliant on the Nocturne engage because they also have the Rakan there to follow.
We'll see how well BDS can enact this game plan here against Giantex. Both teams not truly do or die, but pretty damn close. For Giantex, if they lose, they are out, and Rogue are knocked out of contention for playoffs as well. BDS can lose and still make it through via tiebreakers, but can't lose and make it in without those tiebreakers. So we will see how well both teams do as we make it onto Summoner's Rift for our first game of the day. Only 5 days left of the LEC regular season, Veddy. Then we get to take a wee break before we come back for our 3 weeks of playoffs. I think it's 3 weeks. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
A certain event also occurs during those.
What's that?
Just
is it the release of the new Pokemon set, Veddy?
I don't know, is it?
It is, well, I think it happens on the 18th is pre-release, so...
Okay, I mean, the fact that you're hesitating on that answer would disappoint your wife.
Well, it's either the 18th or 17th, and I keep getting it wrong. I do know I'm going to be in the shop making sure I'm getting some of those ETBs, Veddy, okay? It's one thing I've been asked to do.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, so we look across some of the runes that we just saw on our screen. Phase Rush on Orianna, I think, is a great choice into Akali specifically. Getting that extra burst of movement speed is really valuable, just because you also apply that slow onto Akali and then also get the bonus movement speed. It helps you create that distance when she's really threatening some sort of kill. Isma going to be spotted out with the ward dropped early from BDS to investigate where he is beginning his jungle clear. And Lot, a player that I think really did stand out, because I think that so far in spring he hasn't had the strongest of performances, but last week in Madrid he really did show up for the team. And GX, it was great getting to hear from them, the excitement that they showed, especially after their big victory on the first day. A lot of eyes are on GX to see if they can make this miracle turnaround happen and if they can qualify for the spring playoffs.
It would be pretty miraculous if they do manage to do it. That G2 win, only their second win so far in the LEC regular season. For BDS, they're playing their last series of the regular season here against Giantex. Giantex have one more against Heretics at the end of week 7.
It's a bit surreal to think that this could be BDS's last series of the split.
Oh, it could be the last series until, what, August? Start of August or so for summer?
Yep.
That's a long break. Like, basically, it's like being back at school. You just take a long summer holidays and then come back, you know?
But we know how eager these players are to compete, and that's what they want to be doing. So everything on the line today for both sides. We find ourselves off with a timid start to the game, very much as what we would expect. Right now, on the bot side of the map, losing out on that prio, just because GX decided to go for the Alistar. Doesn't give you the strongest laning prowess, and especially the Jhin Rakan. Does give you a little bit more push. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you're seeing very much what we expected. Janky's being chipped away at.
So I just love the take notes emote sliding down the bottom of the screen as Isma makes his way over to his Razor Beaks and will clear towards that bottom side. Both the junglers, as has been mentioned, are going down towards that bot lane. Looks like 113 is about to camp ahead right now, as I wonder if we will see a battle over the Scuttle Crabs. Both the entrances for Isma have been warded, so it's going to be a little bit tricky for him to actually find an avenue into that river unspotted. And also, he's going to be a little bit slower than this Nocturne on the first clear.
Jackies needs to be thinking about pacing soon, but he's just now going to pop his pot. If he gets level 4, he can survive a little bit longer. You know, on the bot side, a bit of a wave stacking up should make it easy for 113 to be able to secure that bot crab. But overall, timid start to the series, very much as we...
We are only 3 minutes in as well, Betty.
Yeah,
I think sometimes we can build ourselves up getting into a series, or the hype through draft, the walkouts, etc. And then it's like, oh, nothing's happened for the first 4 minutes.
No, it's
please.
a standard start, I would say.
Yeah, standard. I'll give you standard.
I mean, it's a significant juxtaposition to the traditional solo queue experience, where at this point in the game, people are already typing FF.
Yeah, true.
You know? So...
113 smite. Not able to get in range in time. Isma gets the smite down.
Information garnered.
Yeah, well, I was hoping. 113 did have a very small window where I think he had a smite advantage there. He could have flash smited. Learned from Blabber.
He could have done that, could he?
I mean, Blabber did it, you know?
How'd that pan out?
I can't remember the rest of the series. I'm
Pretty sure it didn't go well.
Pretty sure that was the end of the game, actually. It was a display of dominance that they said, cool, you got the crab.
Right, League officials immediately stepped in and said, all right, we can call it here.
The mercy rule in League of Legends. If someone flash smites your crab away from you, they're just given the series.
Now, 113, because he started on Raptors, the respawn timer had already come back up, so he's already on his second clear through the jungle. He is a little bit faster than that of Isma, who had to wait for the walls to respawn. And you can see that he's already going to go back to base, and this is tempo. So he's already back out onto the map first, and he has a window where he can make a play before Isma can respond. I don't think he's going to, but he can if he really wants to.
We'll see if GiantX can deal with the whiplash of him being out so quickly. Using this tempo so effectively. Oh, it's Wolves, Vetty. Those Wolves are going to struggle with it. Just to remind you guys all of the stakes of this game, because we are joking around a little bit at the start of it, but for GiantX, if they win, BDS will need a tiebreaker to qualify. GiantX can still qualify via just winning out their series, but maybe some tiebreakers there as well. Whereas if BDS win, GiantX and Rogue are fully eliminated from playoffs. So obviously, if you're a GiantX fan, you kind of want them to win. Not that you'd want them to lose ever if you're a fan of them, but I do think as well, I did do the 5-way tie setup. Well, yeah, so there is a possibility of a 5-way tie between G2, BDS, SK, GiantX, and Rogue. And for that to happen, GiantX need to win this series.
Damn.
But the first 2 series yesterday went the way that we needed them to go.
Oh, really?
So with 2 out of how many series are left? Quite a few for that to happen.
Okay. Well, we'll keep track of that throughout the day. I don't want to ask you what the other results are.
Oh, I can tell you very quickly, buddy. No, I'll rack them off quickly. So Vitality would have to win next, then Heretics, then Koi, then SK, then KC, then Vitality, then KC, then Heretics, then Rogue, and then we would have a 5-way tie for 6th position.
All right, did you all keep track of that? Did you all write that down?
Write it down, noted.
I take notes. I mean, it's already been given.
Isma's been doing it. It's a big fall from grace for BDS, though, if they don't make it to the playoffs, considering how they were.
I mean, last year they were consistently a top 3 team, and for them to find themselves in this position after making the roster changes that they did, as ultis get traded between the 2 top laners, looks like Lot is going to win out on that one as he forces the flash away from Irrelevant. Irrelevant has to be cautious of a potential dive. Looks like, yeah, you can see how hesitant he is. He's wary of the potential dive. He drops the ward in the brush as well. And yeah, this is not ideal for Irrelevant, so he takes a bad trade, he loses his flash, and he also loses the wave, and now he also hasn't based yet, which means that Lot is also going to come back to wave quicker, and it's already pushing out that wave, so Lot already off to a massive lead on the top side of the map.
Yeah, it was already winning out in the 1v1 as well. You can see about a 20 CS lead for the Rumble over the Gnar there. Jackie's starting to trade in effectively against Nuke, who has gone for the tier first. Seraph's an item we most commonly see on the Orianna, especially into things like Akali that want to burst you down. I was wondering perhaps if Nuke would go for the Catalyst of Aeon's build, where you start the Rod Ages, but you never complete it. You just get that Catalyst, sit on it for the game, and then sell it for 900 gold, 3rd or 4th item when you want to get a good spike for later game. But
I want to say we saw it on.
Yeah, Humanoid did it yesterday, but seems like he's not going down that route. Or at least for now.
I mean, credit to Jackies. This can be a very difficult matchup, but he's done a good job of staying even in CS. There's the first haunting guy.
Yeah, 1 mask down.
Yep. We'll see if he continues to stack those. For now, though, really the only significant advantage games on the top side of the map. Grubs are already spawned. No early prioritization on the Dragon. Are we going to see a swap come through? I know that this has been a big discussion pretty much throughout the day yesterday. And I feel like that the game... So my opinion on the game state right now is that Artican isn't that big of a deal.
Sure.
So between 15 and 20 minutes, the game just slows down a lot.
As opposed to these first 8 minutes that have been breakneck.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly. But I understand for these teams, obviously a lot on the line, so it makes sense they would want to take things slow in the early game. Isma's going to start off the Dragon. But that 15 to 25-minute window is actually where I think is super interesting, because teams, I think, get very impatient when they don't have a clear objective to necessarily play for, and that's where mistakes happen. And so that's going to be this window where both teams need to focus and make sure they're thinking very clearly about what they want to do in the next steps, and they don't overstep, and make sure they give that opportunity to their opposition to punish.
It's interesting how quickly sort of like the collective memory of players and of people shifts. Because up until 5 months ago, Autocar never existed. And there was this huge gap in that time.
But Baron spawned at 20.
Baron spawned at 20,
that was the biggest difference.
Yeah,
so if you were in a winning position, you could force it.
You could force Baron at 20 minutes.
Now, is on 1-1-3, hovering around top lane here.
Oh, 1-1-3 is going to go in with the Paranoia. Flash away from Lot. The Fear still should connect here, but Isma's on his way across. Has that impale. 1-1-3 down, as is Lot. Now Isma trying to trade in with Irrelevant, but Irrelevant has no flash to follow up. Perfect execution from Jackies. Has to flash away after using that ultimate. Uses the R2 to escape across the wall. So flashes exchanged in mid, a top lane and a jungler exchanged in top.
Action kicking off now across the rift. It was BDS that drew first blood, but as we rightly identified, the exchange did come through. Nice use of the spell shield from 1-1-3 in that skirmish to mitigate the knockback that was coming through from Isma, allowed him to stick onto Lot to make sure there was enough damage to be able to secure that kill. We'll get an early Tiamat as Isma now looks to finish off the grubs, meaning all of these early objectives actually going the way of GX, given that Isma chose to stick around. Crucially, in this mid lane, both flashes used. Could be a potential gank opportunity for both sides as we move closer to the mid game. We look back at this play. The ultimate comes down from 1-1-3, flash to make sure that he can connect the tether. And then here you'll notice the spell shot comes through. Isma not able to drag him into the wall. Means that 1-1-3 has just enough time to be able to get enough damage down. And they get the flash out from Isma as well. Steal going to be completed. Find ourselves 1-1. Gold still very even, with still a sizable advantage in favor of Lot in the top.
Yeah, the advantage really is mostly that Rumble in the top lane. Very powerful in the lane, can just push things out. Building up towards his Leandries, both the AD carries have been switched towards the mid lane, but Grubs and the Drake over to Giant X puts them in a good position, at least on the early neutrals. We didn't see the first Paranoia having as much effect as 1-1-3 would like, but did manage to pick up a kill in the end.
You'll notice now Orianna being moved off into a side lane. Nuke has to be a lot more passive than he was in the mid lane. The longer lane, especially without the flash, leaves him much more prone to a potential gank. And without huge support from his team, he has to be very cautious. And what you see on the map right now is exactly what we're talking about. He realizes that it's GX that have the push in mid. They're already moving into the bot side jungle. Nuke has to be very cautious. And this is great for Jackies because he's alleviated a lot of pressure. He can now push out waves comfortably, and he can quickly start ramping towards that first major item.
And it's also why we see Jun moving with Isma into that jungle, just to deny vision as well. Like, Nuke has no vision in his blue side jungle. You never know where that Alistar is. The Varus can deal with the mid lane by himself, has the teleport as well, so even if he takes a bad trade, can get back in there quickly enough to hold down the fort on the tier 1.
I mean, you can even see it on the minimap. Just notice how hesitant he's playing around this tower. There's just very little vision, as Medic was just highlighting for us, and so he just has to play super defensively and super safe.
And it's also why Paris recalls, gets stacks on his warding item, and then immediately runs back through this blue side. It's like, okay, I have to invest some vision around here, at least have to try and clear out some vision for the Orianna. Puts one control ward around the blue. Now we'll put one in the tri-bush. A lot of resources being invested in making sure Nuke is safe in this bot lane. Then we might see that change in about a minute and a half time when Nuke's flash is back up, but it's still possible that BDS will want to make sure Nuke gets towards that second item in a timely manner.
And I'm looking at 1-1-3 here.
Oh, Paranoia going in. There's the chase. Flash away from Noah into the CC from Ice. The curtains open immediately. 1-1-3 closes them on Noah. That's the risk when you're playing against a Jhin and a Nocturne. Irrelevant going in here as well. The Equalizer on the wrong side from Lot. Irrelevant not tanking it at all. Lot has no flash. Irrelevant needs 2 more autos, but the scrap shield's enough to keep Lot alive. Meanwhile, Paris caught out down towards the bottom side, pops the quickness and dashes away to Nuke. Gets to safety and survives a possible die.
Action happening across the rift as it's 1-1-3 to initiate the play in the mid lane, finding that valuable pick onto Noah, but GX responding kind on the bot side of the map, zoning Nuke away from valuable farms, stealing away 1-1-3's camps, and doing what they can to chip away at this bot tower. It's GX that still hold on to the gold lead, thanks to the advantages that they built at top lane, but now Jackies, after getting these isolated plates, has a gold lead over Nuke as well.
He's about 500 gold ahead, has 2 of those masks now, so truly starting up some sort of masquerade ball on that Akali. We'll see how far he goes. Like, the passive on them isn't unique, which is important to talk about. Like, whenever you see someone stacking multiple of these items, often you'll look at it, especially in modern day League, and it's like, that doesn't make too much sense. But importantly, Madness is not unique on Haunting guys, so you can stack it up a few times and get extra bonus damage out of being in combat.
Looking to spot out Isma, who's now working on his 3rd objective of the game. But you are right. We'll see how much value Jackies ends up getting out of the build. Last time things didn't quite work out the way that he wanted. So far, this Dragon is going to go uncontested, so BDS conceding a decent amount here in the early game. I think GX is playing around the map very well. And lots, I mean, even though a decent amount of resources was thrown towards him on the top side of the map, he's done a great job.
Yeah.
In isolation, tanking the ganks. Obviously, he came very close to losing his life against 1-1-3, but he does survive it. He holds on to the gold lead for now. He's now hitting that Leandries, working towards that second item. So this Rumble is scaling nicely. And let's not forget, Irrelevant did pick the Gnar into this. And so far, that pick is not panning out. Maybe he can find that huge ultimate that can swing things in his favor as Jun invests some vision on the top side of the map.
I mean, Jun has been all over the map with vision in this game. I want to give him a lot of credit. You see how often he's in the right position to get vision down to make sure that 1-1-3 can't find a sneak attack somewhere. 1-1-3 was pathing up towards the top side. Jun comes across, wards it out, and then 1-1-3 immediately starts to back away. Vision down towards that bottom side as well, but you can't back away from this. The paranoia into Shockwave. Noah, no vision would have saved him there. Locked down to half HP. Isma stepping forward as well. Jun coming in from the side, but no real follow-up, no real damage here right now for GiantX. They're continuing to poke and prod. And land the suppression onto Paris. There's the Impale as well. They'll pull him back. The quickness doesn't really come off in time with that grand entrance. BDS still looking for a little bit more, but it's pretty scattershot here, Vetti.
Ends up being a 1-for-1 as Paris overstays his welcome, but Noah, there was very little he could do. Both teams still sizing each other up in the river.
Flash, headbutt, pulverize, equalizer, nuke flashes across the wall, and here's Akali to chase him down. Jackies gets one, Ice the next target as they dash away Upheaval. Just sliding by Ice, unable to get that final bit of damage.
GX not happy with how the first skirmish ended, so they wanted to go for more, and they get a pick onto Nuke. Isma making that drift happen was honestly very surprising. The fact that he was able to still connect Nuke into that wall meant that they could follow up, get themselves another kill. Ice, though, I mean, he was ice cold in that play. He held on to his summoner spells. He walks away with all of them up. GX built a slightly larger lead. Nothing significant to come off the back of it. Herald, of course, is still alive. And I imagine they're going to look to try and start that one off.
That's what all the fighting was really about. Lot and Jun coming across to cover their bot side, make sure this red buff isn't stolen away. Next Drake up in 2.5 minutes, so still a while before we see either of the teams having to battle around that. It's about 1,000 gold lead, 800 or so for GiantX now, and a lot of that is focused on Jackies in the mid lane and Lot on the top side. 1-1-3 has been able to get himself ahead. You know, he's got 2 of those 3 kills for BDS as Jun is caught out just a smidge. Shockwave's going to bring him back. Unbreakable will not available to the Alistair now as Lot comes in from the side, but can't really protect Jun from Nuke. BDS get another on the board.
Let's play there from Jun as he gets caught out. Nuke getting some much needed gold as Jackies now finds himself in a side lane against Irrelevant. Overall, while the kills do slightly favor BDS, GX are really the ones running the map. Ultimate going to come through from Lot to clear out that
TP
wave.
behind as well, Vetti. Jackies trying to collapse onto Nuke here. Paranoia is available for 1-1-3. Jackies has the perfect execution. 1-1-3 just waiting in the bush. Jackies dancing forward. Nuke trying to dance around in the shield. Just enough with the Seraphs to keep Nuke alive. Less than 100 HP there, falling down to about 50.
Value of Seraphs really proving its worth there as he keeps Nuke alive. But you're seeing the threat that this Akali can provide onto the Orianna. Why it's going to be that much harder in a side lane. Jackie's obviously off to a fantastic start in this game, and he's only going to become more problematic as the game continues. The Herald now dropped into mid lane as GX want to keep the pressure up. They secure the bot tier 1. They're going to open up the mid tier 1 soon. They're likely going to put themselves in a fantastic map state, ready for the oncoming dragon in about a minute's time as well. If they can secure this tower, it makes it that much easier to push in this mid wave, move into enemy jungle, set up that control, and be ready to put yourself on soul point.
Yeah, the only problem for Giant X in the next couple of minutes is that Jackie's did use his TP to get down towards that bottom side, but Noah has teleport and Lot has it, right? So you're still going to be able to answer at least some of that side lane pressure. Drake up in 40 seconds would be soul point for Giant X if they can find it. Item and a half on both of BDS's key carries, the Orianna and the Jhin. On the other side, Jackie's is still, right, he's playing behind the masks, has a needlessly large rod alongside it, but I wonder if he's going to complete an item soon, Betty. Does he need to? Is Haunting Guys just this OP?
That's a great question that I don't have an answer for you.
Same. I know it's a workable build. I just don't know at what point you have to switch away from just the masks, you know?
113 pops the ult.
Paranoia, there's the shockwave, hits onto Lot, but he has a stopwatch. TP going onto the backline as well as Paris comes in with the Quinners. There's the curtain call as well. They're trying to kill off Lot, and they'll find him first. Isma looking for Nuke, but can't quite get the damage down. Jackie's coming in from the side as well. Chases onto Irrelevant, uses him as quick taxi to get onto the backline and chases Ice down, but Ice with a flash, and Paris escaping as well. BDS managed to get all 5 members out alive, but there is still a Drake to be fought over. No Impale, no Chain, no Unbreakable Will. No Ultimates on the other side either. Nuke's Shockwave about halfway off its cooldown. Giant X have the health bars and they are going to be able to secure the Drake unless something very special happens from BDS.
I mean, it was a nice engage from BDS. It really looked like that they were going to just walk away with that team fight, but the arrival of Jackie's and the backline damage he was able to do just forces the carries away from the fight. Nuke and Ice immediately gets underway, and there's very little that they can do to stop it. So the engage comes through, Jackie's isn't there, the TP is quick from Irrelevant. He gets a really nice Mega Gnarl off onto many people. Noah really struggles to have impact in the fight, doesn't connect on his Q, and you can just see the combo coming through. It looks lethal, it looks very bad for GX, but then Jackie's arrives. He uses his ultimate, immediately turns his attention on Paris and Ice. They're then forced to disengage, an early heal comes out from Paris to help his AD carry survive. But as we get back out to the map, BDS set their sights on Arakan, and they're going to get it uncontested.
Yeah, because they didn't die, they were able to reset immediately and just walk their way up towards the Arakan. Giant X had to spend a little bit more time defending their position around the Drake. So it's Soul Point versus an Arakan. I think Giant X were going to get the dragon anyway. Here comes the Shockwave Paranoia combo once again. Lot did flash away, and 113 will burn to death. Lot falls to Irrelevant. He tries to dash out, but he takes the tower shot, and his life is forfeit. Dodge on the Impale into the Chain of Corruption, cleanse away by Ice. Paris distracting everyone, should be able to dodge away himself. Jackie's TP up in about 10 seconds time, but all the while he's just pushing that tier 2 in bot lane.
It's still a 2-for-1 in favor of Giant X, as Lot was able to find a very nice outplay, and by that I mean he threw his ultimate down and then he started burning everything around him. 113 was not tanky enough to weather the damage, and the arrival of Jhin to just provide that extra bit of CC, helping set up for a double kill in favor of Lot. And looks like Jackie's is actually going to secure that tower as well, so nothing but wins across the board here for GX.
Take that if you're Giant X. Still only about 1,000 gold ahead, but in such a strong position for your carries. A lot of AP coming out. Shadow Flame now complete for Jackie's. Let's finally finish that first item, although not using either of the Haunting Guys is in his inventory. 113 goes in here, Betty, but as you say, it's just the burn from Lot that takes him down.
And Irrelevant also standing on it. The moment that he gets knocked up with the tower shot as well means that it's enough damage to turn it into a 2-for-1. And then Paris just buying time. He knows that he has the mobility to use Nuke to get away, but we immediately return to the map state. GX looking to chip away at Paris' HP bar.
Lot going in. Remember, doesn't have the flash. Grand entrance into the Shockwave, but pops the Zhonya's in time, and now 113 is being held down on by Noah. Lot putting the damage back down with the Equalizer, and Lot gets the kill on the enemy Nocturne. Irrelevant has been pushing bot this entire time. Should be able to take that tower down. So BDS do get something on the other side of the map at the expense of their jungler's life.
That was just a fight for control. As GX, they wanted a bit of vision into the entrance of BDS's topside jungle. Paris didn't want to allow it to happen, but he took way more damage than he was expecting, forcing BDS to try and respond, and at that point they've overcommitted. They're already weaker when it comes to the fights, and 113 is just too squishy at this point. We've seen now for the second, maybe even third time where he goes in, and the Rumble pretty much solos him out of the fight, meaning that GX get themselves another kill. The gold is not inflating heavily the way of GX, but I think it's misrepresentative of how much stronger GX really is right now. It feels that with this Akali on a side lane, like, Nuke is scared, and he very much should be. Even though he has the level advantage, Akali has more than enough kill threat, and without proper support, Nuke is in danger. So GX in a fantastic position. They're waiting for the next dragon to spawn, but Baron is going to be up at the same time, and it gives them a lot of luxury because they can choose between whether they want to play for the dragon or play for the Baron, and they can force BDS into this very difficult choice.
Yep. We'll see what GiantX decide to do, playing for their lives here in the LEC spring. Kind of deciding just to take away this red buff, have set up their vision line pretty well in towards this red side jungle. Irrelevant pushing out bot. I think Lot will be sent down to deal with that currently. He's kind of hovering around mid, maybe expecting when Noah steps up that 113 will look for that Orianna Nocturne combination again. The darkness blender, I guess? What do you want to call it? Like Paranoia Shockwave?
Jake also tried to come up with a name for it yesterday.
I feel like it should have a name.
Well, he thought it was the submarine, and I had to explain what.
That's Twitch with Channel.
Well, yeah, it's because you go underneath, you're invisible, and then you pop up. Surprise! I don't know. You ever been scared in the dark before? What'd you call that?
Fear of wolves for me. There's a Doctor Who episode where the Queen turns into a werewolf, and that one had me sleeping with a nightlight for a while, Betty.
Combo.
It's the Queen Elizabeth werewolf combo with Nocturne Orianna.
The thing that terrified me was the girl from The Ring.
I never watched The Ring. Still haven't watched it.
I wouldn't recommend it. TV's just become a point of fear moving forward.
Use a TV in this day and age, Betty. Projectors is where it's at. GiantX setting up around the bottom side here. Infernal Drake, a real prize. But all they want to do is have BDS step into the meat grinder. Nuke using the ball to scout out a little bit. Jack is looking for the flank. Irrelevant. Trying to mark him. Doesn't quite know where he is. Does now. As Jackie jumps in, jumps out. Takes a ticket with the blue buff to escape. Could have been a precarious spot. Drake has spawned. GiantX taking a little bit of poke here. Going around that mid-wave. You can see Noah charging up that piercing arrow. Still finds his mark. Isma's going to start up the Drake. I think there's vision in the back of the pit that BDS are relying on right now. Oh, it's cleared out by that control ward. So BDS don't know for sure that this has been started. Irrelevant. No Mega Gnar bar for him. Nuke taking a chunk. Dragon down to 7,000. Paris still stepping forward. GiantX playing in the darkness. Jun goes in. 113 flashes away. As there's the Paranoia. Equalizer, separate the team. 113 going in, looking for the smite. Lands it. No soul for GiantX, but perhaps the fight. A great Gnar into the wall. Locks Jackie's against it. Jun going in as well. But he's sure to fall. Flash, impale from Isma. And Noah untouched so far. Lot falling lower, has the Zonyas. Buys himself a second. Isma slams Paris into the wall, who gets the grand entrance, but no grand exit for him. The fight goes in GiantX's favor as Noah finds the final shot through the heart of Nuke. The Drake secured for BDS, but the fight in favor of GiantX.
It's a huge team fight win for GX, even though they ended up losing the Dragon. A nice steal comes through from 113 as Jun tries to deter him from entering the pit. But once the ultimate drops, he has an avenue into the Dragon pit, and he's able to get a clutch steal. Then the fight kicks off. Jackie sets his sights onto the backline, immediately gets impaled into the wall. And it's at this point where you're looking at the HP bars and it looks scary. But then Isma with the nice flash impale to turn the fight in the favor of GX, because Lot buys enough time, thanks to the Zonyas, to be able to reset with his team. Noah comes up, and then the Comet ends up clearing up the final kill, allowing GX to win out on the fight.
113 caught out a little bit in his jungle. Paris here to act as a bit of a bodyguard, jumps in with the entrance and battle dances his way out. Baron's still up, of course, a 3,000 gold lead now for GiantX. 3 items complete on Noah and almost on Jackie's. He's got a Bloodletters, a Shadow Flame, and a Haunting Guise. 210 stacks for Isma as well. Often we see Heartsteals not stacked up that much in pro, so credit to him. He's been finding fights. He's been getting his clinks, which, as every ARAM player knows, vital thing to do.
Right now, GX is just in a fantastic position. We haven't really seen a significant gold lead for GX throughout the game, but now with a 2.5k gold lead and these items coming through, I guess you could argue that when you actually look at the itemization, it doesn't look that significantly different. The fact that Nuke has Death Cap as well, that kind of both mid lane is pretty much even in terms of itemization, depending on how much value you put behind the Haunting Guides, contributing to all the additional damage you're generating from the other two items.
I'd say they're pretty even right now.
Yeah,
I'd agree with you there,
and then the AD carries are also, I mean, they're both bang on 3 items, so the gold is deceptive, but just the way the fights are playing out, it feels like the GX are just playing them better. They're getting better execution, and they're walking away with, I mean, we've seen multiple times now, them walking away with just more kills and more advantages. Jackie's being cautious in the side lane as he gets closer to 16.
The reason he's being cautious is, oh, I pressed entirely the wrong button here, Veddy. This is why I don't use it. 113 was spotted on that ward, that little control ward there, as he walked down towards the bottom lane. So Jackie's knew 113 was in the area, which is why he then started to step all the way back, as opposed to trading a little bit more with Irrelevant, which is what Jackie's tends to do in his side lane 1v1. So good deep vision. 113 should have checked the bush as he walked past, but very easy to miss that because your natural pathing, if you just click down towards the bottom tri-bush, doesn't always take you through it.
Next now, testing the waters in BDS's jungle. Baron becomes the next big point of contention, but GX could say it's too much of a risk and instead wait for the next dragon to spawn in about 1.5 minutes. Remember that we're still waiting to see that shotgun, and here it is.
There's the shockwave, the shotgun combo, and there's the curtains that close quickly shut on Noah. 113 pulled back underneath the tower. He's going to die as well. So it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Jungler for AD carry. As BDS do find the shotgun, but only had 1 bullet in it, Betty.
Yeah, that is the risk of the composition. They do take out Noah. He did have some huge value in the last team fight, but then Jackie's picking up that kill is only going to put this Akali even further ahead. 1-for-1 is not the ideal situation for BDS, given that it's GX that are pushing in these lanes, getting more control over the map. I like the vision coverage that BDS currently have over the bot side of the map, ready for the Dragon, because GX now have to invest their resources into clearing out all of this vision, which they're setting their sights on doing now. Paris doing what he can to still provide some information for his team. They haven't spotted this control ward still. Now it's BDS that once again finds themselves on the back foot.
Jack is TPing for a flank position here towards the top side as well. Jun gonna get knocked up. There's the equalizer down. Jackie's trying to get in. Irrelevant about to go Mega Gnar here. Will get the Gnar back, but only onto Isma. Locks a lot against the wall, but not real too much. Follow up. There's the shockwave and the quickness combination. We kept thinking about the paranoia and forgot about the quickness. Lot flame spit as Irrelevant down, flashes away himself. 113 on the chase now as Lot goes into the overheat and burns through 113. Isma across the wall is now in the middle of 4. Lands the impale but dies for it. BDS fight back. Only Noah left standing. Paranoia will get rid of the edge tonight. And in goes 113 again. It's curtains for Noah. A great fight for BDS.
It's an ace for BDS out of nowhere. In a match state where it felt like GX was riding the momentum, making it impossible for BDS to find the play, they're able to find the angle. Noah wasn't with the team. BDS had a numbers advantage, and the shockwave that came through from Nuke, the engage that comes through from Paris, was a game-changing play. We look at this poke coming through from GX, testing the waters. The Rumble ultimate comes through. Jackie's on the flank. They force the flash out from Ice, but it's at this point where Irrelevant gets the ulti. He sees the stun that comes down onto Jackie's, and then the follow-up from both Paris and Nuke. Then at this point, it just becomes a chase. Lot is doing insane damage. You think at this point, there's even a window where he'll even get himself another kill. Fortunately, his team is there to help secure that kill. Isma thinks with Noah, maybe they can get more, but Noah's not in a position to follow up. We get back to live, and Jun is trying to interrupt this Baron.
Paris looking for the knockup. Jun flashes forward, though. 113 has to flash away. TP coming in from Irrelevant, who has just come out of base. Sterak's complete for him. Mega Gnar trying to build it up. Needs to jump over the wall. Goes Mega as he does, so has enough health to survive. Giant X might use that as their cue to go towards the Baron, knowing that 113 is low. No flash now on that Nocturne, but they won't quite, well, they won't decide to immediately force it. Lot will get the mid prio. Looks like resets coming out from Jun and Isma.
tense situation now as the game kind of resets. BDS have done a successful job of denying the soul away from GX. Baron is still a scary objective to just start up on a whim, especially given that Noah is going for that lethality build. They don't have the fastest Baron taking team on the side of GX.
I mean, Irrelevant shows bot though, and had just used his teleport from the fountain to the mid lane. So Giant X will just immediately start this up. 113 has the paranoia, and we have the Shockwave. I'm going to call it the dishwasher, Betty, because it spins, it's dark, and you get rinsed if it hits you. We'll see if they want to use that combo, if they can use it effectively. Jack is on a good flank position. Now there's a little bit of vision in the pit. Paris puts a ward in. They know it's being done. Jun looking for the Hex Splash. Irrelevant's worked his way up from the bot side. Baron has been stopped. The Impale going in as well as they try and lock up 113, who will die. Everything in darkness for the moment now. We pop back into sight. Paris looking for that engage, can't find it. BDS will play around the mid lane prio for now. Baron being pinged by Giant X. They want to start it again. Jackie still has that flank position and has his ultimate, that perfect execution available to him. It's the only ultimate available to all of Giant X. A quickness, a shockwave from Paris and Nuke could quite quickly kill off Giant X. There's the curtain call. Jackie's still unable to find a way on towards the backline. Paris stepping forward, Baron secured. Jackie's goes in, immediately knocked up and stunned with the quickness, but Jackie's finds one. It's Nuke dead on the backline. Ice trying to open up. He'll take down Lot. Irrelevant about to go mega, but Ice is so far away. Can they re-engage? Noah at half HP. Chain of Corruption buffered out by Irrelevant, but good poke onto him means that he's walking away wounded, and Giant X get the Baron.
A very nice Baron overall from GX's. Remember, the initial Baron start was used to find that pick onto 113. With no smite available, they're basically relying on Nuke or Ice to be able to find a clutch steal with their ulti, but they're not able to find it. The position is quite threatening as the ulti drops down from Ice and Nuke is in a position to steal with the Shockwave. The Shockwave comes through, it doesn't quite do enough damage, and then Jackie turns his attention onto the backline. Very nice pick onto Nuke, a follow-up kill onto the Rakan. But then once they lose their front line, GX realize we don't have the HP to chase this. We'll be happy with the Baron.
With 2 minutes left on the Baron buff, Lot not getting it, obviously pretty impactful for them, or dying at least. He's almost at 4 items on this Rumble. Irrelevant stepping forward, TP coming out from Lot. Drake up in a minute's time. Both teams just scuffling for this vision control. Jackie's is pushed in the bot side. BDS, all 5 members close enough, and you could throw a towel over them right now. Everyone grouped up in mid. Irrelevant is going to work his way down towards that bottom lane. BDS unable to step forward to gain control of the mid wave. Ice trying to catch it as high as he can. Keep the possibility of BDS pushing Giant X out of this jungle, but Jun takes control, as does Isma. They'll clear out any BDS vision, and now BDS are fighting into the darkness.
I will say, as we get closer to this dragon, Ice is nothing but exceptional on this Jhin.
Yeah, he is.
Constantly finds ways to build gold leads, and I mean, with a 6-0-5 KDA this game, finding a way to avoid death. He's level 18, 365 CS as well. His positioning is so reliable, and he has often been the consistent carry for this BDS roster. Let's see if he can turn this game around for his team. The ball is on 113.
113, there's the shockwave onto Jackie's equalizer, goes a mile wide. Irrelevant able to dodge away from it, has the teleport as well. Jackie's down to about a 3rd HP. BDS still looking to get some purchase on a location in this river. TP coming out from Irrelevant.
Problem is, BDS, they've got no ammo, they can't reload. They've used the ultis now. That one-shot potential is gone. Jackie's will return to the fray. Irrelevant face checks Lot.
Irrelevant has to jump away. There's the Zhonya's out of Lot. That's big. Nuke from the side. Lot has to flash away. 7,000 AP. Now on the Drake. 113 looking for that steal again. Doesn't have the flash. The curtain's open. Jackie's can get on towards the back line here. Drake secured. It's Infernal Soul. The quickness comes out. And Jackie's falls twice. BDS. Although they've lost the Drake, they've lost the Soul. Maybe they can win the fight. Ice stepping forward again. There's a double for the Jhin. Yesterday it was 4. There's 3. Make it more for BDS. Only Isma and Noah left alive as Ice continues to chase, but probably doesn't have the range to catch up with Noah.
BDS find another successful fight. Even though their initial burst combo doesn't really gain them much, in the extended trade they're able to turn things around. So much credit needs to be given to Paris. The quick reactions to chains. You see Jackie's coming in from the flank meant that Jackie's was null and void before he could really do anything. BDS now with the numbers advantage, set their sights on the bot lane tower, and they're looking to stay relevant in this game 1.
Probably just 2 tier 2s for BDS off this, though. You can see Paris should be able to collect the local gold from that mid lane tower falling. So BDS take a gold lead, but remember, Isma secured the soul. He won the smite fight, so it's going to be a difficult fight back. As you say, Vedic, Jackies tries to get onto ice, and immediately Paris is there.
Just such a good response from Paris, and at this point, Lot then gets locked up. He doesn't have his flash available, he doesn't have the Zhonya's either. Jun doing what he can to keep his teammates alive. Ice does commit his flash to securing that 3rd kill. But BDS keeping their hopes alive here in this first game.
Baron up in a minute 40. Ice full build 905, a Medgice for Nuke. 6 stacks on it. Jackie's almost had his 4th item as well. The Rabadon's his prize at the end of that gold rainbow, I guess. The question for BDS is, can they win fights? Like, is Jackie's going to overextend onto the backline in a similar way? Will the Shockwave Dishwasher combination work out for them when you have 2 Zhonyas on the enemy team?
What's crucial to recognize is Noah does a lot of poke damage.
Yeah.
And so really, when you think about the consistent DPS, if you ignore kind of Jackie's wanting to try and assassinate someone on the backline, it's very much reliant on Lot.
True.
And so when he doesn't have his flash available, when the ultimate was already used very early on before the fight really kicked off, and then the fact that he didn't have his Zhonya's available either, it became very difficult for him to really impact that fight in the way that he would have wanted to. Now he's got the death cap available, his flash is still about 2 minutes away. He's a player that we'll have to keep our eyes on moving into the next fight because he's going to be crucial. But we're basically nearing full build across the board. The gold is meaning less and less by the minute. BDS was in a similar situation yesterday where they fell short to Fnatic in the final moments. A single fight could very well determine the entire game. And in this situation, it all comes down to execution. Jackies, will he have enough for death cap? Yes, he does.
Yes, he
okay,
will.
so both sides are happy with the itemization that they've gotten. And now we're just building towards the Baron.
I think for BDS, a single player making sure they press tab and ping the fact that Noah has a Zhonya's as well could change the outlook of this fight, because so often you just go on the AD carry and think, oh, we can burst him, right? Here, he's got Edge of Night, he's got the Zhonya's. If you go for him, the team is immediately going to collapse on you and you're not going to kill off that Varus. You can see the poke he's doing with the piercing arrow and the Infernal. Flash forward, there's the equalizer onto Nuke, and Jackie's immediately on the backline. Shockwave has to be used to try and disengage. Paris flies in once again with the quickness, but Jackie's is having none of it. He'll get the kill. It's a 1-for-1 exchange as both the mid laners fall.
Jackie's was committed for at the very least getting his one. He will secure the kill onto Nuke, but he had to invest everything to get it. Now, with both mid laners gone, Irrelevant will TP back into the fight. But what's he really TPing for? 113 doesn't have the HP to really go for any more of a fight. His ultimate is unavailable. The poke connects.
Selshot down as well now for 113. He's going to have to go back into his jungle to try and heal up some of that HP. In fact, just going to go for the recall. Isma constantly poking across the wall there. Paris looking for the engage. Jun goes in onto Irrelevant. Headbutt pulverize. Irrelevant about to go mega, but 113's a mile away. Doesn't have that paranoia back up. Baron available to both teams. Jackie's has TP in 15, as does Nuke. Respawn timers basically equal between the two of them now.
And Medgice, unfortunately for Nuke, not really getting a huge amount of value.
It's the Medgice's curse, man. You buy it, you have to immediately die. It's just the way it works.
Down to 2 stacks. BDS gain position over the Baron after GX need to commit some resets. Ward's now replenished by Jun, but Paris is basically out.
Oh, this is really good positioning from Paris. If you can find something sneaky here, Noah's going to check the bush, though. Paris pops the quickness. 113 looking for the engage, but Paris is already down. Could have jumped across the wall, decided not to do it. Jackie's dives in. Jackie's dives for it. A 1-for-1 exchange. Just 2 players getting caught.
This late into the game, you can't be trying to make those isolated hero plays because BDS has proven that they're way too good at locking you down and shutting you out. Jackie's needs more of a distraction before he can look to try and make those plays. The good news for BDS is that GX ultimately got too hypey. Yeah. They saw that pick, they wanted to try and fight more when they should have just turned their attention back towards the Baron. Tried to use that to force another fight given that 113 had already used his ulti. So we returned to a neutral state The Elder spawns in 20 seconds, and it's BDS that have position over the Dragon.
And Jackies won't be alive for the spawn of this Elder, who will be up a couple of seconds afterwards, but doesn't have teleport, remember, used it to get back in to the last fight around the Baron. BDS trying to set up around the Elder. Paris on his way down through mid, currently just passing the inhibitor line. BDS have the vision control. You can see Giant X trying to poke through here, see if they can spot anything. Now Jackies respawns, immediately sprinting his way to join the rest of his team. BDS playing through the mid lane prior. Could just go for the Baron as well. Don't really want to give up the Elder. Nuke and 113 stepping forward, perhaps looking to see if they can catch out Jackies. 113 goes in, but Nuke wasn't ready to pop the shockwave. Now 113 has to use the spell shield to get out. It's the paranoia down for a little while at least, and BDS's opportunity to put Jackie through a quick cycle comes up short.
Get the idea, but onto an Akali, that was going to be a very difficult task. That ulti from 113 being unavailable for the Elder is a scary situation for BDS to be in. We turn our attention to Ice once more. 10-0-6 the scoreline for him, reminiscent of what we saw from him yesterday. The Elder getting lower and lower, and BDS can't find a way into the river.
And 113 doesn't have a quick route in either, because that paranoia is still not off cooldown. Curtains open, Irrelevant looking for it. Equalizer onto Ice, he has to step off. 113 trying to get close, but the Impale will lock him up, and there's the Elder Dredge over to Giant X. And with how close the fights have been, you have to feel this is the opportunity for Giant X to really win things out. They find two, they'll turn their eyes instead of the fight towards the Baron. And that might just be the final nail in the coffin for BDS.
It's been an intense back and forth between the two teams, but without that Nocturne ult available, BDS did not have an easy way to contest the Dragon. They concede the Elder, they will lose Baron, and now GX is in a prime position to take game one of this best of three.
45 minutes in. Man, the last couple of weeks have been full of these long games, close back and forth. Maybe we'll see a Nexus left on 1 HP again. For Giant X, it's really well played. Like 113 obviously has already used the Paranoia. Equalizer going onto the Curtain Call means Ice can't get more shots out. And then the Impale on 113 as he tries to get in, just locks him up.
It was a very challenging approach for BDS, and Jun doing a good job of gatekeeping the river.
Yeah.
Now we turn our attention back to live. 45 minutes in, GX is fully empowered with both the spirit of Elder and Baron.
But not of Atakan, Vedi.
While that is true, I don't think they care. They'll set their sights on the first inhibitor tower of the game.
Yeah, they have two waves left of the Elder Dragon buff, so they want to try and escort these minions in, keep them alive as long as they can, because otherwise it becomes hard to really force into BDS's base.
Only committing onto this lane though, you look across the minimap and those wave states are not ideal. This could be great for BDS to stall things out.
42 seconds before the Elder expires. Equalizer does clip onto Irrelevant. Nuke has to flash away. Irrelevant trying to get towards the Mega, but the wave coming in with the Equalizer splitting BDS up. There's the shockwave onto Jackies. He manages to dash away. Paris trying to survive. Gets impaled. It's two members in there. Irrelevant yeeted back, and all he can do is get Giant X closer to his Nexus. In a 46-minute slugfest, Giant X will go 1-0 up.
With so much on the line, Giant X are able to find the crucial fight needed to secure game one. They want to keep their playoff hopes alive, and they're able to do it against BDS.
We'll be right back after a short break to see if Giant X can keep themselves in the running for playoffs.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is math, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
I cannot. S-flash.
I'm looking W.
Yeah. I see Z. Really good. Can you give me ball?
I am okay.
I go. No flash.
TP mid. Can we look to TP as well? I can one shot him. I can one shot him, guys. Trust me.
Okay, go.
Okay. Top shorty.
Here. Nice. I'll go with that.
Good job, guys.
Nice. It's the grand entrance, but no grand exit for him. The fight goes in Giant X's favor as Noah finds the final shot.
Down.
Nice.
Giotto, important draft because it's important games. It did seem to me like BDS, they have been tunneling quite a bit on this kind of Nocturne Orianna, but they gave you a lot of power picks in the process. So what's your view on the draft?
I think both teams have tools. They have a way to win the game with the Nocturne Orianna. We have good ways to avoid it later on. So I think it's just going to be a matter of execution.
Okay, how does the camp feel overall, knowing that it's really do or die, and regardless of what happened in Madrid, it could be over?
I mean, we are just thinking of next game, trying to enjoy playing on stage, not think too much about the playoffs. We'll just do the math at the end. Madrid was a hell of an experience, both there and when the lights went out. So we're just happy to be back in Berlin and now just enjoying the game, and we'll do the math at the end.
All right, how many masks is Jackie's going to build, you think, this game?
I hope 2.
Okay.
I hope I don't see a 3rd.
Let's see.
But you never know.
By now, we'll already know the answer, so back to you.
Most teams do have tools indeed, and that Nocturne Orianna, honestly, Odo, at one point I was like, yo, BDS is bringing this back, they're going to close out the game, and then it was like, no, GX brought it back, they're going to close out the game, and it was like, what?
Yeah, it evolved into this weird fiesta. I feel like the Nocturne Orianna provided a lot of early game value, but I still feel like it wasn't nearly enough, and going into late game, I felt like it became more of this utility pick in that sense, where I felt like it wasn't really their main way to win the game, because as we saw, Ice started to take over the game, he became incredibly strong, but still a lot of execution misplays, I feel like, because even now in this early game, what I would like to showcase here is that GX is doing everything perfectly fine. They have such amazing vision control. The whole both sides of the map is littered with wards, but off the screen, you are never safe on this mid lane, and this is literally the only avenue where BDS can find plays. But the problem is that even though they find this play, they have no follow-up because their control is not set up.
Normally as a Varus, you expect to be very safe in mid lane, and you're completely right. They did everything right in regards to putting the vision down to save themselves from the knockdown. You still have to play a little bit back, though. That made the game very interesting in terms of, I feel like there are largely 3 parts of that game. Early game, great objective dominance coming through from GX, even if the gold was a little bit in favor of BDS. But then obviously that didn't last through to a full soul. They didn't cleanly get to Infernal Soul. It extended the game. So then we had this whole massive mid game where Nocturne Orianna did crazy. And then we ended up with, you know, the roller coaster once again. But the early game was all about the objectives from GX. Didn't quite finish it off. Had to build up like double Zhonya's and to get towards that late game. And then they could finally close it out.
Exactly. You nail it on the head perfectly. I felt like this was one of these games where BDS needed to give these objectives to find the gold lead, and I guess the gold lead randomly happened because the Varus...
It happened somehow. It wasn't because of the objectives.
Yeah, it's because Varus had Edge of Night, had Zhonya. Yeah. That's why we saw a big power drop in GX's team comp, because it felt like teamfights were starting to swing away from them. The Jhin was building full damage, the Orianna was pretty safe, and later on, whoever engaged first was pretty much the team that was losing.
I mean, Ice as well has been really instrumental for BDS on this Jhin. We've seen it yesterday as well, and he's really trying his absolute hardest to carry some of these fights, and he puts the team in a good position. But I felt like mid-game specifically, BDS is dropping the ball every now and then.
It's really difficult because we talked about Nuke a lot in the pregame, and obviously is a big engine for part of this, but when it came through to most of the damage that was coming through from this comp, it was the long-range follow from the Jhin. Ice has been exceptional for this team. I actually don't know where they'd be without him without Jhin games like this. Yesterday, he could have arguably carried as well.
Striker did say that Nuke is the heart of this team, but I do feel like it was mostly Ice, because when everything goes bad, and when I think of BDS's best games is when when Ice is finding this foothold. But at the same time, big props to GX, because I feel like this game went to a place where it wasn't really theirs to win anymore. It felt like they didn't really have tools to win the game. They didn't really have consistent engage to deal with Orianna, with the Jhin, but still the misplays, I guess, came to bite them back.
And now it does feel like we get to a very tense situation. This was not a one-sided game as we thought it might be after like a really early soul point. GX did manage to close it out, and BDS, they've used this kind of tunneled Nocturne Orianna that they looked more comfortable on in the last couple of days. They now have to go beyond Fearless, flex again, and see if they can get them, claw themselves back into the series.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be pulling out in terms of the draft, but also when we are looking at GX particularly, it felt like their team fights were also in a really good position because you have the Rumble, you have that ultimate that brings you a lot of value, and in general, Lot has been doing pretty good in lane 2.
He was doing really, really well, but the problem was that when the lights go out, look at him, he's 360 no-scoping, Rumble ults, trying to...
Madrid type B!
Exactly, because it's so hard for him, because he has the most difficult job to pretty much find ults in the Fog of War, pretty much figuring out, now with the Sweeper, where the Rumble ult will be going. And even though he is missing all of these ults, I think he's been missing 2 ults so far, he had the most damage in the game. I feel like the game was in a very good state because Lot has been really, really good this game. The Rumble got huge lead over the Gnar, kept them in the game, kept pretty much the Nocturne, the Rakan at bay. It made it extremely hard for for BDS to find the engage they really need.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought up those clips of like the complete zero vision, because I'm not sure I had it straight in my head until I saw that there with the Pro View, thinking, well, how
it's
the hell?
So hard.
How do you find that as a rumble? You just gotta freaking just throw it into a direction, just hope to God that it hits someone. And luckily it did work out eventually, but I mean, his early game did really well in lane. Luckily later on, I think that the Flame Spitter with the Zonies did a load of work too, but you can see how hard it was.
And even though we praised Lot, yeah, good one. Even though we praised Lot for the great game, Jack is sure he had the 2 mass build. He was doing a lot in the late game team fights. I feel like we need to give huge props to Isma and to June because their vision control has been sublime this game.
Yeah, and they're going to have to keep it going if they want to close this out as a 2-0 because, again, the stakes for GX here are on the line. They need to be able to win this to make sure that they at least have a fighting chance. But exactly the same thing for BDS. They do end up choosing red side. We're ready to head into draft. So, Medivedi, do your thing.
We have a thing?
It's Maddie.
It's Maddie.
It's Maddie.
It's Maddie.
It's Maddie.
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 Time!
How did you forget your own name?
It's been so long, man.
Okay.
It's been many years.
That's like 4 years old now?
I don't
The
know.
end
My
of
favorite
those?
one was the elevator one.
The elevator one was great.
Anyway, we're going to stop doing our thing now. We're
Yep,
going
that
to
was
instead do the
our
actual thing we're paid to do. GX versus BDS. The desk already highlighted the importance of this series. GX finding themselves a game up puts them in a, naturally, very good position. We move into the second game, and we'll see what the adaptations are. The interesting thing about the Fearless draft is no salty runbacks.
That's true.
Which means that teams that have been determined that the Orianna Nocturne combo is good are now forbidden from trying
This is
it
why
again.
we needed it Worlds. Okay. Yeah, since now the Maokai and the Jace banned away by Giant X, Nidalee, Yone, and Kalista banned away by BDS. So
Pretty sure those are the exact same.
yeah, no real surprises so far. Giant X, where are we going?
Talia?
Talia.
Talia.
So then Azir?
I don't think Azir is good into Talia at all.
Okay, I'm just saying, a lot of people like playing Azir into Talia.
Not wrong.
You could go Victor, I guess, if you wanted to.
The EU special. Let's lock in Sejuani. Then you can put an Azir next to it, and then you...
long range, non-committal engage with some follow-up.
Yeah, chuck the Zai on top.
Easy.
Get the Sivir down bot lane. Maybe even go super old school, put a Jinx in there.
What, it's support or...?
Yeah, no, AD carry.
Oh, okay, well, because you already have a Sivir. You
No,
just
I
don't
meant,
want
I
in,
meant
right? So...
Sivir or Jinx.
Oh, Azir, Betty.
Yeah, I said now you can put an Azir in
Okay, 'cause you've got
Sejuani,
Sejuani,
because
that
that's
makes
the EU
sense.
special.
Okay, so I like Vi. I prefer Pantheon.
I was also thinking of Pantheon.
Yeah, I like Pantheon with Talia. I think it just makes it super easy for you to get follow-up with the Seismic Shove. But people are often going to the Vi mostly because, you know, have a little bit more practice on it. Makes a little bit more sense. Over the years. Does give you a bit longer range than the Pantheon as well, but I think you have more side lane threat with the Pan over the Vi. Instead, Isma will be piloting the Vi once again on the blue side for the third time this year, or the split. He's yet to win on it, although that's not saying a huge amount for Giant X, because they have yet to win on a lot of the champions that they have played across this split.
Just kicking them while they're down, that Medic.
They're up right now, they're 1-0.
Not wrong.
Yeah. And all I'm doing is stating facts, Vedius.
Jack's going to be locked in for Lot in the top side. This was a champion that he did bring out in Madrid last week.
He had a
to great success.
Really good series, a really good game.
I mean, I also think his game one was solid. Some of his rumble ults towards the end of the game were a bit whiff, I guess. But overall, I think he had a solid performance. Oh, a return of the Shen. I'm trying to think, like, I think Shen was an old school answer into Jax, just because basically when he does his...
you just E through him.
You then put the... Oh, I've forgotten all ability names.
So,
when he spins his weapon above his head...
When he uses Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike, you then put the thing underneath you.
Keys?
The shrouded thing. This is your job.
I think it's something to do with key.
I'm pretty
AI.
confident it's his W.
It's definitely his W.
Yeah, so... When Jax uses E, Shen uses W, and you're pretty...
Key Barrier is his passive. Spirit's Refuge is his W.
Spirit's Refuge, that's the
I was getting it confused with Twilight Shroud, which is the Akali W, obviously.
Anyway, point is, I think it can be a decent matchup.
Yeah.
In theory, with most Shen lanes, no one should really die. Shen often doesn't really have that much kill threat, but also he's a very difficult champion to kill. As we move into the second phase, bot lane naturally becomes the focus. Nico going to be banned away from Jun. I think pinching his ball makes a lot of sense, because when we look at Jun, Alistair and Nico have been his two most played. Rel then rises in priority for him. We think back to when he was on Fnatic and Rel was a champion that you really couldn't afford to give him because of how good he was at finding those engages. We haven't gotten to see his Renata really at all this year, and it was something that was a real big powerhouse for him when he did play for Fnatic. So we'll see what direction they decide to go. As the Misfortune gets taken off the board, will it be another AD carry ban? It will. So the Xayah Rakan, well, there is no Rakan anyway, so just the Xayah ban going to be directed towards Ice.
It makes sense. Xayah is so good at staying safe into things like the Talia, into the Vi. Like, getting rid of that Feather Storm does reduce your capabilities a little bit, and you kind of want more damage from your AD carry than an Ezreal would offer you, who is the other safe AD carry, because you just Arcane Shift away or over a wall, and the Vi is in absolute Narnia, right? So, looks like BDS are going to go instead towards the Zeri.
So they are going hyper scaling.
Yeah.
Front to back, safe scaling. Right now, their only engage is the Sejuani. Ooh, I wonder what support. I guess Leona is where you would think for Paris.
I think it really depends on the matchup. It depends how aggressive Giant want to go in the lane. If it is something, if they pick the Leona, you could look for something like the Nautilus into it if you wanted to try and hook her out of her Zenith Blades. Instead, Giant X will go for the Nautilus themselves, so likely an aggressive AD carry. A lot of dive already. Kai'Sa would be the obvious one, but that was banned out by BDS. Nautilus Lucian is not something we have seen too commonly.
Yeah, you're right.
There we go.
They're taking their time. I think Corki makes more sense.
But it's going to be Lucian. Okay.
It is.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's still a fine bot lane 2v2.
Oh, it does a huge amount of damage, right?
Yeah,
You
for
can
sure.
absolutely burst someone. But
it's definitely uncommon.
Yeah. We haven't actually seen a Lucian at all this year from Noah.
From Noah, yeah. Because we
Noah.
did see one.
We saw Nuke play it mid, and he didn't do too well.
It was also someone who played it on AD carry this split here in EU, but I cannot remember who the player was.
I'll find out for you, Betty.
Instincts want to say it was Hans, but I'm not entirely sure. Okay, they're going to pair Ice up with the Paris on Rel, so they're going to get a little bit more engaged for themselves, which I do think makes sense. When Sejuani is your sole engage, I don't love it, just because it's very easy to play around, especially with a Talia on the playing field. Now they have a few more options to get creative. Shen has a lot of champions that he can potentially use his ultimate on to assist. But basically the idea is GX have a lot of single target lockdown. They have a lot of potential backline threat, whereas BDS want to try and play this patient front-to-back style. They do have a degree of side lane threat. I wouldn't say that Shen is like the best side lane champion in terms of taking towers, but he's someone that, because of his ultimate, can easily join the fight in it.
I think the Shen is there to neutralize the Jax's side lane threat, I'm going to be honest. I have had a look over 2025 Vedi in the LEC, and I can only see the Nuke game.
Oh,
so maybe you're remembering the Han Summer game from somewhere else. But it was also, I've just Googled it, right? So it's possible that I am also incorrect. For Giant X, do or die in this series. If they win this game, they are still in contention for the playoff spots. Tolkien Vorbistu. That's what that said. I hope both teams have fun. Look, guys, I'm sorry, but I don't think the losing team today will have had too much fun. Just because we're at such a point in the season that the loss just really hits you, you know?
I mean, yeah, we talked about it earlier, but it's a situation where for BDS, this could be their last series of spring.
I mean, it's their last series for 3 months-ish if they lose this. And obviously they then get knocked out. They're not automatically knocked out if they lose this series. There's still ways they can make it through with tiebreakers.
Yeah, and for those a little bit confused, because the way the schedule works, every team didn't play every week.
Yes.
And then also because of the road trips, with only 4 teams participating in the road trip at any one point in time, some teams played a lot of games early on compared to later. Like G2's now like backloading a lot of their games, whereas Rogue was very front-loaded. And so BDS, this will be their 9th game of the regular season. GX still have 2 more to go, with the potential final scoreline of 4 and 5. If BDS lose here, their final score will be 3 and 6, which naturally puts them in a very precarious position when top 6 are the only teams that qualify for the playoffs. So there's a lot on the line. Of course, as Medic has already highlighted, if BDS do lose this series, it doesn't mean that they are out of playoff contention. I believe it's just they're playing a tiebreaker.
They would need a tiebreaker to qualify.
Yeah, need a tiebreaker.
They would need a tiebreaker to qualify.
So it's... and meanwhile, if now BDS win this game and then they win out on the series, then GX will just be eliminated.
As will Rogue.
Yeah.
If that happens. GX and Rogue really relying on other teams losing around them and them getting to, 3 or 4 wins, depending. For the early laning phase, not really too much happening. Jun is going to look for the hook here, trading in with the Aftershock. If you land your hook, you can avoid the CC coming out from Paris, and you get a little bit of a beneficial trade. A lot of them are trying to trade up towards this top side, both of them running Grasp, so likely see them just hitting each other to get those Grasp stacks off.
Early on, you expect Jackies to have that early prio, but Nuke going to get level 2, means that with a nice trade, he's going to be able to push Jackies back a little bit. On the bot lane, level 2 secured.
Yeah, nice hook forward there. Paris is going to take the bad side of this, just defending Ice as he jumps on towards Noah, but see Noah can just dash forward and trade in again with that light slinger passive, getting those 2 auto attacks down.
Very nice timing there from Jun in the bot lane, just as he takes over to level 2. And on the top side of the map, Shen doesn't have the strongest wave clear early on, so Lot's going to be able to get a slight push on the top side of the map. But across the board, Isma's getting the luxury of playing with 3 pushing lanes. Looks like he's going to leverage that push and immediately set his sights onto 113's blue buff. You can see Jackies is moving with him on the mini-map. They will spot out the blue.
Goes over towards his Gromp. Paris there with the Shattering Strike will get the stun down, but Isma should be able to steal away this Gromp and maybe more as 113 walks his way down towards the bot lane. Isma will take the Gromp. 113 might look for a gank. In fact, just going through the tri-bush here as Noah and Jun do back away.
Good use of the prio. Just a small advantage gained, naturally, but an advantage nonetheless. Isma wisely will not stick around for the blue buff because he realizes my laners need to go back to the lanes and they need to get farm. So I can't stick around any more than this, and I'll just be happy with the camp advantage.
Yeah, it would have been nice to take the blue. That would
have been nice.
Would have been tasty for him. Can't quite get it. Instead just goes over to his Krugs. Irrelevant landing the taunt there. Does take Lot down to about 200 HP, but he's going to pop his biscuits. Recall started by Jackies, unable to complete it because Nuke walked around the corner. And 113's on his way across here as well as Nuke glides forward. Jackies holding on to that flash and doesn't need to burn it.
Very nice damage there from Nuke. He will get a nice push in this mid wave. 113 can also help a little bit, given that Nuke is very low on mana. TD just going to come through from Jackie, so not the end of the world.
Another hook onto Paris, who jumps away. Noah trading back in onto Ice. It's good trading overall from Noah and Jun. Not getting too much of a lead, though. You can see, actually, Ice and Paris, if they catch this wave, will be about equal in terms of CS. But more resources available to Noah and Jun. A pot, health potion, and double biscuits still on Noah. So he'll be happy enough if these trades continue. Seismic shove coming out onto Nuke as Jackie's got back into the lane first with his own teleport, so was ready and waiting for Nuke to arrive.
DP going to use top lane, double Ruby Crystal picked up for Irrelevant. And now that top lane matchup will very much just become a, well, exactly what you're seeing on your screen. Just one champion trades once, the other champion trades again. This time though, Irrelevant does win out. But yeah, top lane is top lane.
That it is, buddy. The Twilight Assault buff's obviously helping Shen a little bit. That's his Q. But nothing too consequential. Just pushes him into a position where he can survive and trade effectively in a lot of these matchups, where in the past he would really get hammered down in the top lane and then would struggle a little bit more. Leap Strike away from Lot as he just wants to get this wave crashed in towards Irrelevant. One of the risks now for Giant X is Irrelevant is about to tick over to 6, about half a level away, and Lot doesn't have teleport, so he won't be able to join a fight. If it does begin, and obviously Stand United from Irrelevant will let him get across there quicker. Jun here, almost permafrosted, steps forward. Ice coming in from the bottom side of the fight around that Drake. Isma should just be able to smite this one, and then Bolt Breaker over the wall. Flash forward from Paris, cleanse away from Noah, and now Paris is on the wrong side of the rip, and Nuke slides in with the Emperor's Divine Fights. 2, Jackie's the first spawn. Jun ignited as well as the Stand United comes in to save Paris. They will manage to do so. Jun dies. Ice is the one to pick up the kill. BDS with a good glide in from Nuke and a good ultimate from Irrelevant win out on the fight.
BDS that's first on the board though. Paris was very close to losing his life after Jackie's used an absolutely beautiful, I always forget the name of this
Unraveled Earth?
Unraveled Earth. That is my kryptonite. So you'll see the engage come through. The dragon gets secured, and then as the engage comes through, this Unraveled Earth prevents 113 from being able to follow up, so he hesitates. But Nuke is the one that finds an angle over the wall, uses his E to glide into the backline, connects the ultimate onto 2 members, and allows BDS to swing this early skirmish in their favor. Ice having to commit his flash is obviously not ideal for him, but he does secure a kill of his own, upgrading to the Zerka's Greaves.
Yeah, nice Stand United as well from Irrelevant just to save Paris. In the end, it was possible that Jackies would have been able to get the kill. He was kind of being bounced around the back of the team fight, but don't want to risk giving that first blood over towards the Talib. Still has a slight gold lead over Nuke, who only picked up 2 assists in the trade. Meanwhile, we see the swaps going up towards the top side. Isma's going to steal away this red buff and look for the Krugs as well. 113 smited them, still not level 6. Irrelevant now having to deal with 2 players in his lane. Lot trying to hold the wave here. It's going to get stunned up with a Shadowing Strike, then pops the counter strike, and it's all okay. We'll manage to pick up that minion as well. So he's fine farming underneath this tower. Grub's up in 30 seconds time. An advantage in terms of numbers, at least on the map. At the top side to Giant X.
I imagine the swap is now going to come through. You can see both Irrelevant and Ice basing at the same time.
Dead. Because 113 comes across. There's the Glacial Prison. There's the follow-up. Jackies is dead. Didn't respect the fact that BDS could collapse. Paris will survive with the crash down shield. Minion auto attack, not enough to finish him off.
Pot helping him out a little bit there, but yeah, Nuke, he had to glide in with his E to get in range to spawn another soldier, which then stunned himself up underneath the tower, and then it got a little bit awkward for a second, but they did find themselves another kill, so that's 3 now on the board. This will be another objective conceded, though, in the early game. Isma having a similar performance to Game 1, where he was securing all of the early dragons and all of the grubs, which kind of put BDS in that awkward position of constantly having to fight for the soul.
Yeah, the game's actually gone very similarly to Game 1. Like, BDS getting a few early kills, especially 113 getting ahead in the jungle matchup. Lot is massively ahead in the top lane, and Giant X have got the early objectives. So, very similar to how we saw Game 1 happening. Here, I guess Jackie's a little bit further behind than he was in Game 1, and as in Game 1, he was able to get a bit of a lead on that Akali early doors, but only about a 600 gold lead between the 2 teams as of now. Importantly for Ice, he has managed to pick up that kill. It's about 10 CS up, and on the Zeri is beginning to scale.
Yeah, so this is where things become a problem for GX, because I think that BDS just scale better. Azir Zeri is perennial, is that the right word?
Yeah, perennial is good,
it's a perennial late game comp, right? And the whole idea is that you use your range to play behind a wall, and in this case your wall is Rel, Sejuani, and Shen, and you just hit damage, and you hope that they can't hit you.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if the Vi goes in, sure, you sit there and think, wow, this can be a problem, but then there's Sejuani wall, there's the Azir wall, there is the Shen ultimate, there's a lot of tools to just help protect the backline of BDS. So as long as they can just play the team fights well, which I think this roster has showcased they are capable of doing, being in a neutral state this early on is a great position to be in.
Yeah, it's also Ice on his 2nd most played champion throughout his career. He has a 62% win rate on this Zeri, very comfortable on it. Lot trading with Irrelevant still. Shadow dash forward from Irrelevant, doesn't quite land the taunt, and a lot goes in with the Grandmaster's might here. Should be able to kill off Irrelevant. Irrelevant using that key barrier passive relatively effectively. So I think Lot was more trying to get Irrelevant low so he could make sure this wave crashes in, but it looks like he has just given up the ghost on that one, and we'll back away.
Problem is the wave can now be frozen by Irrelevant. Of course, Lot has been building a nice CS lead of his own, but I guess he has the TP, so he can just TP back onto the minion wave, force Irrelevant underneath his tower. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. So now the Vi hovering around the bot side of the map. Dragon going to be spawning in 15 seconds. And remember that Irrelevant actually hasn't had an opportunity to base yet. So Lot can keep the pressure up on this bot side with a health advantage, with an item advantage. They can push in the midway, which is exactly what they're going to do. They can set themselves up for the 3rd objective of the game.
Pole breaker out from Isma. I thought he was going to start it up. There's the recall from Irrelevant. Immediately TP's down towards the bottom lane. Hook onto Ice, but just around the corner. Ice playing behind the wall, although not the one we expected. Isma goes in onto 113. Sejuani has the Glacial Prison, but isn't going to throw it out. Really waiting for Irrelevant to get the push out in that bottom side. Both Nuke and Jackies have the opportunity to move with their teleports. Jackies actually had begun working his way down the river. The rock surfing obviously gives him a little bit more movement speed. He does want to just run his way down there instead. Nuke now, the one in the fog of war. Jun on the front line. There's the TP in as Jackies is going to join the play. Paris goes forward. Isma dashing in onto him, and Noah will pick up the kill. Giant-X on the board. Should be able to take the Drake as well.
Bit of a disconnect there from BDS as Paris goes in as 113 is dashing out.
Yep.
Paris was ready to follow up on that engage. Didn't quite tick over to level 6, which would have been a valuable ultimate to have in that enclosed space. But remember, Nuke, he was walking down rather than threatening to TP. While they do get that TP out from Jackies, ultimately GX secure themselves their first kill of the game, and they're going to get another Dragon as well. So GX, even though they find themselves down in kills, the gold is largely even. I think a lot of that is because of the top lane difference, but in terms of itemization, there's nothing significant separating the two.
Nothing too massive between the two teams. It does feel like we're going to get a soul point / soul fight, as Lot pops the Grandmaster's Might here just to walk away from Irrelevant. We'll be able to do so. Wave should be shoved in by the time he gets back, but it definitely feels like it's the third, fourth Dragon fight decided game, right? If Giant-X get the third Dragon and get the fourth Dragon, then we're pushing to the point of, well, BDS don't have the time to scale into a position they can actually fight back. An interesting TP here from Nuke down towards the bottom side. I think what this is doing is just funneling more plate gold into him, saying we would prefer our Azir to get ahead.
The only other thing it could be is he's worried that he's going to get dived
in the top
so
lane,
he'd rather just TP bot, knowing that Jackies doesn't have the TP and they have no intention of using the TP in the immediate future.
I get that.
So I think it's like a combination of both, where if they want anyone to lose gold, they'd rather have Irrelevant. And
Cease and desist. Irrelevant flashes underneath the tower. There's the hook, follow up into the seismic shove. The Unraveled Earth doing work here as Irrelevant doesn't get an opportunity to move. Jun gets the kill. Meanwhile, BDS are pushing mid and bot. Noah forced away from the tower. BDS don't have the grubs on their side, so we'll only be able to pick up 2 plates. Start to path down towards the bottom side. 1-1-3 looking to see perhaps if Lot oversteps.
It's a goddamn bouncy council in the top side as Irrelevant. He got thrown around as 3 members of GX committed to getting that kill. They're closing that kill gap rapidly. And Jackie's being given a ton of isolated plates in the top lane as well. The goal difference not really too significant in the mid lane matchup, but GX slowly but surely getting into a much better position here in game 2.
I mean, a few minutes ago it was blue at the top of the scoreboard and then red, 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 red. And now it's going to swing into blue, 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 1 red, 1 blue, right? It's a good sequence of events for Giant-X. Picking up the kill, now 1,700 gold ahead because of the plates, because of that first tower up towards the top side. You can see BDS just lacking a little bit over the last couple of minutes. Lot constantly adding pressure on the side lane. Needs to be a little bit cautious if he does overstep here. You can see that Irrelevant working his way across. But in the end, it's really about whether or not Giant-X can use this small early lead and actually take the game away from BDS. Because Nuke's already at his first item, Yuntal's is complete for Ice. BDS are scaling in 2, well, probably 3 items that I will say they've outscaled Giant-X, all other things being even.
We'll see how things transpire. BDS was happy if the game state remained neutral, but it wasn't. Like, GX is being super proactive. You can say what you want about Isma this split, but right now in this series, he has been nothing but objective focused. He's securing these early leads, in a sense. It's not in terms of gold, but in terms of map pressure for his team. Rift Herald now alive, and it's GX that find themselves with position once more.
Move as well in from Jackie's. Paris has to crash down out. Importantly, there's a Stand United available to Irrelevant. Teleport is up for Lot, so Lot's going to jump in and constantly try and trade on Irrelevant here. Just get him low enough that if he does get in with the Stand United, he might fall pretty sharpish afterwards. Looks like Lot is going to base. Already has that Triforce complete. Jackie's with a seismic shove onto Paris. A Hex Flash forward. And Paris is down before the Stand United can even be used. Giant-X now, once again, eyes on the prize. This objective will be theirs.
It's another pick. It's another objective secured for GX. They've been doing this so consistently in this game, punishing these isolated members of BDS and converting it into something more. Now BDS are looking for a play of their own. There's 2 on the top side.
Oh, Nuke slides in. Jackie's flashes away from the Emperor's Divide. Glacial Prison going wide. TP invested as well. A little bit eager there from Lot. Immediately jumping to the defense of his mid laner, but wasn't needed in the end.
So a few summoners burnt ahead of the dragon spawning in 40 seconds. 113 and Nuke unlikely to have their ultis available. Jackie's, of course, losing his flash, but in exchange for the junglers, definitely not the worst trade ever. GX will be able to, I think they're hoping to complete those second items. You can see Jackie's is so close to the Leandries. If you can get that ahead of the next fight, you'd be in a great position. That'd be a lovely spike to fight on. Noah in a similar vein.
Drake up in 10 seconds time. It's Hex Soul for Giantx as well. They'll be very happy with that. There was a risk, it was Chem, and that I think would have put a little bit of a spanner in the works for them. Rifthold now beginning her charge down this mid lane. No one in the bot side for BDS answering the push from Irrelevant. Nuke up towards the top side. Lot goes in with the Counter-Strike. Another hook's going to go down. There's the Stand United. Depth charge, though. Follow-up, and 113's already down. Irrelevant dashes in with the taunt, but he's locked up for days again, and he's forced away with the culling. BDS have lost their jungle, and Giantx to just walk away.
GX, they get the tower, they get the kill. That makes securing the dragon that much easier, and similar to game one, GX put themselves on Soul Point. They've proven so far in this series that their early game can be very clean. They've managed their side lanes well. And GX, I mean, I don't know what happened to them in Madrid, but they have definitely continued to ramp up. While there's definitely a few mistakes in the mid-game, this is not the same GX that we saw at the beginning of spring.
Oh, this early game is so much better than what we've come to expect from them. On average, they are 500 gold behind at the 15-minute mark. They don't usually take the first tower. They don't usually get first blood. They don't usually win when they're ahead. And Jackie's is not usually caught out on a side lane. He's going to die to Irrelevant. Meanwhile, on the top side, Lot has been caught out by Paris and Nuke. And just as we praise them, Giantx begin to fall apart. Isma chasing 113 down here. Bolt Breaker in. Jun looking for the dredge line, but 113 steps to the side of it. BDS is going to get a lot on the map while this chase continues.
And as we enter the mid-game is when we start to see the chaos unfold. BDS, typically a pretty wise macro team. We think back to last year when Nuke and the original BDS roster was playing around the map. It was in these positions where they find these punishes. A pick on the top side of the map, a pick on the bot side. 2 quick kills in favor of BDS. They secure 2 towers as well.
Another gold's even,
and just like that, the gold is even. And that's why this series has been nothing but a nail-biter as both teams fight back and forth for that spot, for that ever so tight spot for playoffs.
Yeah, if Giantx lose this, remember, they are eliminated alongside Rogue from the road to playoffs. For BDS, they can still make it even if they lose, but would be reliant on tiebreakers rather than anything else. Isma looking for something across the wall here. Still 3.5 minutes before the next dragon, so we've got a while to wait on that. 2 items complete now on Nuke. Leandry's Nash's Tooth is in an incredibly powerful spot as this Azir. Lot trying to chase Irrelevant away. Irrelevant with the Titanic Hydra. Lot taunted up, and as you can see, you can just walk away from the Counter-Strike. In the duration of the taunt, the Counter-Strike expires. Defending the bot lane tier 1, Betty. Or just the blue buff, perhaps?
Looks like the blue buff is the name of the game. I think BDS, the thing that they would love to get rid of is that mid-tier 1. It gives them so much more access to the map, which GX is quite adamant in not conceding. Noah has remained steadfast in the mid lane to continue the push, and Ice wisely respects the potential collapse. He stays safely underneath his tower and waits for the wave to come to him.
Sometimes you got to do that, you know?
Yeah.
You don't want to overstep. In a game like this, can just be decided by a single overstep. Ice now has the Runans complete. Arakan has spawned at that 20-minute mark. Giantx have set up a little bit of vision around this, but Jun doesn't have as much vision as he'd like. Stunned up with the permafrost. There's the chase to continue. Paris looking for the engage. Jun flashes away. Can't get to the honey fruit, can't get to any extra HP, so he's just going to have to use the Hex Gates to get back out of base. No vision now for Giantx. Around there, Ice caught out with a cease and desist, though. Stand United immediately coming in. Lightning crash and Flash gets him out just about alive. The taunt in by Irrelevant onto Isma. Jackie's chasing forward here, and Lot coming in from the side as well. Bolt Breaker charged by Isma. Magnet Storm onto Noah. Isma flashes away. 113 falls first, and Jackie's on the chase. Another Counter-Strike, a double stun. Noah dashes forward, cleanses away from Paris' knockup. Immediately, Irrelevant's down as well. Paris able to walk away. And Ice coming back out of base sees his team in tatters.
GX convert that small skirmish into a massive teamfight win, killing multiple BDS members and converting it into another card. The collapse was swift from GX as Ice did everything he could to get away. He was able to survive just barely, thanks to the Shen ultimate that came through. But we talked about how dangerous it was to move away from the safety of the mid lane. He commits the flash, he gets away, but now BDS sees this as an angle to collapse. But the Talia ultimate combined with the TP coming through from Lot means that now BDS is getting collapsed from multiple sides. A good idea from Paris to lock down Noah, but there's no follow-up, which means that it just becomes a front-to-back affair with no AD carry on the side of BDS, allowing for GX to just mow down the targets one by one.
Giant X playing on multiple fronts. Get that 3,000 gold lead back. 40 seconds on the Drake. In terms of summoners, there's only a couple of flashes available in the entire game. 113 and Nuke have theirs. The Emperor's Divide, the Glacial Prison, both up as well. Ultimate's coming up on either team just in time for this fight. The seismic shot back onto Paris. He tries to jump away. The counter-strike finds two again, and 113 has to flash the wall and pops the Glacial Prison as well. Lot on the backline. Isma going in. Lot dives forward. Depth charge. Nuke's gonna fall first. Lot's on the chase. Another seismic shove connects. And Giant X just wipe away BDS.
Things are so quickly falling apart for BDS as GX go from one good fight into another. That is an ace in favor of Giants. And now with 12-6 in kills with the Dragon available, they're looking to secure the soul.
A 6,000 gold lead as well. 2 tier 2s off the push. Giant X, those last two fights, absolutely sublime. They'll take the Hex Soul. Baron's still a little while away. Let's have another look at this fight.
We see the engage initially come through onto Paris. He gets absolutely melted. And again, it's a situation where BDS is just disconnected on how they want to play the fight. Great target selection from Isma as he locks down Nuke. Jackies finds a way into the backline, which means that Nuke has to use his ultimate defensively. And when BDS is so spread out like this and GX can use the individual power of their composition, they pick apart BDS and they win a massive fight.
Yeah, huge credit to Jackies as well. A couple of really solid seismic shoves in the middle of that to get people back into the fight who may have just escaped. Ice right on the edge of it. But now, Giant X unwilling to get out, get knocked out of playoffs without a fight, are putting up a bit of a stormer here. Hex Soul for them, 23 minutes in ready. Very rapid securing of all of those dragons. 2 items complete on Noah, Jackies, and on Lot. Lot has the Seekers here as well. You can see Giant X beginning to push up through this top side. Sand United available to Irrelevant. I think BDS would be hoping they have 2 Shens instead of just the 1 in this game. Lot pushes forward, looking for that Demolish pot, pops the counter-strike again. Seismic shove back onto Paris again! And again, Paris falls first! The Stand United not enough, another hook, Emperor's Divide, Lot flashes past it, Noah gets the double, there's 1 minion here for Giant X. The mites won't be enough to take the tower for now, but already they've got 2 kills and it's all on Ice to try and defend.
GX are just relentless with their aggression. They're not giving BDS a window to breathe as they continue their siege. 2 quick picks into another tower. The last line of defense for BDS are their inhibitor towers, but Baron is spawning just in time for GX. They can immediately turn their attention to this, and now it becomes a question of can 113 find a steal?
I mean, the small risk here for Giant X is starting up immediately. You haven't set your vision line as clearly as you'd like it to be. Don't have any vision just over the back of the pit. The vision you had deeper was cleared out by BDS immediately, and because Giant X realize it, they back away as soon as they see BDS coming through their jungle. The Hex Gates make it too hard to immediately do that Baron, so we'll have another look at the fight towards the top side, because again, it's Paris getting caught with a seismic shot.
And you mentioned it earlier, Jackies is just finding some great knockbacks consistently throughout this game. He finds the knockback onto Paris, a good flash from Lot. Wasn't necessarily needed because another knockback came through from Jackies. He just sets up the picks for his team, and they extend the gold lead to 8k. Now the main objective being this Baron. GX, of course, you always have to be cautious when starting this objective. You don't want to run the risk of giving the opponent jungler that opportunity to steal it away. But this game does feel like a foregone conclusion. Of course, we've seen many throws from these positions before.
Why have you said it, buddy?
I will not throw away the possibility, but GX is in such a commanding position. And it is a much-needed performance for them. As they wish to keep their playoff hopes alive, they're doing exactly what they need to do.
keeping BDS on the ropes in this game, getting themselves 2-3 wins. They have one more series against Heretics at the end of the regular season to try and get to that elusive 4. Usually 4 wins is at least tiebreaker, if not just into the playoffs. Expect it to be a tiebreaker this time. You can keep their fate kind of in their own hands a little bit. Baron begun by Giant X. BDS, one solitary ward past basically the entrances to their jungle. Unable to get any vision on it. Isma and Noah just mowing through this Baron right now. BDS will be there, but they'll be way too late. Baron secured by Giant X. The smite comes out now. Isma was waiting to see if he needed to engage. Doesn't need to. They have 2 synced waves here. It looks like bot and mid for Giant X. Jackie's still looking to see if he can chip away at Ice, and we have a pause. I believe it was from BDS's side. We'll see exactly what the case is, obviously, as soon as we can find.
Once we have more information, naturally we will share it with you. Yeah, the pause did come through from BDS's sides.
There's a sign in the crowd that says, "I'm here for switching lanes."
Okay. Well, okay.
Is he switching lanes?
Yeah. Right now they'll need 2 because they have a Baron, and they'd want to play through 2 lanes rather than 1.
You could just play through 1 and kill the opposition.
Okay, you could potentially do that. I'm seeing ready checks.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Doesn't that happen before the show?
See, it literally says game is resuming shortly.
Oh, nice.
Live updates.
Here we go.
Live.
As opposed to the live updates that you get after time.
Correct.
Or premonition updates, which sometimes we get every now and again. Looks like we are jumping back on into the game. The Baron push continues. Giant X, BDS trying to defend on 2 fronts. The next wave for Giant X in the bot lane, a little bit away. They'll go for the inhibitor first. BDS at some point have to pull trigger here. I mean, you can sack 2 inhibs, but it becomes a very tricky road to walk back. Lot steps forward with the counter-strike. Irrelevant's going to dash away with the Shadow Dash hook. 1-1-3 going forward. There's the Magnus Storm. A great engage from BDS, but they don't have any damn damage. Ice wasn't there. He's not back. He'll dash away. The Lightning Crash not doing enough. Ice locked up. Giant X wipe away BDS and keep their playoff hopes alive.
In convincing fashion, they will close out this series and they will keep the playoff dreams alive as they shut down BDS.
It was a long time coming for Giant X. Until Madrid, they only had 1 win. Then a victory versus G2, a close series versus MCOY, and now a win versus BDS. The question is, will the gods smile upon them? Will it all come down to that series against Heretics on the final day of the split?
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, but the league just got a whole lot more tense.
Oh, it got a whole lot more tense. Are they all Jackies-ing for position?
Okay.
Are you going to leave like Noah? Or are you going to stay?
You can vote for your key player of the series. Lot, Jackies, or Noah, all great options. I do want to give a big shout out.
Those are all the options. It's John.
Yeah, I do want to give a big shout out to Isma. His early game of
Is my jungler in the nominees, Benny?
He is not, but his jungle control in the early game was spectacular. The objective focus that he had, the way he played around pressure was very clean. And given how much criticism he's had throughout the split, I think that he really did step up in this game, and he was a massive contributor to the success of GX in this series. So huge credit to him and the team. They're looking good. As you rightly said, they've got 1 series left, and it's now really in fate's hands for BDS. They're looking for a tiebreaker to stay alive, to be able to compete.
Yeah, importantly, no series left for BDS. That was their final series in the regular season, so we'll see if they can find that tiebreaker from somewhere. It will rely on a lot of results going in their favor because they're currently only at 3 wins. 3 and 6 is where they end up, but the 5-way tie is still alive.
It certainly is.
Winning that.
And obviously the disappointing way for BDS to end their split. They're not going to be happy with it, but now destiny is out of their hands, and they're going to have to rely on the results of the remaining games. GX, though, elated after finding some much-needed wins over the last 2 weeks, and that final series, they're in control of their own destiny in a lot of ways. There may still be some tiebreaker situations even if they do win.
I haven't looked through all of the permutations,
because even 4 wins, because of the whole standing situation and what plays out, they might not even be safe even if they do win, so it's not an easy road for them. But if nothing else, LEC is going to be a wild ride.
That it is.
With the remaining game today, games tomorrow, and next weekend as well.
Yeah, those being played in Paris, obviously.
Yes, they will be.
For the first 2 days, and then we're back here on the Monday in the studio. For Giant X, the curse seems to be broken, Betty. They beat G2, finally broke the Giotto curse of G2 won't make worlds, and now back to winning ways. It took them a while to ramp up this split, but hopefully they can continue this form. I can see Shox standing behind us with Noah, with Giotto. I don't know if she's ready. She can wave towards the camera. Oh, she's ready. Let's go. Shox, take it away.
Thank you so much. They're already talking about the game. They can't wait. I mean, I would as well. No problem. Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Giotto and with Noah. First up, congratulations, you two. After Madrid, it's nice to get another victory on the board. Now, the first thing I want to bring up is that there is a difficult situation in that we saw that you were wearing the band, and I was wondering if there was anything you both wanted to say towards that.
My grandfather passed away 3 days ago, so but still I'm here.
Yeah.
I came to back Korea, so I mean. I'm really happy to win because
It's okay, Noah.
It's okay.
Okay?
yeah, work is work, so I'm happy to our team win and we can make playoffs. But yeah.
Thank you, Noah. Of course, I get it. This is a difficult moment, but you get the victory also in spirit for him. And I think, Giotto, can you tell us a little bit about then the challenges of this is a situation you navigate as a team, right? And the fact that you were able to bring it home into a victory today in this all-important race for playoffs.
I mean, obviously, the win is very important, but I mean, I told Noah, to me, today we just wanted, similar to Madrid, but now with obviously an extra purpose, we just want to play each game in a way where we can leave proud. And then if we don't make it to playoffs, we just want to be able to be happy with the way that we played. And preparation for this week, obviously it's extremely hard. And to me, family is always above. But I think Noah was an absolute warrior, gave his best every scrim. So obviously, it just feels even much better to win, just to make sure that this can be attached to the memory of his grandfather. Yeah.
Absolutely. Noah, is there anything you want to say about how you performed as a team today and have since Madrid, where I feel like, you know, you are improving every single day, and it is commendable knowing now what you had to go through in terms of playing here this weekend?
I mean, I think after Madrid, I think our team is finally can show our performance in staging. So I just wanted to keep it. And yeah, I think today, even I played worse. I think our team played really well, so I'm proud of them.
Absolutely. That's why you have a team at the end of the day. Giotto, is there anything that you want to lift out that has stood out to you the last couple of weeks that your team has really took on board and that has netted these victories?
I mean, to me, it's just the fact that we were able to still have a good mood, even though our results were not satisfactory as well. I think that more than myself, this group of players put a lot of effort in that, and they thrive on those environments. So to me, just the fact that everyone is still able to come to an office with their hopes up and with a lot of willingness to learn and do better, and especially to have fun, I think is the key that is making us perform. But obviously, we still achieved nothing. We are still at the bottom of the barrel. So next week we have another final, and if we win that, our chances, actually I don't even know what our chances, if we depend on someone or not. But
probably, but all you can do is look ahead.
Yeah, but for us, we just want to win regardless of anything, and that's kind of the mindset that we are having. And going to work every day with these 5 players and the 3 coaches that I have has just been very good, because when you are on these lows, that's when you really see what you're made of. And I don't know, it's just really, really nice.
Yeah, it is. Congratulations on that part. Noah, you're also voted by everyone as our Kia Player of the Series. So I think, yeah. I mean, Definitely makes you probably feel good that it's like a big hug from all the viewers and everybody to you. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for talking to us. GX, they managed to keep themselves and Rogue in the playoffs. We're going to head over to a quick break, but when we come back, it is our match of the week of G2 versus Vitality.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I mean, G2 I'm excited to play. We haven't played them on stage yet, so I want to see how like Labrador plays on stage. We usually with G2 is like when they play bad, they come back very strong.
Linzes flashes in, but he's all sent away. That's Nuke's ulti, but finally, Nesquik, not just a good-looking drink, he looks freaking amazing on Nico as well.
I have no idea. I mean, I thought the game is like kind of lost, but then Niski finally did something after running it down, you know, the entire game. So I was pretty happy about this engage that he found.
I mean, yeah, we came back. I mean, I did one good flash and then we kind of won the game. That's usually how these matchups go, right? So
I definitely have a lot of trust in G2, and I think they have always shown a lot of good progress, and we have aligned a lot with our goals. So I think we obviously didn't quite make it all the way in winter, but I think we have learned a lot since then, and I know that we have all put in a lot of work to not have that happen again. And I'm just excited to play the rest of the split and hopefully prove that we are a team that can compete for the World Championship.
That's the engage, kicking things off. Razor manages to find his target, but it's only the Ezreal ult to follow. Now the Vi deleted. The Maokai ult beautifully splits up the fight. All of Fnatic taken out.
Welcome to the match of the week, G2 versus Vitality and our Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in with Broken Blade. Broken Blade, a really important day, and I think it's been a while that you had such big stakes, I think, domestically in EU, being that you lost 3 best-of-3s in a row, which is fairly unique, I want to say, in G2's history. So how is the team? How did you recuperate after Madrid?
I mean, we definitely had a tough week, tough 3 series. But I feel like we had a very, very good conclusion. We had a very good talk. And I mean, people know G2, we always come back fighting. And I think today is going to be the day where we come back fighting and show up. So I'm very excited. I'm very excited of what we can show today. Very excited at what me and my team, you know, just how we perform today. I'm very eager to show that we are still here, you know.
Yeah.
G2 is still here,
to
contest the trophy, so.
Yeah, for sure. I think that whenever I ask you a question, you're always very cognizant of answering in terms of the team, which I think is very important. But I do want to turn it a bit on your personal performance as well, because I feel like you left some things on the Rift in Madrid that you wanted to show better, I can assume also from a personal perspective. And it seems like the thing that came natural to you and the rest of the team communication-wise and engage-wise last year don't seem to entirely all be there. Do you have a similar read, and how do you combat that?
I mean, there's definitely, a change of like what kind of champions are being played, and for me individually, obviously, I'm always looking to you know what I can do better in these games. And I mean, thankfully for me and my team, I feel like we are very open with each other in terms of like what we can do and I can do better, and that goes for every single person on the team. So obviously that's something I've been working on, just to be, you know, always looking to perform the best. And today is hopefully one of those days.
Okay, what do you think about people's opinions on your Yasuo?
I mean, my Yasuo took out one of the greatest top laners in the world, so I don't really listen to those opinions. I know it's good.
I like it. Finally, Vitality now, they kind of got away with murder with the Niski engaged last week. What do you think the biggest challenges are in terms of playing them?
I mean, the biggest challenge for me is to take Niski serious when I see him on support role. I played against him a lot, so seeing him on support is going to be something very different. Also, I like to play against Nagnako. He's also Turkish, so I want to play well against him. But overall, I think they have their own style. You know, for us, coming from a 0-3 lose streak, it's going to be a good match to showcase that, you know, we can bounce back. And I think Vitality is a good opponent for that, because we have to prove ourselves. You know, they are not just a random team to beat. They are playing well, so excited for it.
Okay.
But staying humble at the same time, you know.
Yeah, I know. You're always humble and excited, and so are we. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The biggest challenge is taking Niski seriously. This guy like went in, but the thing is, he's right. They have to do really well against Vitality, not because they have to prove themselves, but this is also your playoff spot to an extent, having to lock a chance to play a tiebreaker.
So there's 2 things here. It's the playoff spot to get the tiebreaker minimum,
yes.
But at the same time, he did say it himself, they have talks. And teams like G2, the really top teams that are always contenders for the title, when they hit these sort of speed bumps, they hit the wall, they, you know, have the talk, they bounce back from it. So now it's especially important because now you get to see what the talk was about. How do you put it into practice? Did it work? Did you get the right conclusions? And if it's not, then you have to go back to the drawing board. And I don't know if you can do it back-to-back like that.
And zeroing in on something that you just said about bouncing back there, Vitality have already had to do that. For those of you who didn't see at the start of the day, we had a big graphic of like the wins and losses in a big line for each team. Vitality had like a giant canyon from the 0-2s that they had back-to-back. They've already come back from that, and I think that G2 cannot rest on laurels at all. They must get back to form soon, because Vitality, they're looking, you know, some bumps aside, looking really like they have a really good ceiling.
Yeah, it's not just the fact that Vitality has a really good ceiling. It's also when you're looking at G2 here and the fact that there is a world that we currently live in where they're not going to be in playoffs if they don't lock in today. They don't have time anymore. They can't wait until they're playing in the arena against KC where they're going to have the KC fans also shouting at them. It's like for G2, like it's today or maybe they're not even in playoffs.
Exactly, because I'm looking at BB. I'm looking at BB, the adaptation that he's making. Every time we look at G2, he's the pillar in the top lane. It was always him and Caps and other people bouncing to it. And now he needs to prove it today.
Yeah, and they're going to prove it hopefully on the Rift, but also Vitality has a lot to prove as well with Niski on that support, whether or not they're going to be able to make this first game sweat. Let's head over to our casters because we're ready to head into the match of the week.
Hell yeah, we are. Match of the week. Oh my God, G2 Vitality fighting for their playoff lives. Nothing sealed today, but the fact we're at this spot with a team like G2 and Vitality climbing up that hill, it's impressive to say the least.
And it should be good sport as well. I think this is going to be an absolute banger.
Hell
it feels like Vitality, like these individual performers really stepping up. I think Chayek had that great performance on the Talia. Those walls were fantastic. And now, if you can try and have that performance here against Caps today, that could be something. But we've also got the Turkish tussle in the top side of the map as well, that I think a lot of people will be keeping their eyes on.
Yeah, I mean, didn't you guys see, were you telling me that Nukknucker looked up to Broken Blade, that there was this a real respect for what is the GOAT of the top lane in this league?
And that was the thing, so we were chatting to him kind of before Euphoria started, and very much the discussion was Nukknucker backing Broken Blade for the best top laner that we have in the league.
Yep.
Maybe if Connor gets chased, it might be a little bit different, but definitely has looked up to Broken Blade, has kind of been that inspiration, and has said, look, this is the first time he's ever faced off against him, so he's looking forward to learning from the master himself. Although in the bathroom, he tell me they were going to look into a Shogat v Shogat, which luckily can't happen, but it would make me a little bit more disappointed, you know?
I love that bathroom insight. Let's see what else gets taken off. Yone so far seems like a good bet for G2 since even Nukknucker has played it so far on the side of Vitality. That Maokai stable jungler still in 25-9 here in the LEC. Kalista still not getting through that much, and this seems like the usual, although taking away the Kai'Sa here seems a little bit ambitious in game one.
The Varus, I assume, is going to be the final ban. So I imagine you go Varus ban, they're looking at an Ezreal pickup for Hans Sama, because that's kind of the answer, I would imagine, a lot of the times for that Kai'Sa. We've also seen Vi start to kind of teeter up in the priority list as well, because you can open up for a lot of the, you know, the Vi rumbles, these kind of plays. So I'm curious as to what G2 want to try and go for here.
Call out though, that ban taken away, as you said, the range taken off the board a bit. Talia has been worth a mention, especially with setup of these comps. We know how many good junglers are pairing with strong mid laners at the moment, Dagda. It does feel like for Caps, I mean, he's played a lot of the Talia, he's played a lot of champions this split, but Talia sits high amongst most of them.
Yeah, we've kind of seen Chayek go back towards things like these here in this sort of situation. It only really seems to be Caps who's trying to opt in towards the bunker picks like the Hui into the Talia to try and outrange in the matchup, but I don't think we'll get it here. And honestly, I could just see the Rumble and then a jungle lock in here as well. Pantheon makes a lot of sense. A very strong, potent early game jungle.
Nice water bottles. Good branding for Vitality. Nukknucker also leaning back on his chair. It's going to be hard to grab that water bottle in the midst of the game, but we'll keep you updated to see how long his arms can reach. The Pantheon you already talked about locked in. Let's see pairings here, because, again, for Linces, I love him on these aggressive junglers. The Naviri, the Pantheon, he's most played, and so far we've not been disappointed with when Linces gets a lead. He does take over the game with picks like this as Jace. That also helps.
Wow, okay, so I agree with the Pantheon pick, because like the last time you think about him playing it was the MCOY series, where he had that game one where he just popped off at 5-0 in the first few minutes of the game. So definitely a champion he's looked very comfortable on. The Jace surprises me. Not that I don't think Nukknucker has it in his wheelhouse. I just thought it would be a bit more like we'll go towards the Rumble, go towards something a bit more basic, because this is kind of just a call out from Nukknucker saying, look, I'm going up against the guy who's been a bit of an inspiration for me, and I want to set him home in a body bag.
Even something like the Gwen, right? Because further to your point, with the AD jungler, we get AP solo lane pairings most of the time. I guess they said Jace is too strong to leave open. We cannot give it over the side of Broken Blade. It's banned pretty much all the time in the LEC. I guess with the Ezreal as well, it would have given nice range as G2. Obviously opting into mid-jungle pairing and now setting up Han Sama for his historical best champion. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, Dagda, but that feels like one of his best.
I mean, no, I agree. I think Han Sama, to be honest, has been kind of the most consistent performer for G2, and I think he's actually playing fantastic.
Time of trouble.
All split long. And the Ezreal has been a very strong pick for him, which in the past it hasn't been as much, but he has really come into his own and had standout performances on this pick. So I'd be a little nervous if I'm G2. Vitality on the opposite side, though, getting comfort for Niski. Niski has kind of fallen back towards things like the Alistar, the Rakan, the Rel. So definitely Alistar is most played and something that he'll look to try and be comfortable on in that bottom side against Han Sam and LeBron.
Happy birthday to you. Yo, Rodrigo, happy birthday. Happy birthday. The crowd singing. Yeah, you know what? Screw draft. Can we pause draft? Do we have a cake?
Someone get the candles.
Happy birthday. Turning young old age of 30 today. I don't know, really. I'm just guessing. Happy birthday. I don't know.
Sending him down the 30-year-old river.
Maybe younger, I'm sorry. I just figured I'm like, you know, a lot of the time, like, coaches, people behind the scenes of the teams, usually they're older than 30, Dagda, so I thought I'd play it safe, you know. Maybe not. Anyway, happy birthday. Set up of bands. Look, we get rid of some basic ones. Victor, take it off the table. Poppy as well.
Yeah, I think Azir is probably going to be next to follow. It's anything that essentially gives range in that mid lane matchup is what you want to remove as Talia.
Yep.
And you've already got that set up with the Vi as well. So it's a very strongly jungle pairing and try and deny some of that long range and safety in the mid lane as an answer. I still am curious, though, exactly what's happening with this Jace, because I think they are going to hold it till R5 to kind of solidify where this pick is going to go.
Yes.
But you could always send towards Chayak in the mid lane. And traditionally what we've seen is when you get the Vi combo, you tend to want to use something like the Rumble alongside it. And you could always then shift that Jace into the mid lane, send a Gwen. Oh, actually, there we go. I was going to say send a Gwen into the top lane. They're thinking the same thing, where Gwen got nerfed in AD matchups, not so much in the AP matchups.
Yeah.
So she can work into picks like the Rumble, but G2, good read on that situation.
Still such a hell of a mid-game spike, and now that that's off the table, we get to answer that question one step at a time. They leave the flex up, they lock in the Xayah, and Xayah against Vi was always such a good response because you have the button to stop the Vi button, therefore nullifying everything. Vitality, their options are good, but how does G2 opt to run into this? Broken Blade's picks are always fun to watch. What has he got for the Jace top, or potential Jace top, as we said? Nullify.
Yeah, and that's going to be the call. Just take the Sion, nullify the matchup, and just say, look, I will be so much more useful as long as I can deny Jace from really snowballing in this matchup. Leona going to be the parent alongside as well, which I do like. Less for the lane. Unfortunately, Alistar kind of answers a lot of Leonas and the Rels that you would want to go for in this competition in G2, but just really good follow-up for that Vi engage to provide that long-range CC to complement it. So overall, G2, very much a strong front-to-back team-fighting style with dive options in the Vi and the Leona. And whereas when you look across the Vitality, okay!
Always a treat, isn't it? We got Sion from Broken Blade, but on the other side, there's a Vladimir. Now, Dagda, we still have to wait to see which lane it goes in, but most likely top right, like Vladimir mid has been less common than the Jace mid.
Yeah, I think it will be the top Vladimir. And I like the transition, right? We just said Sion, we looked at like LPL and LCK. They would just take the Sion and go, cool, I'm going to just scale.
Yep.
You will probably get some turret plates. You probably come in with a gold lead. I'm just going to be more useful in team fights. But with the Vladimir now, you match that kind of passive scaling in the Sion. You can also take some plates, and suddenly this Vladimir becomes a monster in the later portions of the game. Still though, I think you've got good, at least push for Vitality in both top and boss, or sorry, top and mid, I should say, that you can look to try and play off of Linsis. But the team fight's going to be a bit more interesting because while you do have a lot of damage, you do have to try and get past this beefy front line as Vitality to really hit the back line properly.
You're very right. I mean, that Sion, the Leona, great initiating tanks as well. So for G2, how simple is the comp where you just say, we run into mid, and they just know, sorry, I'm just getting distracted by the right side. And how easy is it to accelerate from there? And ladies and gentlemen, it's a new rift, it's a new day, it's new expectations that need to be met. Because G2 on the edge, alongside Vitality, is not where you expected them to be. GB the other day, even yesterday, said he doesn't think they're going to make playoffs. G2, their schedule, it might not be easy, but god damn, That's a big call when G2 are really the face of League of Legends in Europe.
I mean, they haven't finished outside of the top 4 since joining the league.
Yep.
And now, there is a risk of them not making playoffs. Now, it's still there, but a win here would be massive for G2, guaranteeing them a title situation. Same goes for Vitality in the if mishaps occur, but we'll have to see if G2 can find that success, and it hasn't been the most successful time for them as of late.
Has not indeed. A lot of people are going to be asking the question of, like, what really happened to G2? And I think you can come back and you can say it really felt like it happened over Madrid, right? Only something to take away from one weekend, but like, oh my God, they're GD at 8, they're 14. Yo, their stats aren't that bad. But it all crumbled in that mid-game, which is what G2 spent all year last year working on.
And I think a lot of it was kind of focusing around Caps in the mid lane, whereas, hey, can we push him behind, which we saw in a couple of games, but even when he was able to get those leads on the Orianna, he wasn't able to quite find the success. The cohesion on G2 wasn't really there for them. So I think that's where in a composition like this, it fills me with a little bit more, how will I say, confidence that they can try and play through that.
Yeah.
Just because it's very easy to execute. You have point and click from Skewmond, follow up from Caps, follow up from LeBron, Broken Blade being a nuisance as a front line. It's very easy to execute on this composition, and we'll have to see if they're going to be able to find a way through it, because Vitality have a composition that if it starts to get ahead, really will just take over in a lot of these situations.
Vitality, I mean, look, they're not the cleanest team, but if you give them an inch, they'll at least claw their hands across the road to get to that end of the mile, right? It has been so much fun watching this team adapt this split, and Vitality fans are rejoicing because of how explosive they've been, especially around the Herald fights. Niski walking up to take a trade. He's going to pulverize down. He's ignited as well, trying to run for his life. He ends up having to flash. Double summoners down for Niski. LeBron with an ignite off the table.
Yeah, so nicely done by G2. Again, kind of punishing Niski in this bottom side. It has kind of been the detriment of Vitality. Although Karzi hits the level 2, get a good trade back onto Hansama, but Niski definitely struggling in their last series. Now again, having to burn that flash early. So we'll have to see if he can have a little bit of a nicer time.
You know I'm laughing, don't you? Because again, Niski in that Nico game where he just, you know, he got caught out so much in the early game, entered quite a lot, caught out in mid-game, and then finds one big ulti and wins them the game.
But that kind of happens with Niski a lot, where it's like not only the Nico game, but if you look at like their Dragon setup in those, he had some great like Hex Flash Alistar engages to find those setups. Like, and again, like Chayak in that first game with the Talia and that Alistar really working well together. So we'll have to see what they will be capable of doing. But yeah, I think the only like if Vitality start to get ahead here, I should say that it's kind of difficult for G2 because you're not a very high damage composition. Like, K0 sure does a lot of damage, but like Caps kinda does. And if you're like Nako and you start to get elite, it's going to be very difficult to shut this Vladimir down. So I am curious how G2 want to try and interact on the map, because at the moment Skewmon's moving bot side, but I imagine you want to try and put some pressure onto Nako so he doesn't just, as you can see here, get a little bit of time to just freely stack up and have a great old time against this side.
Skewmon, Ward's going to be seeing good side step from Chayak as Skewmon also rears his head in, Caps just teleported to a ward. But you know, you mentioning top, the greatest thing is, I think you're also talking about it in draft, like, he needs attention because Nako into the Sion, a free scaling lane. Bolt won't be the same deal. Pulverize sends LeBron sky high. Gets a bit of healing and rather W's up. The pots are burnt, Hansama pokes them out, and the threat of a dive is there. The Skewmon also walked over a ward, spotted near try.
Yeah, I think it's just trying to allow G2 to push in safely, because at the moment, like, in the support matchup, you have a ton of pressure here as LeBron. Because you've got that W, you get a ton of resistances, you don't really match it as Niski, even with the Aftershock, so you're always playing on the back foot. The only time you can't really engage is if you are too close to Niski's tower and he can find someone to punch you back underneath the turret, but as long as you avoid that, like, G2 should be fine to just keep pushing in these waves.
Notice who mid, Caps just gets a good chunk out on Chayak, but he does have teleport. That's the advantage. Caps comes back to lane with a tear, so naturally he's going to have the access to a greater health bar. Teleport going to be burned from Chayak. He's coming back in now with a pickaxe as well. So a bit of burst being added into this mid laner. Kind of expect.
Yeah, and I like it. I mean, this is kind of where Caps has to continuously burn mana to push in, whereas Chayak has a little bit of an easier job with this pickaxe now, just auto-attacking down the wave. So he'll be fine as this goes on, as Broken Blade and Nako. This is going to be the longest wet noodle fight you've ever seen.
I know. Nako will take some damage. He'll get it all back. If Broken Blade wants to CS, he can play with that Transfusion Part 2, get an enhanced heal, and Nako will be completely fine. Fiendish Codex for this Vladimir. And look, oh my god, nice damage. But it doesn't matter.
because he's going to pop this third Q in a
Ready?
second.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh.
To be fair, though, Broken Blade has been able to consistently push in this wave and get some of the Demolish procs down. So he got it in that top side. I don't think he actually got a plate for himself, but you'll see just as you peek at the top turret that there is a bit of that health bar gone. Thank you, Observer. But also it's kind of been seen on the bottom side. So as Broken Blade is able to get to these waves with the Soul Furnace, that W shield, he's just able to ignore the damage. And Nako won't really have access to enough damage to break that shield until he hits level 9. So BB just making the most of the matchup.
As he can. Level 6 now hit as well for both of them too. Their teleports will burn, so if there's any action that comes from Grubs in 2 minutes with the new spawn, it'll have to be them traversing up top with their legs. But Dragon's still up, Lince is hovering around, Skewmon the same. Mid lane seems to be the focus here, both just wasting time and seeing if there's going to be any action, but for now, they just hold off. No camps up and available either, so nothing better to do with their time. And Skewmon goes to start the Dragon, while Broken Blade is just ulti top.
Yeah, I mean, just rotating quick around the map, not a bad shout. Get Hansama and Lebrov back to that bottom side. Broken Blade would be completely fine here. You can see he's stunned for days. Can't really get through the health bar, and he just picks up the wave, right? So, and there's, I like when you have a Sion like this being able to rotate around the map so effectively with the ultimate, because a lot of people kind of expect it to be used as an engage tool, but in the early stages, you might as well pop it to just get to a lane faster because there's no one who can really do anything.
Even if he dies, still gets the CS. I mean, he's just picked up double Ruby Crystals, probably helped with it. Lince says, let's dive this. And Broken Blade with only a flash up. He's going to try and Decimating Smash. Lince looking for the W in hands and has the damage. Broken Blade flashes away, still being tucked up now by Lince. He'll have to get out though and does so successfully. Wave going to be received by dead Broken Blade, but it's the first blood over. Over to Vitality in the end. Yeah, Niski died, by the way, on that dive.
He didn't have level 6, so it's where you're way more vulnerable as Niski in that. Also, I think the fact he just CC'd him meant he didn't have the Aftershock, though way less tanky than you'd expected. Skewmon trying to make the similar play on the bottom side of the map, but you always have Coolers and Nako, which makes this play way more difficult to go for.
Doesn't have the ulti, though, but you're not going to risk it in the end. Tides of blood to clear the wave, and getting a kill in that situation is Broken Blade. I'd be chilling. 1 for 1 in the end, and especially since you get the wave off the turret, gold's pretty even. As a Sion, you expect to die a couple of times, don't you?
Just part of it all, you know.
It really is, it's experience.
Yeah, you see it as you go in. So I'm pretty sure Niski doesn't have Aftershock because he just used this in the trade beforehand. I want to just double check as he goes in, but yeah, it doesn't have it. So he's just not tanky at all. And you can see how quickly that terror damage ramps up. So Broken Blade able to pick one off. Lince's takes a beating on the way out as well. And as he said, being able to pick up a ton of that CS underneath the tower means he's just in a good spot.
Well, early game off to a flying start. Grubs are up now. It's 8 minutes. There's only one pair of them, one trio of them, I should say. And G2 are on them. They already got Burst Dragon as well. 1 taken. 2 only needed for the feats. 3 for the mites. So Vitality are able to pick up 1. They're going to be denied at least the feats of warfare or feats of Grubs, whatever feat they fall into. Grubs don't even have feet. Like, how can Grubs be part of the feet? They don't have feet.
They have little sumpy ones, like little toothpicks.
The mites don't have feet though. The mites are just blobs.
The mites are trying their best. Okay.
Yeah, sorry for bagging out the mites. Dagda, I talk about feet all the time. I don't mean to, but League of Legends, since it came in, they want us to talk about it. Well, nothing's up for now. I mean, you get one part of the objective, that's about it, but G2, I think they're definitely feeling good. They get all 3 Grubs. They deny it from someone like a Jace. You know, feels pretty nice with what he can do in side lanes. And I'd say right now the early game for G2 is chilling when you talk about the front line, when you talk about the fact that, like, they will need to get a move on with some of the damage profiles in this comp.
Yeah, I think as long as you're not losing out on like a ton of turret plates and stuff, you're in a relatively fine spot. And at the moment, Skewmon has been doing a good job of tracking where Lince is and just trying to match his positions on the map. Lince is now having access to level 6 though, makes that 10 times harder, because now you can just ult to a lane at any point in time. So you can see they're kind of being a bit more cautious about how far they push up in the waves. And Vitality are trying to opt into this 1-3-1, so then they can have both side lanes to try and play around with Lince's.
Lince's ult check, still there, not used yet. Kind of like the Nocturne feeling, right?
Oh, yeah.
When you wait for that Pantheon ult, you're like, you need your first 2 good ones to be very inviting to the game of League of Legends. By the way, we're not doing much at the moment. Let's have a quick chat. I think this team is popping off at the moment. A lot of people will agree with how they've played games, with how rigorous they've been in a lot of these fights. This series means so much because, again, guys, it guarantees a tiebreaker for that 6th place, which is so huge when 4 teams get knocked out of playoffs. And they're away until after MSI. If you sit on the bench for that long, like, you get rusty. You know, you don't want to do that. And your chance of getting to MSI as well, off the table.
I think it's also because a lot of people are kind of waiting for things to click for this team, like Nisqy obviously coming in, but also, you know, they weren't exactly having the best of times, losing 2-0 to Rogue and that, but then beating Movistar Koi in 2-0 faction, being able to beat BDS last week as well, in games that were tough for them to come into. Like, I think it's finally feels like Vitality are starting to crest that, but we'll have to see if they can.
They have to in this fight at least. Soulflake comes through. Lintus is blown apart. Doesn't even get to play the team fight. Nisqy with the unbreakable will. The ulti negated by Kazi. A great version of him popping into the feathers, but a decimating smash sets up to put him sky high. Caps doesn't get anything with the ulti himself, or rather the shove. Nisqy's just flashed away. Everything from Vitality lost. Broken Blade looks caught out here, but he won't die. Vitality caught again. Sides.
Yeah, Vitality is still pushing in the side. So, like, it is a nice pick here by G2, using the fact that you've got more members there, also burning the TP from Broken Blade. But the fact you only get one, I don't know how valuable it is. If it was like you get the pick and now you get the Dragon, fantastic. But Dragon still about 20 seconds off, so you're not going to be able to pick that up. You do burn some crucial summoner spells, but Nako got to get some control over the top side and push in. Didn't quite get the places.
Emo Blade comes through. Broken Blade, the Hollow Radiance is doing work, and now Caps is going to do the same too. He's traversed up to the top lane to be a nuisance. The Nako seismic shove just out of time at the Sanguine pull. He gets away.
This is what G2 have to do, though. Make this counterpunch on the opposite side, because Dragon is going down for Vitality.
Big. And again, I mean, that Dragon, sort of it, shove, flash, Nako's alive, but for how much longer? The Avengers are here! Dun, 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 dun. There's 4 of them! And Hawkeye's not really even a superhero like G2. Smack him down. They're going to get plating, as you said, for the Dragon. Now it's starting to be more worth.
Yeah, they needed to start making these plays, and it's a good call from G2. They knew they couldn't really contest on towards Dragon with the teleport advantage that Vitality had, although not on Nako, we'll say, but still, nice plays from G2. Tower won't quite go down, but they're still getting a lot of gold on towards Caps.
That's big. I mean, Caps this game so far.
Big too.
Set up performance, you're right. Maybe go again, but Chayak has got Nisqy to cover, but the turret is almost dead. They're going to have to abandon ship. Vitality let it go. First turret at 12 minutes, 50 seconds. Very early into the game. G2 with the feats of warfare, or I mean, the feats all round. Picked up from it too.
And it's nice plays from G2, using the fact Hans Sama was able to control that mid wave, open up Rebrov to move topside, and constantly go for these plays. And fortunately, Nako just not respecting that G2 could go for the play, thinking he'd be safer as the Vladimir underneath the tower. And now, Broken Blade, honestly, he's just using this to zone Nako, and he's just going to walk up with Demolish and take the plate. Like, you can see here, it does some damage, and now Broken Blade is fine.
Absolute tickle with a Riftmaker. Nako still, he's just trying to scale. I mean, Broken Blade has 700 gold lead as a tank. That feels nice, and we've complimented G2 after that last play, Vitality. Again, it felt like after the pick, weren't punished that much until G2 just said, yo, commit, commit, commit. We get top. Now with an almost 2k gold lead, they've got Grubs, or rather Herald, I'm used to saying second Grubs, in a minute 15. So we look top yet again as Vitality start reaching their first items alongside G2.
Just trying to see what they can achieve here, but Vitality in a good spot to just cover. They've even moved Karzi down. You are getting some alone time as Chai, because you can see in your bottom left corner with the top side turrets, which they're going to be relatively happy with. And as long as that bot side terror doesn't fall as well, I think Vitality are in an okay spot here.
But where's Linsus's ulti? So far, haven't seen too much here. The Pantheon first ulti hasn't come through. I guess again, where's the opportunity to do so? Tag just been a slow early game. I'm not about that, but I know it'll speed up. I know mid-game will speed up drastically, right? Because we have a 2-0 Vi. Skumon's in a fantastic position, and as per usual, Guy always have an individual leader. The thing about Skumon is, like, resources all belong to him. He's so good at farming. And I feel like there's never really been a game where I'm like, oh my god, Skumon's mega behind in the individual matchup in jungle. That just rarely happens.
Yeah, I think it's like, I think this game has kind of been a case of follow Linsus around the map and make sure he can't really do the thing he wants. And G2 obviously setting up off that Dragon play to make that turn on towards the topside turret and find the kill into Nako. But it is also difficult when you do struggle into the Pantheon. Like, because you go one way only as Skumon, if you run into Linsus in the early stages, it can feel a little rough. So kind of has to play a bit safer on the play.
We don't need to talk about safety because Herald's up, Skumon begins, Vitality are quick-witted. I think this will be in for a laugh if they can get in 7.5k. But Lince's doing his camps instead. Has just used it in Empowered Q, so no, they give up Herald. That is the third objective for G2, outside of the turret even. And again, the early game, Vitality are giving up a lot here.
Well, I think it's Nako not getting the push in topside. Definitely hurt. And then Shayak hasn't really been able to set up to push Welling's caps because G2 have started to send constantly Lebrov to cover caps on that side lane.
Yeah.
So then you're not able to get pushed there. So it's kind of limited the tools that Vitality really have to play around. Because even if you try and go for the dive on towards Broken Blade, you just don't kill him. Like, we've seen the damage that Nako can do. Linces is going to maybe take a quarter of his health bar as well, and then Broken Blade will be fine, right? So where you can make plays is kind of a bit limited here as Vitality. I think G2 have done a good job of punishing that, especially Broken Blade. Like, he's getting so much value from this Sion and just ignoring damage and walking at turns.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of strangling each solo lane he goes up against. Niski's spot on a ward too, and Broken Blade just walks it back. Lebrov covering now too. You can see Caps has just teleported. There is going to be some brawls down in bot. It's 50 seconds till Dragon, though.
But it doesn't matter what you choose here as Vitality, you lose. You can see Vitality are rushing back to mid lane because they think that's probably where the plays happen because there's a Rift Herald in the pocket of Skumon. So you either cover mid or you lose and lose bot, or you cover bot and lose mid. Like, there is no winning here as Niski eyeing up on Sama, but with Flash Arcane Shift, I don't think you're going to get anywhere.
Might be able to defend top as well. Broken Blade with his ulti available. Just a question of whether he wants it for the third Dragon in this game. I don't know, you've all been chilling, you've all been eating, but get the food out of your mouth. We're about to fight for third Dragon, surely.
And at least eat with your food.
Yeah, please. I can hear it. Someone here today is like, hang on, I'm sorry. No, I'm kidding. It's all right. It's okay. You keep eating. We'll focus on the Dragon for you. You can sit there, you can lull about, you know, drink your beer or whatever beverage is going for you at the moment. So a couple people, I saw someone in the crowd with an IKEA hat, and maybe Kazi needs to get one because he needs protection. He has to ulti cleanses as well. The IKEA bucket hat would come in clutch there if only Kazi knew. Because now mid is just open for G2.
Oh, he's got to be...
Oh, good sidestep from Kazi. He survives, but this might be a double turret. Herald will smash this wide open.
Yeah, but it is a bit of a self-made problem by Kazi there because he ends up walking into range of Caps' seismic shove, and now G2 walking in range of Linces, but can't really get in. Niski.
Oh, pops the ulti though as Linces goes in. Vitality are not all here together. Niski will engage, but he will surely die. The Unbreakable will break nothing against G2. Skumon with a double. The Innot's going to go down, and G2 are, yes, one down, but making a mockery of Vitality in this game one.
Yeah, Vitality starting to feel the pinch and the desperation starting to come out of them as well, but at least one back for Chayek. Broken Blade going to take some damage from Nako, but I don't really think anyone's going to come up here to try and help out. I was looking at where Chayek was going.
He got the roses on the way out. I mean, I don't think he's stressing.
No, I think he's all right, but yeah, Dragon will be taken by G2, but I was keeping my eyes on, like, as you can see on the minimap, like, what Chayek and what Karzy were up to, but they didn't actually try to move up towards that top side. I thought that would have been the attempt at a trade, especially with Linces has the level 6, but Broken Blade, without that extra help, just clears out the wave. You don't get the tower, and you could even see that Lebrov was starting to move topside to try and cover the play, but here, like, you're 3v4, so this was always going to be a bit of a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
And I'm really surprised they went for it. Like, Niski put himself in an awkward position where he was always going to get zoned off in putting himself in there, and then Linces tries to cover, thinking that Niski was about to get shoved back in towards G2, means that he just becomes the focus, and then Niski's next to follow, so a bit of baffling plays by the Vitality side.
Remember, again, this was our match of the week because of how Vitality's risen to the occasion in the LEC. Right now, they're one of the most hyped teams because they're this underdog story that has had low expectations, that after the Hylissang introduction, well, I shouldn't say introduction, is Kazi. We're going to pause on that one, might be caught out, shoved back. He doesn't get to ulti, and Niski is just going to die where he stands. This Vi is not hungry because he's overeating 6-0. Every kill but one over to him. It is the Skumon carry show.
Karzy getting caught out for a second time there as well.
Linces. He's face checking. You have no business being here.
Where is the vitality we were hyped for? Because G2 are putting them somewhere in their place.
Yeah, I don't know what you lads are up to, but it's not looking pretty. Just getting caught out over and over, trying to find something back on plays that have already gone out of control, and then Nako in a similar position.
Won't be able to 1v3. I mean, this fight will blast him. Caps finally gets a kill, or rather he got one before. It's a second. But G2 5-0, making this look like a stomp in game one. It might only be 5K, but the feeling that I get definitely tells a stronger story.
Well, the thing is, it's like the key, gold is on the key people, and like here, Karzi, like you're pushed up way too far. You have zero control over the top side. There is no world you should be up here, and can't even get the ultimate off in time. And then Niski goes down as a result as well. But you see G2 walking into your bot side jungle. I don't know why Linces thinks that it's safe to go in here, because it's most certainly not. Like 4 members immediately jump on him.
It's fine. There's just Genji Prime, like.
You call them Genji Prime. Yeah, okay.
But yeah, so for G2, I mean, look, we can hit on Vitality for the mistakes that they're making, but G2 are playing this exception.
They're clean. Cap steps up though. Dagger goes golden, maybe still clean enough. There's help from Lenses, but Cap flushes towards Skewmon. Niski can't get away from him. Instead, gets shoved backwards. Long-range damage from Han Summer, who's not even nearby. He starts looking up as Chai is getting kited away, flushes away. Caps will live to stay on the day. Artican now thought about as G2 have a numbers advantage, and you can see the Vitality want to poke out, they want to prod, they want to fight, but they're not going to get the chance. Nako goes into the pool, but now there's a wall in the way. He flushes over, but the disengage is not enough. Brought back in. G2 are going to continue adding the spice.
They tried so hard to get Caps, but it meant nothing. They were left empty-handed, whereas G2, they're walking away with a massive bouquet of flowers.
Well, Madrid looked crap, but I tell you what, back in Berlin, it's their home, isn't it? What a performance so far. Let's watch again as Caps navigates this.
Yeah, going Odin, buying so much time, the flash away. Niski tries to go forward, but the camaraderie is here. Everyone on G2 is covered for Caps. Even here, sidestep. As you get that pop on the Seraph shield as well, it's just perfect. And Shayak actually forced the flash away. And once more, like Nako trying his damnedest to do something, but we talked about how beefy this front line from G2 is going to be. And Nako just can't get through it. Yeah. Flick back as well, perfectly executed, and G2 picking up more.
And look, the jungle difference has been huge. Lenses feels like he's had probably one of his, worst off games of the split, but like, Skewmon is always there. He's such a nuisance. The power of Vi continues in this meta. There's a target there without their disengage.
But I think we kind of said it, like for Linces, it's very hard to make something happen this game. Like when you look at the early game, hey, we have to try and play off mid, but you've got Lebrov who's constantly roaming mid because our bot lane is already behind after Niski having to burn flash. And then you've also got Skewmon covering as well. It just became so difficult to make a play, even if you go bot.
Yeah.
And Sama is so difficult to lock down. So like, how do you make anything happen?
You're right. Again, there's so much mobility, there's so much disengage. I feel like for G2, this comp Dagger, we talked a lot about how their conditions need to rely on maybe finding a lead, escalating quickly. Because Vitality, there's a lot of scaling on that comp. There's frontline, there's good disengage, maybe some kind of front to back and pause quickly, but Broken Blade will not. He wants the Raptors, he'll stand there and contest, but Linces ends up getting it while they're playing topside, but bot is where the Dragon is. I guess Vitality know there is no way they're getting anywhere near this.
See, the problem is there's 4 members of G2 that were on the bottom side of the map, but Broken Blade exists on the top side of the map, who in and of himself is 4 members of G2. Yes. So the math just doesn't quite work out for Vitality at this stage.
It's been a while since I've seen such a good quality fridge. I mean, we don't get to talk about it much, but like
the Eunice.
But my fridge right now, it's leaking a bit. There's an ice on the back for some reason of it. I thought it was too cold. I turned it down, but it's dripping water. I got to clean it all the time. What a pain in the ass. But this ain't that. This is like that shiny stainless steel double door ice cooling.
This is when you touch and it just comes up with the temperature.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And lets you know when you need to shop.
It's got a TV. People have TVs in their fridge.
That feels unnecessary.
You can watch Twitch. But then what's the point? Because if you open the fridge, you can't see. So you got to look to the side. You're like, but how do I get my milk and watch the LEC at the same time? Good questions to ask as Lebrov. He takes this engagement. Captures wall again, does well. In a choke, you'd say it's great, but look at the knockup galore. I feel like I'm at my 6th birthday party again. Bounce, Vitality, bounce. It's so much fun, but they're crying.
They just want to get out of this wild, wild engagement as Triac getting an ulti knocked around as well. It's bullying, but there's no parents to help them.
The clouds are running wild at the birthday party, but G2, I mean, this was just perfect. Like, the fact that you were just setting up for that pick in the choke, like, Vitality were never in a position to really contest this. Like, they're looking for a pick, but again, Broken Blade is massive. And they even try to go on LeBron, but honestly, Leona incredibly tanky at this stage. She's not going to happen, Bus.
Lin says, I appreciate it. I respect it. The shield's up, but he's dead. I mean, he has to flip the game. It's a 10k gold disadvantage, and the Vitality jungler, there's a will, there's a way, they always say.
I mean, it's just desperation. Like, try anything you can, hope for the best. But unfortunately, this game has completely slipped away from Vitality. A 12k gold lead for G2. But, yeah. Like, G2 are playing this fantastically.
They are.
Like, again, like, Broken Blade understanding so well this matchup, consistently getting turret plates, the movement that we've seen from Skumon and Caps around the map to facilitate so many of these plays. And again, from Lebrov as well. Like, he has been on roam duty this whole game, setting up so many of these plays, and I think this is what people expected from G2. And it's kind of been a bit sad that we haven't got to see it from G2, but today, they really do feel alive.
It's nice to see. I mean, look, a lot of people are getting excited because they're like, oh, we don't know where G2's at, and that makes the league more exciting. It's more competitive. But they remind you that you still have to step up to the plate. Don't get lazy, don't get complacent, whatever the word is, Dagda. You know you just can't settle back. G2 in it's only game one, but it is an exceptional game at that. Vitality on their last legs at 26 minutes into the game. It feels like we might be looking towards a quick night if this continues as Vitality. We won't be able to stop any of the backs here either. Nothing up for a while, but double inhibitor down and 12,000 gold lead for G2.
Yeah, you don't come online quick enough for Vitality. Naknako, level 14 versus the level 16 of Broken Blade.
True.
The 3 items versus the 2. They just haven't had a chance to set up for fights where they are actually separated. Skumon separated now.
Yeah, but can you kill? I mean, he's got a Sterix gauge. So by the time he eventually goes down, G2 will be there with all the mobility that comes from Caps. Always a moment's notice, he'll be there. Hunsummer jumps in, and look, Kazi's caught out. That's one mystic shot. Combination, the feathers are great, but he's dead. 8 kills for this Vi jungle, and 1 more down for Vitality. Yep, that's a way into the base.
Hey, that's the 80 Carrigan again. So Vitality down a man, and you've still got Triac pushed in the bot line. So G2 gonna just destroy this turret.
G2's death may have been grossly exaggerated.
Just a smidge, maybe.
You know, GB not only didn't get $100 yesterday, he's also now sweating a bit. I see you, GB. You're telling me that G2 won't make playoffs. I don't know about that. This game is giving me a lot of hope. Broken Blade just runs into 2 turrets, and look at the engage. Who's going to die from G2, if anyone? I think you know the answer already. Naknako can't even transfuse his own blood into a saving grace. G2, that was utter domination.
That was incredibly clean from G2. Cool, calm, and collected doesn't even begin to describe this, because everything just went their way.
Insane game from G2. Like, that's one of those games of Vitality, like, okay, whatever. Probably like minute 15, minute 20. Dust off.
G Prime, you know, so
yeah.
What do you do?
Oh, that's right. Niski said it best as I can see standing by some fans obviously hyped about G2's resurgence. How good did that look?
Amazing, I think. Are the reports of G2 being bad or everybody flaming them? What do you say to those people?
I think they're just haters. They don't really know G2 because honestly, I'm used to them like hinting a bit and giving us some content games. But honestly, I was never in doubt. I believe in my team. And I believe that we will come back stronger and stronger every time.
Yes, that's how they gaslight you. They always do. But they did have a fantastic game, though. But I have to say, I love the chants that you have been bringing. But the rest of the block isn't really singing with you. What's going on?
I don't know. I think it's just a bit of uncoordination from our side.
it's like we don't really have time to prepare everyone. We have a lot of fans across the world, and it's like a lot of different people come each week, and sometimes it's just people that want to maybe relax, they don't want to chant, they just want to watch the games, and you can't force people to chant if they just want to watch peacefully.
Oh, you're right. I was going to say, it's fine. Never mind. Anyways, G2, it's been tough. You've been a G2 fan for a very long time. You've given hair, I don't know, maybe other things, perhaps. But how have you been living this period where they're not the top dogs, you know? How does that work for you as a longtime fan?
I mean, I always support my team. Like, I sweat for G2, I cry for G2, I lose hair. So yeah, I trust them fully. So we win those.
I love it. It didn't seem like Vitality was really there, right, the first game?
Yeah, it feels like a custom game for us.
Okay, let's see if that continues into the second game. Thanks for the spice from the G2 fans. We'll be right back with game 2.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out. I don't think this counts. Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Explore over 30 hotel brands in legendary destinations. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
alive, but for how much longer? The Avengers are here! Dun, 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 dun.
I'll flash back. No, I won't flash. He's trolling. Have a look at Alistair next. Yeah, yes, they cannot TP, guys, okay? They cannot TP. Looks nice. Flash. Let me go through ult. I'm going more. No flash. Yes, flash. See that?
Nice.
Very good.
Nice.
Good job, guys. Keep it up, okay? Nice. Very nice game, okay? Good job. We're back.
Welcome back to the LEC, where G2 finds themselves in the lead in match of the week after what their fans called a custom game.
It really felt like it. It also felt like it's one of those games where, you know, G2 just picks a lot of random things they don't really play, and then they end up, you know, kind of practicing on how to win, because this wasn't really the typical G2 that everyone, you know, comes here to watch and love, you know. This wasn't really the explosive G2 where they pick the funky counter picks and they go for this and that. It was more this, it felt like I was watching Splice back in the day when I was playing there, where it's just, you know, typical front to back. You have 2 carries, 3 tanks. I know people just sit in front of me, everyone is sitting, and it's just a walk in the park.
No, I mean, when I think about players like BB, I don't necessarily think about him like picking just the straight, solid tank that will just blind pick and go about the day. It worked really, really well here. But where the strange stuff came through was more in the macro. One thing that we noticed very early on is just infinite amounts of swaps early on. We saw top and bot lane just keep rotating around the map. And that really changed the way that they played the game. It really felt like they opened up the map, the solo lanes then got really far ahead, and they used that to just run mid, and they played like this.
Exactly, because now we've seen these clips. This is just textbook, you know, walk into the jungle when you have these many tanks at this amount of CC and you get ahead. It's impossible for the enemy to read it because you have all the tools you really need. You know, yeah, Vitality is still walking in and inting a little bit, right? But you still have, now you have all of the tools that you need, and this team fight is just beautiful. The way Caps just pivots around and everyone just peeling for Caps. It started off really bad, but his maneuvering around this difficult situation was insane. But again, credit more to G2 because now they drafted a sort of team comp where they have a lot of tools to make these sorts of plays, because when we were criticizing G2 in the previous week, it was more because, oh, they're making the game a little bit too difficult for themselves. They have not enough tools to punish these sorts of things. But now, lessons have been learned, I guess, from what BB said before.
Yeah, it's like that walk that they had to do to catch a train, to catch a flight, to get back to Berlin on time, to be able to prac. Really did them some good. Maybe it was like a group therapy thing. But I also want to highlight Vitality, because Vitality, as you know, we mentioned coming into this is the match of the week because they have been stepping up. They have been playing better. They haven't been doing that many mistakes. So for them to be getting caught, for them to be walking into the jungle without any vision, brings the question as well, like, what is going on with Vitality? Is it the pressure? Because when we do look at this, again, both of these teams have to win the series to at least get a tiebreaker to make it to playoffs.
Vitality are a volatile team. Like, we're not disagreeing about the fact that they're volatile. Like, we're going to be clear about that. They're a volatile team. I do think in this game, though, they weren't expecting the solo laners of G2 to get a ton of value as early as they did, with the bot lane and top lane swaps keep going over the place, opening them up for Talir ults and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's now really important that they do get a hang of this early macro. We know the stakes. The winner of this gets guaranteed lifeline of a tiebreaker for playoffs. Very important that they bounce back from this. And they, of course, they both want that. You don't really want to be playing with risk on the line.
And on Vitality, if I'm looking at someone who I would like to step up, would be, well, Niski, the MVP of last week, and also Naknako, because I feel like Naknako has been finding himself in this prime position, especially now with Vitality also being on red side. He's the one who has a lot of priority again. In the first game, the Vladimir didn't really work. And even though this, usually we always bring this Crepo box when it comes to, you know, glazing BB, being like, oh, he's the one playing the funky champions. But now we find ourselves in the position where it's reversed, and Naknako is playing against this typical meta slave in the top lane, which, you know, BB.
Whoa!
Hey, okay.
Okay.
We glazed BB enough for, like, you know, being the hipster and playing the funny champions, but now he's the meta slave, and now Naknako, he is him, right?
You think we're going to see Nidalee top today after, like, LTA last night? I hope not.
Whoa. No way you're saying LTA. Are you really ignoring my boy, the Shy? Are you enjoying it? Are you running over my boy, Mirwin?
That is recency bias. It's a scientific thing.
I'm just sad that this is the Shy Erasure. I don't know what to say else about that. I mean,
but
maybe. Look, this guy is going to be the carry archetype on one side of the coin, right? Whereas BB has played more towards kind of like the frontlining archetype, regardless of which form of frontlining it is. Technically, a Gwen can be that with a W. He wants to be stood in front of his teammates, and having that kind of playstyle, like he did with his Sign in the last game, was really pivotal. Having red side for Naknako, though, maybe it opens him to have a better counter. I don't know, Odo. It feels like he didn't get value this game.
he can get value, but I still feel like it's not all in his hands. Collectively, as a team, Vitality really needs to step up because now you're looking at G2 and you're looking at Hans having exceptional games, Qmon controlling the game, linking up with Labrov again, Caps being unleashed on the map. So now it's a collective effort. One man cannot take down the G2 army like that.
We have a Lizard Cam? That is great.
Bombardilo Crocodilo Cam? Sorry. Anyways,
LEC brain rot, let's go.
we might see Renekton on top.
I mean,
maybe that's a hint.
Look, I mean, BB's more than happy to do it.
If we're looking, however, at Vitality specifically, but in the grand scheme of the series and how they've been playing, we're looking at the bans and the picks that we've seen from last game. Which change are we expecting to see? Are we looking at more individual changes where we see different players on different champions, or are we thinking the whole approach to the game, to the engage, to poke would be different?
So I don't mind the approach of give solo laners individual agency. That's the approach that they had before. I think that is very important for someone like Narco. That's pretty much everything that we've been saying in the last couple of minutes. If you haven't got that point just yet, I'm sorry, we'll hit you over the head with it again. Narco wants that counter pick most likely, and he has the champion pool to hopefully make something work better than that first game.
And now with the premier champions being out, when I'm looking at jungle, I do feel like it's still Scumon's playing around with Vi Pantheon being out. I feel like he's been the one who has been consistently getting the more.
So sick.
Yeah, he was getting consistently more of the upper hand between most of the junglers, you know, being super high up in solo queue and having just a deep champion pool. I'm curious now what the first pick would be, because there's not a lot of priority in the jungle. I feel like it's going to be even trades, and also what I'm looking at is both teams securing support on 2-3, because there's only 2 engaged supports out. And I feel like this is Nico? Well,
do you think?
He did have a great Nico game, you know?
I think the Varus is a very easy first pick, right? I think there are a couple of different options. You could go towards top lane first pick if you feel like you really want to go towards someone like a Gwen, blah, blah, blah. Varus, I don't think there's ever really a bad game for a Varus.
Definitely not. Like and Jhin is the premier, you know, blind pick as well, but it's also probably the most reliable counter pick into the Varus because he provides a lot of utility. The Naafiri, this is really interesting because Naafiri did get a heavy ban in the early game, but at the same time, when it comes to scaling in the mid into the late game, she is just still this very annoying dog.
And I think if you want to get towards that late game, you like to have 1 or 2 kills early. 2 of the earliest game junglers are out of the table already in the Vi and the Pantheon. So that does give potentially the Naafiri a little bit more window for opportunity, which is why you kind of have to go for the Shinzan now. I feel like
I am really surprised that Vitality didn't pick Zinzao themselves, because I do feel like this champion has been flying under the radar a little bit. A lot of teams, I see them prioritize this a lot more, just because it provides you pretty much, you know,
gets everything right there.
Exactly, very good early mid game, transitions into late game, you know, space maker / tank. It just has a lot of utility. And the Jax.
Something about last draft specifically, Odo, that you mentioned while we were watching was that it was very vanilla, very plain. It didn't really set up either team to go crazy early, mid, or late, yet G2 was able to capitalize off of that. Are we expecting G2 to just be sticking to that because it worked?
I would say so, because this is, when I look at all of these champions that G2 are picking right now, with the Varus, with the Zinzao, with the Jax, these are all huge comfort picks for all of these players. BB, I think one of his most successful champions all time has been the Jax. There's been years where he was 80-90% win rate, you know, stomping the league left and right. And even though it is blind pick, the Aatrox counter pick is, I would say it's a little bit more of a 50-50 matchup, and I'm not sure if it's the best counter pick I would be taking if I was on Vitality side.
Okay. Last time he played the Aatrox, really insane teamfight value, even though he's behind. Also just weird coincidence, we have 3 Dark Inven picked right now. There's only like 5 of them. Like, wow, okay, that's just a favorite draft. But yeah, not knockout for me. I think his top laning, team fighting impact on the Aatrox has been enough to justify this pick. Will need to make sure he doesn't fall that far behind BB though. BB, when he gets ahead in the matchup, really does leverage it well.
And now I'm curious how, because now we're at the pivotal point in this pick and ban where Vitality and G2 have the option with this last ban to take out the engaged supports, because Rel has already been taken out. There is Nautilus left. There's probably Rakan as well. And now if either Vitality or G2 bans one, then we might see one of these rare games where we have range support.
I'm looking at the Poppy ban, so I'm assuming that maybe, if anything, Vitality would like to get their hands on the Rakan.
I would think so. It's more of a, you're at the point where you make a trade. And right now, given the fact that Braum has been banned, you have Nautilus and Rakan up, most likely we're going to see a trade between the two.
So no Nico today? No Nico for Niski today? Jhin Nico tends to be the pick.
You think so?
I mean, you are memeing it, but he did find, you know, he missed a couple of engages. He missed a couple of engages, but then he did find the good one.
Yeah, he did kind of win the game. Up until then, he was losing it for them. I was talking to someone from the Vitality org who said, don't worry, won't be playing that one today. We'll see if they've kept their promise. But yeah, you're looking for something. You can kind of play a whole bunch of different things with these two AD carries, because the AD carries carry you through laning phase when they're as strong as the Varus or the Jhin. You're not locked into anything particularly right now. And while before I thought that Vitality would choose red side for counter pick top lane, I think they can now hold on to it for a counter pick support if they really want to make sure that Niski's coming.
Mid lane, I would say, with this Aurelion Soldana. Well, they're gonna offer the Nautilus, because it really feels like maybe one of the issues was that they didn't really utilize both their counter picks well last game. I'm not sure if the Jace was picked as a response to Talaria, but it was, if I remember correctly, the flex pick. So, but now, given the fact that they have the opportunity to get their choice of counter pick top and counter pick mid, this is probably them making the best use of red side that they can so far, because right now it's just a trade between the supports. But the Renata pick, I feel like, is incredible value, because you have the Varus, you have the range advantage, you have the poke, you have Jackson sits out to make space, and at the same time, Vitality, very telegraphed in comp, they want to go in, they want to engage, and Renata just plays more into that disengagement.
Yeah, it's Renata into triple melee already picked in from Vitality, which is why I would have liked to see that support counter pick, because now you're in a position where your laning phase is hard versus Varus Renata, your team comes pretty hard as well. Vitality, they pick the red side, and we have to ask...
Last pick will make everything.
This last pick gotta get a hell of a lot of value, because they chose red side, they chose to get counterpicked in that support role, which counterpicks their team comp pretty well too. And while the Ahri, I'm a big fan of it, I don't think it's the silver bullet.
Is it the value you need?
That's the thing. I don't think it's the silver bullet which solves the draft.
I don't really know if I don't think it's the silver bullet, but at the same time, it does pivot into a brand new win condition for Team Vitality, which is side lane playmaking. Because I feel like when you walk into these team fights, you cannot front to back. It's obvious that you cannot front to back just because of the Renata. But right now, with the Aatrox, with the Ahri, with the Naafiri, the Jhin utility, it does feel like now you have a lot more options, and the way you want to approach fights at objectives is flank all across the board.
And I think they have those options available to them quite early into the game. You know, Ahri, Jhin, Nautilus all get to make plays very early into it. Vitality, they have succeeded with hard-to-play compositions before. I think this classifies as one of them. It goes late enough. You're going to have to deal with the Renata and the problems that gives you in lane and team fights. BB on Jax, a bit of a ticking time bomb as well. Vitality need to hit hard, hit early, and join each other's plays well.
Yeah, remember that on the line here is at least a chance of a tiebreaker to be able to make it to them playoffs. So Vitality going up against G2 Esports, looking to push this to that final game. But can they do it? Let's find out.
Lock in. Let's see Vitality from the past couple of weeks. Is game one, G2. Yeah, they were spicy, they were hot, but Vitality, they were not. Polska Grom, big. Yeah, we got so many signs in the crowd today. But why is there a winky face? Am I not meant to have fun? What does it mean?
It just means have fun. Winky face.
Winky face. It's like, hi, winky face. What do you mean by that, hi? Are we talking more? If it says, how are you with a winky face, I'm just completely lost. All right, welcome back. Our match of the week, game one, G2 delivered, and they stomped Vitality into the ground. We are hoping, as you can see, finals in Madrid coming up for LEC Summer. We are hoping Vitality can deliver something of that kind of caliber for this second game. As Naamira said on the desk, as Dagda Will talking about, this Vitality comp needs to shine and shine quick in this game.
Yeah, I think if you don't get ahead of Vitality, it's going to be tough. Like, your Naafiri really needs to snowball. This Ahri kind of needs to get in a position where it can be a threat in side lanes. And I mean, we saw Jhin earlier on to go 10-0 and lose the game. So
yeah, true.
So it is always difficult to carry on a Jhin. So I think for G2, like, taking it easy, looking to scale is all going to be fine. I thought Hansan would actually go for the on-hit build, but actually going for the poke build instead, it looks like. So even then, at least having some answer for Karzi when it comes towards the range.
Oh, good blocking, though. Actually, Hansan is the one who stepped up. Niski gets a good trade, but return from G2, a lot better, actually. The power of Renata auto-attack. Someone like Hansan with Halo Blades in this lane as well. As they're going to be the ones to reach level 2 first. Stretchline comes in again. Niski going in here. The arrows that come out, they're deadly. Lebrov's going to get ignited down, but Karzi also gets shot back. So Hansan in a great position. Remember, Lebrov has pots and cookies.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to go toe-to-toe in this early stages. The Guardian on the first trade from Lebrov means that it's a very even trade, plus you're getting the shield, and you're getting that excess damage from the passive as well on the Renata, so the trade goes very well in favor of G2. On the secondary trade, they go again with that Guardian down, but it then becomes the range for Hansama, where he's able to just completely outpace Karzi as well, who is obviously on the Jhin, much lower auto attack, and much more about utilizing that forward shot for that big burst of damage. So Hansama just kind of playing at range, and Lebrov happy to trade his health bar because, as you say, he's got pots, he's got the biscuits, he's happy out.
And it's not the only lane that's going well. Broken Blade already just got to demolish at 2.5 minutes. I mean, that's huge. As Linces behind enemy lines, or rather his own. For now, just hoping that G2, they're going to back here, but wait. Oi, like ships in the night, dredge line flash. Hansama, he also barriered there. I guess that's a win.
Yeah, a little nervous, but just before that, Lebrov actually landed a handshake underneath the tower, so burnt Karzi's cleanse as well. So now I think you got to be a little bit careful, because like a flash handshake into Skewmont arriving could be a little bit dangerous on this bottom side. So I'll be keeping my eyes on Skewmont to see if he does punish the bottom side for Karzi in this game.
Broken Blade's going to get the shove in yet again in top in the meanwhile. Mid also going pretty well for Caps. As you know, Orianna is the lane bully she's good at doing. Wasn't an English sentence, but you get the gist, don't you?
Yeah, she does the winning of the thing.
The winning of the lane, yeah, she does that.
Yeah.
Orianna, she's lane bully. Good spacing from Caps as well. It's little things like that where Chayak not able to trade back as Linces. Again, he's got a big job. I think this game, I mean, he had a great Nefiri last week, but boy, oh boy, Linces has got his work cut out for him today with all 3 lanes.
Yeah. Niski? Nope.
Yeah, he's gone for a roam, but it might work out. Actually, the bailout is there on Caps, but as he walks away, he doesn't die, doesn't need it. Skewmon gets the rain, and Wind becomes first blood.
And now Linces' job just got significantly more difficult. Has a good turnaround by G2 on the play. Just not quite enough damage to take down Caps. The shield doing a huge amount of work, both from Lebrov and Caps as well.
Might not be the only lane that's working well. Nuka could be in some trouble, but Broken Blade just walks back to the wave, and look at where it is. It's in a bad spot for Nuka. He has to step up. Broken Blade's going to zone him off the wave, and with another one coming in as well on his side of the map, Nuka's going to have to TP and hope that he can get a good trade off.
Yeah, doesn't really know where Skewmon went to, so just got to back away and make sure that he's able to heal up and make himself all right. And also, just having that reset come through is quite nice, as
Lebrov is coming from Nana, just the side of the map, and handshake not going to connect this time. Karzi cleanse up in 1/4 of the time left.
Yeah, I do think it's been tough for Naknako, because this is kind of the guy that we were looking at, saying, hey, look, we want him to be this big new top laner, right? And going up against the guy who had been the dominant Turkish top laner for quite a while in the LEC. I think Naknako had high stakes for him, but unfortunately, the first game didn't work out with the funky counter pick in the Vladimir. And now in game number 2 as well, Broken Blade getting that early reset into picking up those early items, now forcing the early TP from Naknako. You can kind of see that he's definitely the top father, making his top son understand what's going on.
I mean, it had to be the naming for this, didn't it? Because with Naknako, like his quick development in the league, and especially the stats to support it. You look at the damage a minute, look at the solo kills. He's got 9 solo kills in 6 weeks of play. Broken Blade only a little bit behind him. It's so fitting for the matchup. Now, game 1, we couldn't talk about it. It was a Sion versus Vladimir matchup. What the hell are you going to talk about? This one a little bit more skill-orientated, as sitting with a pickaxe for now versus Phage. Gold is even up top. And Naknako, who's already burned his TP, it looks like he's going to take a quick reset while the wave resets. And top laners go bot, bot laners go top. We do that thing that we do usually at 5.5, 6 minutes. That also sets up for the grub spawning at 8.
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been with the change to Spirit Blossom and Ionia, what to expect.
Yeah.
I still think, though, with the way G2 are positioned right now, the early skirmishing power they have is absurd. I don't really think that Vitality, because they've lost out on these early trades, really have a position to match. Especially with Niski not having flash, maybe it will be back up in time, but I don't think it will be. For this like early threat on top side.
Nice charm. Linces is here. Caps up against Torrent. It's 1 bleed. It's the second. And the dogs will do the rest. Linces, great gank timer.
He just don't miss. Managing to hit it. And now, on the opposite side, trying to get some trade back, but Hansama getting that Guardian, able to trade effectively in return, and both junglers now starting to make their way up towards his top side.
Great trade. Q comes up for Hansama. Niski almost died. Really clean stuff from Hans, and Kazi now respecting that as well, as Linces might be here, but in the way is Skumon. He's got level 6. Linces does now too. Ulti burn from both top laners down bot. They're going to walk it out. Nuko, his rotation is back up again.
I thought Counter-Strike might have been back up as well, so Nako wasn't too sure. Lince is about to run Skumon, but both mid laners moving.
Skumon might have to flash just immediately. Chaik was there first, doesn't pop his own ulti. Caps is going to get ulted on now, though. Chaik finds his target, but misses the charm. Ulti away, wind becomes lightning. Linces to disengage, still has that stupid invulnerable button, but Nitsky going to look for the dredge line, misses. Linces now think about the wave, but still, that camp is not safe. Chaik has run out of ulti as well. Caps is zoning off. What mid lane is fight it out. Look at Linces. Look at Skumon. He's obviously winning here on the Zins out. Gets the camps as well. Vitality have to back off and pay respect while Broken Blade looks for the demolition. Wants Nuko. The burst of flash. Father, beget son.
How could you do this to him? He was supposed to be the one. But really well played by Broken Blade, and Nako feeling the hurt on this bottom side of the map again. G2 looking good across the board. Caps saying I will not be your Valentine's to Chaik in the mid lane over and over again. Skumon being able to push back Linces, and a great flash in response to Chaik once more.
Really ambitious from Vitality. It's starting to get heated. G2 with a 1k gold lead, but Vitality trying to punch back. Well, Linces does his first dragon of the game. No grubs were actually taken, and Skumon's going to finish them off right now. The 3 grubs versus the dragon is the handshake deal, but I once again see Skumon with an early gold lead, and even more so, Broken Blade with a lead. It's fueling the top side of G2.
Especially when we were saying that Vitality needed to be the ones to get ahead.
Yeah.
Now you've got Broken Blade, who's very much controlling and dictating the pace of this top side matchup. Caps has been doing a fantastic job of avoiding the setup from Chaik and Linces to try and pick him off in most cases. And then Skumon as well, being able to push Linces back and steal away a lot of these camps. And a huge amount of that is thanks to this ward that he's managed to set up on the back. That pink ward is spotted out consistently where Linces is moving, how he rotated up to try and protect Karzi and Niski on a potential topside dive, means he steals away the red, then they steal away the Raptors. It's this constant pressure from G2 that Vitality just can't keep up with.
Caps obviously really good at playing with that as well. I mean, his ability to step forward in this lane has been huge, and look at the CS lead between Caps and Chaik. We came in today talking up this mid laner on Vitality a lot because Caps has been in a bit of a slump. And it's not like a Caps normal slump where you're like, oh, he's not as good as normal Caps, but he's still top 3. It's like, no, especially, you know, in Madrid, weeks prior. Caps has been rough around the edges. Broken Blade, could we say the same versus Nuko? Yet again, this guy stepping up to Broken Blade. He was hit first. Broken Blade forces him out. Nuko has TP, but close to get solo kill number 2.
Dad says no candy in the evening because those sweet spots were not hitting for Nako whatsoever. No. And now you've got multiple members from Vitality down here to try and push Broken Blade.
The demolish, now looking for a way out. The World Ender's in, sidestep up, Broken Blade, it's clean, he tries to get out, but with the dredge line, it seems to be an impossibility. The Counter-Strike not getting a stun means Nuko has a sure kill. Broken Blade just wants to get to the wave, he dives, he's wasting time. But he's now out of mana. Niski's going to chase him up, you're right, but dredge line, where is it? He finds him! Niski's going to slow him down, and the delay on this back as well, Dagda.
Does Nako get the... Nako doesn't get anything. So it will be the TP burn from Broken Blade in the hopes to escape, but honestly, not having any killer assist go over to Nako, not the end of the world in the grand scheme of things.
You're right. I mean, a bit of extra gold in this 1k lead of a matchup would have been nice. Let alone the kill. Nuko not finding anything, and Broken Blade, look, the caveat is Vitality going to be happy that this Jax has no TP, so Nuko can finally get a plate in the matchup and start clawing back a little bit about how far he was falling behind.
Yeah, definitely needed something to go his way, but as you say, it's still 650 gold, and now G2 looking to put pressure on towards Chaik. He's an Ari. He's already pushed the wave. He's just going to walk away, and I think Skumon going to be more of a nuisance and trying to interrupt the reset here rather than actually look for anything.
W is going to be, well maintained. Skumon takes a turret shot for it. He's going to stick around. He's going to do it again.
He's got no camps up, so he's kind of just fine to be a pain. Yeah. All he's doing is waiting for the crab spawn, which is now just about to come up. So he's just like, cool, I can just fall back into river. And it draws Vitality here to try and cover for what is essentially a non-existent play.
You talked about it. Again, I'm seeing pings come in. That ward is still there.
It's so high value.
Lens.
I mean, Niski was spotted
finally.
now, I mean, that has been there for about 5 or 6 minutes. Like, it's been
Such
there
a high
for
value
while.
ward, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just giving so much information across. And now you're just going to back away. Skewmont gets the Crab and River that we were talking about. His top side is about to spawn, so he's just getting good value out of what he's doing on the map.
Still hovering. G2 want to make it more than value. The pullback. Niski doesn't get to go anywhere. He's rooted up before he can flash over the wall. G2 toy with Niski yet again. Second death here, and Nako gets some trade back on Broken Blade, but G2 this early game is going what you'd like as a G2 fan. As Cart's going to get handshake. He cleansed a bit early, but Lenses with the all-in. Invulnerable is he. Sends out the Spears. Hunsummer though with a bailout. Gets bailed out. The curtain call will not find them all. G2, this is their day again.
It's a body block from G2 that stops Vitality from escaping and picking up the kill on the far end of it. G2 just finding so much value again, playing off of Skewmont in the jungle. Sure, Caps wasn't even needed. He's just been getting plates. And this is the G2 that was missing for the last few weeks. And now with their playoffs potentially on the line, they're coming alive in this game. The Brawl, look how quickly he waits the handshake, immediately gets it back. So even with the cleanse, Karzi gets tossed in. And Hansama, Chayek tries desperately to go in, but the fact that he ends up just getting clipped by the edge of the hostile takeover means he can't get away. So Hansama gets the bailout and will live another day.
Such a rough game, Dagger. I mean, again, we said that Vitality need to be quick in this one. They need to really power through early to mid-game and find themselves the lead. It is a huge 3,000 gold lead for G2, and Dragons up in 10 seconds. They're already there. The setup's hard for Vitality because of this deep vision that we keep talking about. Vitality needs some kind of miracle pick here because trailing behind at this point in the game, it does feel like we could be set for a 25 or 30-minute win again if they're not able to, I guess, kind of relinquish the pressure.
But the problem is, it's like, how do you try and move into check these, as Linces is about to explain for it, is you just don't have tanky members on Vitality. Like, Nautilus is not a tank at this stage. He is too far behind, doesn't have the resources he needs. And Caps, actually, though, might need help.
Yeah, depth charge. This is an opportunity. Vitality getting something back. The Spirit Rush used, and Niski gets the kill. Oh, my God. Chayek committed ulti.
Look, some mid-lane tendencies die hard, you know?
Yeah, that's
they
right.
take a while to work out of the system.
Thank God my Nautilus has got all the kills, and now he can carry his Broken Blade. He just walks it back. That's some gold back, at least.
But I think this is where it just is very difficult for Vitality because, sure, okay, getting that kill will help Niski get towards that locket of the Iron Solari, but he still won't be really tanky enough to face tank into LeBron being able to handshake him, Skewmont's damage, Hansama with the Chains of Corruption as well. And that kind of goes for everyone on Vitality. You don't have someone who can go in.
Oh, Mike, I mean, just give him the trophy. Jesus, like that was smooth. And it's nice. You know, when Naka was doing that only the other week, right? Some of his fancy footwork, some of his sidestepping, the individual mechanics of some of the LEC players this split has really been rising to the top. Now, with that, Broken Blade receives a bit more attention from Vitality. He's going to teleport. However, G2 are not here. The only person is LeBron and Hansama, so I hold my words. I guess it's enough. Broken Blade teleporting down, making sure that turret doesn't go down in response to Caps getting top.
But that was the counterplay from Vitality. You can see Skewmont just after getting Rift Herald, and now Vitality get nothing. Even on the top side, Caps was still pushing in very deep, so he's completely fine.
G2 players just dodging everything. We checked their PCs. Bit of that going on in the past couple of minutes. Vitality still fishing for those hooks. They're backing, they might lose mid off this Dagda. Oh, no, Kazi saves it.
If it was VAC, maybe Vitality would have a chance in this game.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It is not looking likely at the moment. Because I like even the damage profile, like Karzi going for the static shiv, means he's just not really going to be a big damage threat.
Mosquito build.
Same with Chayek.
Yeah, but there is a lot of damage from Broken Blade. He's got Trinity forces Skewmont to back him up. Niski comes in, flash dredge line, Broken Blade flashes out of the way. There's a TP coming in as well behind enemy lines. G2 about to be pincered. The new flute comes up from Skewmont. He's ready to dance.
The Brav is on the way though.
Dredge line begins. Step charge up. Broken Blade's dead. There's a reset, but Chayek has to get on out with the disengage. The curtain call after a turret shot hits Lenses. The Brav there to defend. Herald helping out as well. Shelly just holding the minion wave while mid for G2 might be taken.
Yeah, Skewmon was hoping if he put down the Herald, BB could get into the Herald and keep himself alive, but unfortunately just couldn't get the summon off quick enough. But you can look at the map, mid push, top push, it's all coming out G2.
With Herald charge as well, that turret's dead. The first charge does more damage now. So down it goes, G2 find bot turret. Look at mid, observers, if we may please. I want to see what's going on with Hans Sama. He got some really good damage down. Caps, by the way, pretty much the same with top turret. G2 Masterclass right now is an understatement. A lot of people at home be like, oh, you're glazing G2 again. Guys, shut up.
Like, I mean, they just look good.
They're good. You know, they're playing really, really well, and that's why this was match of the week.
Especially like in a play like that where you go, oh, but Vitality got the kill. But it's like, well, yeah, they got 300 gold or whatever it was, right? But you lose bot tower, you lose a ton of damage on mid tower, you lost a wave in top side, if not a wave and a half because Caps was pushing in. The gold doesn't add up. The map presence doesn't add up, and you're just losing further control over the game. And that's where it's like, sure, Vitality got something, but it's still G2 that in the long run will gain value from a play like that.
I mean, I want to glaze Vitality. I'm so hyped about this team. Even as underdogs coming into the matchup, I thought, yeah, there's a big chance that Vitality can win. G2 have really stepped up to the plate. We've said it over and over these last couple of games. They open up mid and now looking for Nuck between the cracks. But they're just going to get more control. Nuck is going to pace it back and no one nearby. So patience given, and G2 are taking all of this bot side jungle as well. But the pressure around Broken Blade right now is massive.
Yeah, I don't know if G2 can actually get this tower though. And it is Chayak who's going to get some pressure on the top side, but if you can force this maybe, okay.
They say, yes, we can.
Boy clubs are.
Nuck world ender. There's Hansama using his ult as well, so that's depth charge in response. Good knock up, but the hostile takeover flies and only gets the minions enraged. Vitality look for another angle. Is this their opportunity? Is this their chance? How do they find this, Dagda?
They have no TPs. They can't follow up. Linces has to go invulnerable.
He does, but the engage is going to follow up. Caps is looking for his shockwave, only a little bit more with the range. Vitality back off again. They're playing this ever so scattered. G2 are walking separately, but the gap closes still not enough.
That is 2 ultimates down on Hansama and Lebrov, though, so G2 need to be a little bit more careful. No world ender for Nako makes him way more vulnerable.
But I'm watching Hansama. The poke doesn't connect. This Varus with 1.5 items needs to start layering down. Vitality with a chance to teleport onto a ward. It's a flank. Vitality put their nails in the line and start putting the coffin, but whose is it? Where's the name tag? Linces at half HP, 6.5k.
Nako trying to get the flank though. Can he make the play happen? Broken Blade in a similar position.
World ender, but set up by Niski. There's the charm as well. Follow up. Lebrov about to die, but here he goes. Bail out, almost coming through. Kazi jumped on Broken Blade, takes him down, but Vitality found a couple of picks. It's a shutdown. It's a charm. It's not bad, but G2 remained on top of the dragon. Skewmon is still pretty damn strong. They get what they came for.
Vitality tried to jump every which direction in this fight to keep themselves in with a chance. You end up getting that lockdown on towards Lebrov, hoping for the bailout. Balinsis with the invulnerability, able to go over the wall, and Lebrov just barely doesn't go down in time as you get the kill onto Niski. Karzi flashing away to try and keep himself alive so they can get the kill onto Lebrov. But Linces and Chayak in this fight, using this 2-man duo to pick off Hansama, pick off the backline of G2. That's what you want to see. But it was G2 who are still up to get the dragon and still get the kills they needed in the fight.
That's what they did last week. That's what I remember against BDS. It was Chayak and Linces really setting each other up. Linces again on Neferion, something that can carry, even though he's 1,400 gold down. That's where we look at the selling point for Vitality here in this game. Now remember, Atakan is up. There's only one. It's Thornbound. As Lebrov walks into Nako, Vitality can't keep getting caught out. Broken Blades also run in, and Nako at half HP, zoned out. There's a Shockwave, there's a World Ender. He can only go in, but stunned up regardless. Shockwave bursts him down. Vitality again. Caught out. Linces will jump in. An invulnerable bottom, but a flush as well. G2 all 5. Survive. Vitality, it's a counter play, but the counter punch doesn't look as good as G2 once again.
Caps' patience on the Shockwave was so good there. Constantly moving the ball, so every time Nako tried to walk back towards his turret, he would have to walk over the orb. The potential for him to be pulled back away from the turret for safety, and it's when Niski actually goes in, Caps pulls the trigger, kills Nako, and it's the picks that are lending in towards Atakan and further wins for G2.
Spirit Blossom picked up, or rather Spirit Petals. Vitality straying further and further away from this game. But look, I mean, this is Naknako getting engaged on by a walking Renata.
Watch the balls. The ball here. Naknako could be pulled back. Ball here. Can't go to Terry. Gets pulled back. Ball here. Gets pulled back if he tries to go to Terror.
Yeah.
It's the positioning from Caps and zoning with this ball that constantly keeps Naknako from being able to get towards his tower.
Right,
and it's eventually when they actually go for the all-in as Vitality, as Niski goes in, he pulls a shockwave.
Run like the rats we are.
At least the team motivation, the team camaraderie is still high. I mean, it has to be like Vitality. It's such an important game. You got to keep your spirits high because although this series doesn't kick you out of playoffs, this is the series you look back on. That and the Rogue one, right? Because that should have been a win if Vitality were playing like this. That you could be saying that's what gets us into the top 6 when it is such a, big dog battle to make it into playoffs for this split.
Yeah, as you say, like, the fact that you can guarantee yourself at least a tiebreaker to get in is huge, but Niski
again needs to run away. Wind doesn't become lightning this time. Skewmond is deep. Naknako goes over the wall. There's a re-engage. But where is the damage? He ultis. Naknako flashes out. Chayak, it's a great angle, but Niski in the thick of it for now. Skewmond still not dead. Naknako doesn't have the damage, nor the reset. Caps is low. He's got a bailout. Chayak playing with it, but still not dead. Caps the shielding. It's enough, but really too much for Vitality every single time I'm watching this team as the hostile takeover takes root and Lensis runs into Skewmon to boot. It's G2 walking foot and foot through Vitality again.
And there's zero Vitality can do. Chayak needed a reset desperately, but the damage isn't there. There's just every fight, it feels like they're trying to threaten this backline, trying to look for flanks, but they just, again, there's not enough resources to kill people off.
Again, you talked about the Jhin build, Dak. We didn't see it much anymore because that Mosquito build is doing nothing.
But I want you, as we get into this, to watch how this fight, like where Chayak is positioned and how close he is to actually getting this. Because Naknako gets the lock onto Skewmon, but doesn't get the Q2 here to keep Skewmon in towards the Infernal Chains. And then as you get this flank from Broken Blade, watch Chayak get some damage on the Caps, can't get the charm, goes golden, then goes in one more time, barely the charm missing because Brav ends up tanking it, then he misses with the Orb of Obsession, doesn't kill G2 Caps, then the shield comes in from Caps. If he gets one, he starts getting the resets, finish off the Brav, finish off the next, and carry through, but it's just barely short every time.
Props to Chayak. I mean, that was, again, so close. As you said, all it takes is one, and maybe it turns Vitality with 7,000 gold. It's getting even worse, and G2 flaring today. Caps is back, and he's broken his system again. Caps, what have you done with the Zonyas? Please press it so we can fix our ears. Lebrov, though, base checking. Dredgeline doesn't connect. Neither does the Deadly Flourish. Vitality are trying to play the Death Brush, but even that won't fool G2 at this point.
I think I need eyes fixed after that one.
Oh,
that
no.
was not pretty. Vitality trying desperately to make anything happen, but G2 group up once more. A third dragon on the cards, and you just can't contest.
Continues. I live for
Which
the
is worse,
applause,
this or Whistle Guy?
No, the Whistle Guy, much worse. I do have a whistle here. Might bring it out tomorrow, depends on the games. It's just got to feel the vibe, you know? When we start getting crazy, we get into 50-minute games, then the whistle. Oh, boy. Oh, that's what really rings for us, doesn't it? Okay, Soul Point. Will we get a Soul in this game? G2 are looking to make this an under 1 hour series, which in League of Legends these days is very short. Like, we consistently have 35, 40, 45-minute games because of all the new objectives, because of just how long these games are going without scaling elements. But G2 are going to be the exception to the rule, aren't they? Broken Blade -1, he knows. Okay, he's upset. I would be too, but look, Broken Blade, he deserves the world this game. He's played pretty well in the isolated matchup. He is the father after all. He's got to lead by example, doesn't he? Now, Dagda, while we're chilling, by the way, there's a radar graphic. No, these existed.
Yeah,
Molecule been putting these together, I think.
Yeah, Molecule's been doing a great job. But yeah, I think it does say a lot, and kind of on the stats that we brought up earlier on, like the fact that you may not get the huge CSD advantage for Naknako, but he's getting a lot of these solo kills. He's finding the kills that are giving the gold leads in a lot of these positions, or even being able to get the turn plates, where I think that is the success that Vitality have found. A lot of situations kind of playing around through Naknako, but BB is a different beast. He's definitely been showing why for a long time he was considered the best top laner. Now it's still debated as to whether he's the best top laner. But this man at times just does not miss, and Nako unfortunately has missed a couple of crucial spells when he kind of needed them to hit BB.
Yeah, been quite a series from Nako, I think. Scaling in game 1, beaten out jungle attention a bit as well for game 2. Niski not hitting dredge line, you could say the same for him. Linsis, invulnerability is a Neferi ability. Skumon just gets tagged on the way out, but I mean, Skumon is taking no damage, ever.
He's fine, he's got Sundered Sky, Black Cleaver, invulnerability. Like, there's very little that you can do to affect Skumon at this stage, and Broken Blade consistently shoving in side waves and just continue to take jungle farms, so then Linsis falls further and further behind, and a Fury that is 2 levels down compared to Skumon is just not going to have a good time, and I think that's kind of the story for a lot of these kind of crucial matchups, even when you look at Broken Blade, about to take over to level 16 as well. Like, these are matchups that you needed to win hard as Vitality, and it just hasn't happened.
And again, it is nice to see that Vitality is still willing to play picks like the Neferi, but we knew that this comp had a time runner. We knew that Vitality really needed to get ahead. I mean, props to Chike, by the way. Magi's in hand with no stacks. Maybe that's optimism. Saying this game's going to change pretty quickly. I'm all for it. 2.5 minutes till Dragon. Baron's up. Let's see that optimism in action.
The thing is, I think in this position, it is actually correct to go for this because you get so much value off a kill.
You do.
It's the only way you can try and snowball this game back into your favor. It's there, like, you're going for a traditional item just will not happen. So I like it in this sort of spot. It's let's try and get as much value per kill as possible.
And it's not a Rod of Ages build. I mean, I'm happy it's not a Rod of Ages build. Right, it's like not a one-size-fits-all item. So for Vitality, there is damage available, but they've just got to hit on the right targets. Niski face-checking here into Caps. All takes the Shockwave, and again, Vitality going to lose their base. It's a massive gold deficit. Vitality looking for a Charm Orb of Deception. Tickles, doesn't even hit.
But Vitality don't know where Broken Blade is. He hasn't shown on a wave. Now he'll show. Actually, doesn't even on mid-wave.
They don't care. Deadly Flourish is there. We need damage. They need damage. Vitality running into Skumon, but he gets the smite down. Meanwhile, Nako wanted a flank, and he got one, but the whole of G2 are there waiting.
And now that's going to be Baron, but that was what we were talking about. It's impossible.
Got him.
Okay, I don't think he gets the... Oh, dude, Charm.
Minions aren't there. It's a Mosquito build for a reason. Kazi doing nothing. At the moment, Lebrov getting the dogs unleashed on him. The handshake out. Niski caught out. Depth charges there, but there's no follow-up. Niski having a rough one. 2, 6, and 2. G2 have his number every time. The sidestepping is egregious from this team.
But it's also, again, the problem that we were talking about for Vitality of who face checks.
Yeah.
Like, Nako stepped into a brush he thought he owned and died immediately. Niski hasn't been able to find them. Chayek is getting chunked out by Caps. And Lebrov is probably enough to just stand in front of Linsis right now.
He is. He walks into them. He's been doing the same thing. Charm doesn't connect. And G2 are just doing the Baron by themselves. Shockwave's still there to zone, and there you go, Baron, 9.5k gold lead. This is so easy. If they had dinner reservations, they can just go in about 5-10 minutes time.
But they got 30 seconds time until they're going to be eating good, because Infernal Soul going to be up and available for them. And Vitality, they've gone Sichuan style. They are getting spice and flame and fire and everything good for themselves.
They went to hot pot. They asked for mild, and they got spicy. You know? But you don't want to look like a wimp. So you got to sit there and eat it. But you're sweating.
Tears streaming down your face.
The bib's getting dirty. Oh my God. If you don't know hot pot, you think this is a real different activity. As Skumon's looking for the chase. Niski got caught out. He was pretty deep, looking for an angle around the Dragon, but he will not find it. Instead, his death remains. Number 7 on that is Han Summer. Hits another target. Caps meanwhile onto Kazi. Flushes away from Linsis. Run, Jin, run! But his own curtain called again as Linsis has now flashed away. He's like, wait, I'm the new target. Under turret. Again, the Shockwave held until flashed. Caps is playing with this dog, and it's not even his pet.
And Jax is just working his way through the bot side as well. He chased off Chayek, he knocks back Nako, and now just may knock down this turret as well.
He's playing with them too, isn't he? Vitality, don't know what hit them here in this series so far. There's about 8-9 kills between them. Broken Blade forces out the flash from Chayek, and back into his base he goes. Double inhibitor at 31 minutes. A slower game this time as Niski's just handshake, sent back, slapped on the cheeks. Said, there, sport, as Broken Blade depth charge up, but Lebrov is there, gives him the shield, jumps in, counter strikes, cares not about his mana, flush away from Nako, but the piercing blind, the Baron minions! Han's
There's your number again, and G2, it gets better. It gets better and better and better for Vitality. It gets worse and worse and worse. Hostile takeover for the zone, and Chayak is trying to find that angle again. Caps is so tempting. He's that last bit of pig's blood you just want to shove in. It looks so juicy, but Chayak running for his life because Skumon now with the chase up. Flash available. Look at the damage. Chayak is going to be into the dirt immediately, and as Skumon wastes time, G2 have shown that the tragedy of their death was very much overstated.
G2, a confident series, a needed series for both themselves and the fans. You can hear in the stands as Linces tries to go for Hansama redemption. Going to keep him topped up.
Gets close, but look, the next turrets are falling down. Teleport in. G2 want to end it here and now. You thought G2 were done. You thought they were dusted. You thought they were watched. You thought Europe had different kings, again, different sides. But no, just when you doubt them, they always find a way to come back in. Our match of the week, nah, this was a wash. And G2 did it cleanly.
Vitality thought they stood a chance. Europe thought that G2 might be crumbling. But here they found their footing and they look scary.
That's a G2 Europeans will remember. Now, who do you vote for? You play the series at LEC on X. And Kia would appreciate some Broken Blade Skumon, all the Brov love there. Well, hot damn, I'm offended that Caps is not in that list. I actually think
it's hard.
It is hard. It's a hard.
Because I think LeBron's roams were fantastic game 1. His handshakes in game 2 were great.
Summer was mega clean.
Yeah.
Like, I get you right.
Sidestepped everything, and
you are right.
Skumon on the Zinza was in the face of Linces every single step of the way. It was a team across the board stepping up, which is why G2 looks so terrifying.
You're right. I mean, every element firing again, and Broken Blade, he was the top father once more. Yeah, bring your son to work day, and
show him what's what.
Nucko just sat in the corner, you know. He didn't get to play. He didn't get to play with any of Dad's, you know, like fun stuff on the computer or anything. He just sat there and waited till it was home time.
Yeah, and then like when he tried to, Dad just kind of swatted his hands away. And was like, no.
You can't touch that.
No.
You can't touch that.
No, that's my terror now. That's my terror now. Okay, you get to play with it later next week. You
just sit there and eat something. Okay, I'll be with you in a second. That was a song, and I'm sad because I feel like Vitality, we really hyped this up for genuine reasons that like Vitality have been looking really good in the past couple of weeks. They're starting to pull stuff together with the, you know, individual elements, but G2 destroyed them, and, you know, I can see Skumon behind me with shocks. There has to be some element of easy clap going through that guy's mind.
I think so as well. Welcome everyone to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in of our match of the week, where G2 clinches the victory against Vitality. Skumon, it's been a while. Do you remember what it feels like to get a win?
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, to be fair, like we had really rough weeks recently, but this one feels really nice.
I can imagine. I mean, it was a long time coming. Now that you kind of have the fresh memory of what went wrong in Madrid and what worked here, is there anything you can definitively point to as like, this is what we needed to do better and we did?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think like we've had pretty good talks after our defeat. And I think that we figured out like how, like we made so many mistakes tempo-wise. And right now I think we are making sure that we are always playing together, which we were not when we were losing. And I think that it truly showed today. And I'm like really, really happy with how we played. So that was nice.
Looks like it's a relief, a very big one. I can imagine in the race for playoffs. When it comes to kind of how you went through the losing streak and a situation where, you know, maybe players would blame themselves. Did you ever have that thought of, oh, the winter finals and now these series, like, is this something that I should have accountability for? Or was it more with the team?
Yeah, I mean, like, after, like, as G2, like, we always, like, think about, like, as a group, right? So, like, we had a lot of talks, and obviously nobody's blaming anyone. Obviously, like, all of us individually had some regrets, because, like, maybe you could have, like, took the scrims like more serious, like this kind of stuff, right? But like in the end, I think like we all knew that we were just not ready for the finals. And like for now, right now, like we were on a 3 series losing streak. But I think that we are always trying to figure out what's going on in the team. It could be drafts, it could be gameplay, right? And I think that right now we have a pretty good read, and I'm really looking forward for the next week and hopefully get some win on stage.
Amazing. You had some very loud fans cheering for you the whole time. They want to know when Nuno is coming out on stage.
Well, that's a really good question. I've been teasing up a lot since Fearless Speed started. And yeah, I mean, like, we're kind of cooking, and hopefully I can pick it soon. It will be my dream actually to play it in front of the French crowd in Paris, so maybe next week.
Okay. A little tease for Evry. Now you are our Kia Player of the Series. Cumont, congratulations. Let's take that into next week. What a final week. You're playing KC in the match of the week. You're also playing SK. And you know how the last road trip goes. I guess there's a lot there that you want to show. No, in front of a crowd, we can also do it.
Yeah,
right?
for sure. Like, I don't think we are chokers on stage. I just think, yeah, like we had pretty bad week of scrims. So I really want to show to everyone that we are in our redemption arc. And we will make it through this split, and hopefully we'll make it to MSI as well.
Any words for KC?
To KC?
Yeah?
I mean, good luck to them. They're a really, really strong team, and we are looking for revenge, so it's going to be a banger match.
Awesome. One final question. There have been a lot of people that love saying that G2's going to fail. You know, we had the Kyoto quote, they're not going to make Worlds. Goldborg also has said on the broadcast yesterday that he doesn't think that you will make playoffs. Do you have any reaction to all those haters?
I mean, yeah, I think it's pretty natural for everybody like to kind of hate on G2 because like G2 has been winning like for so many years, and yeah, like we lost final in Winter Split. So I think it's like pretty normal for everyone to see us lose. I think they will be happy if they see us lose, but one thing is sure, we will get back, and you will see us make it to the final again.
Amazing. They can't get to you. I love it. Yeah, he doesn't care. He's just player of the series. Everybody, they're doing PGL over in the fan zone, so you can head over there to PGL with Ginny, Nymera, and Broken Blade, who maybe will give us a bit more spice.
Welcome to PGL. We have BB himself joining us on these high chairs. Can't reach the floor. Anyways, you know, I want to ask you the exact same question. You know, GB was like, oh, I don't think G2 is going to make playoffs. With this win, you've at least locked a tiebreaker, you know, the bare minimum. Anything you want to say about that?
I think he's just a hater.
Fair.
That's about it.
That's a really hard-hitting analysis. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about your road back to Berlin. I mean, it's no secret that Madrid wasn't necessarily what you were probably looking for. No win under your belt there either. But then the road back to Berlin also had its own obstacles. Do you want to describe the road trip that you went on, maybe? Like, what did it look like? What is this?
I was actually on a different journey than the team because I was with my girlfriend. But I heard a lot of stories. I heard a lot of crazy stories. I mean, obviously, like I think it's better at some point you ask some of the guys that were actually part of this, because it was crazy. It was a crazy story. I think you could make a movie out of it. Okay. Lavrov was apparently very funny, and Skumont couldn't stop laughing because he was saying, guys, he was like very scared, and it was very funny to listen to. It's a very good story. Maybe we can even write a book about it.
Maybe you should write a book about it, because you're saying Lavrov was apparently very funny.
You can write the book for everyone else.
No,
like you can be like their biographer for them.
I mean, it's a different story.
How I survived the Nocturne Alt IRL. That could be your title.
True. It was definitely like the later it went to the day, the more scared I get, because you don't know what's going on. You know, like people are
sometimes just like in game.
Exactly. Sometimes it's just the last 2 weeks of G2 haven't been. Today is great.
Yeah.
Today is the first step forward to greatness. Is how I would like to describe. Like if I had to describe the chapter in my book right now, that would be the title.
Okay.
I'm sure you guys would read it.
I would read I'd read everything.
Would be a bestseller.
Okay, let's talk about this first step to greatness then. Because it felt like today G2 is more like going back to basics, making sure that you guys are, you know, holding on to that early game from start to finish, not letting go any of the leads, really making sure that you're hitting everything home and focusing on the fundamentals. Yeah. Would you say that's been your focus since Madrid anyway?
No, I think it's not hard to say that we have been struggling. Mm-hmm. I think it's very apparent that we were hitting like a wall. But I feel like like yesterday, actually, we had a very, very good conclusion on why we are not the best right now. And I think this has given us a lot of clarity and I feel like momentum as well to play as good as we did today. Because frankly, we didn't play this well in scrims this week. But I feel like just the talk we had made us play a lot better today. And I'm sure of it that it will lead us to play better in every single game from this point on in the split. So I'm very looking forward for the next week where we actually have productive scrims and take on KC and SK, of course.
And in particular, thing we noticed quite a lot on the desk from game 1, new patches through, different objective timers. Feels like that's changed the way that you potentially swap around the map, some of the early matchups. You swapped lanes top and bot 4 times before 10 minutes. This is probably something that we'll see investigated more by teams. Is this something that you've been working off in the week? Is this something that you're aware of, kind of like changing with other teams in Europe?
I mean, I think the swapping, ever since they did this first lane swap in China.
Lane swap detected.
I think it's very strong. You know, it just gets you out of laning phase, especially if one of the sides have like a bad laning phase. You just get out of it, you know? Like I'm playing Sign against Vladimir, and I don't want to lane against Vladimir. I'm better against the duo, and Vladimir is not, so might as well swap out of it, right? That's just how the game developed over the years, and that is why it's strong. And I also think the objective timers make it a bit more awkward to swap because it's a bit delayed on top side. It's 2 minutes delayed, but...
Especially when you're trying to figure that out in the middle of a season as well, when we already had changes to Grubs and the Atakan earlier in this year too. I'd imagine that throws a lot of chaos into the equation.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Grubs are different, so people are still figuring out how to play with them in the game. There's only one spawn of them, and you get it very early. And if you get it very early, you start hitting the towers, you know, get some money, some investment.
Get paid.
So, yeah, it feels good, to be honest, this patch. The only thing I don't like, if you're wondering.
Yeah, go ahead, go crazy.
I don't know if you are, the only thing I don't like is the colors, actually.
You don't like the colors?
They confuse me a little bit.
Fair.
But, you know, like anything in life, you have to get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
And right
it's
now...
like losing sometimes?
No, losing, G2 never, and me especially, we don't get used to losing.
Okay, let's bring up the standings, because you guys did lose a couple of games, right? So 3 series in total, which puts you now at 4-3. So you're shared third with MKOI, Heretics, and yourselves. When you're looking at these standings, I would really like to start off with coming into spring. Did you expect it to look this way?
No.
Thought so.
I mean, I expected Fnatic and K-Corp to be strong. And I'm a bit like, I think the standings are very close actually. Like not on top of the standings, but like the middle of the standings. Obviously, there's only 6 teams going to playoffs, so I feel like it makes it much more interesting to watch these games and also like just cheer for your favorite team because, like for us, we are rarely in this position where we have to even fight for playoffs as G2. So for us, it's a different challenge, and we're gonna take it with everything we got and make it through.
Who have you got your eyes on then, in terms of the other teams, like for you personally? In terms of personal connections, you've obviously played against a number of these players for many years. A number of the players you're playing against now are kind of looking up to you as like the Turkish top father as well, like Narco and Lot and players like that. You've had a real influence on them. Do you think that, for instance, Narco you played against today, how do you feel about Vitality going towards playoffs?
I mean, I think, first of all, I think Narco's a very good player, very talented. And for Vitality, I feel like, I mean, they just have a new support, which they have to probably get used to on how they play the map. I think they have an idea on how they want to play, and I think they played good usually. I feel like today we just played much, much better than we usually do. But going into playoffs, I don't really, like I feel like for us, it would be too selfish to look to playoffs right now. We first have to, get it. And the first team we have to beat is SK for that. Mm-hmm. And we're going to put our focus first on SK before we can even think about KC because it's not guaranteed yet and we don't want to be too cocky. So we're going to be humble a little bit,
Okay, respect. We respect a humble king. When it comes to the teams, though, and the standings in general, which teams are you expecting not to be able to make it to playoffs, at all? Do you think, because it is pretty close.
I mean, I think BDS might not make it. GX might not make it. And everyone else was below, I guess Rogue already out. So.
Well, mathematically, they're not like quite out. Like they're just about hanging on there, but they have
chance somewhere in another universe or in this universe or whatever universe, but it still leaves one more team.
There's SK, right?
Yeah, there is.
What is the standings right now? There's 3 and. Can we get a check on that?
We had that earlier. We could break the standings back up maybe, because this is.
They're 2 and 4 actually. I can see it on the nice little screen.
Oh yeah.
Eyesight 2020. Okay. We'll get the standings at some point, and we'll come back to that discussion. And you're talking about yourselves and like how you don't want to be too greedy in terms of like looking forward and being in playoffs and whatever else that might be. But I would assume that the goal has always been playoffs. I mean, the goal is to win the split.
Oh, standings.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, for us, it's always to win the split, to be the best in Europe. And this is not like this objective didn't fade at any part of the split. Obviously, starting the split, we had a really great start, 3-0 into 0-3. It's not something we, usually, I feel like this was probably one of the longer losing streaks we had in recent times. But yeah, I mean, our objective is obviously to win. And I feel like it started today. I truly believe it. I feel like it was a very big breakthrough series we had. Not because of the gameplay, but because of how we mentally prepared for this game and hopefully also for the games in the future.
Yeah, well, we've seen the standings, and you're right. SK is also hovering towards the bottom, so I guess it means that you're just looking to amputate from, however it stands right now.
Yeah.
Respect. Right. I mean, Alex, looking at G2 today, we had a lot of discussions as well when we were sitting on the desk like, okay, well, it looks like they're back. It feels like they're back. Is there anything that you want to highlight here that you are thinking, okay, this is what I want to see less of?
In terms of seeing less of, I mean, I'm happy with a lot of stuff they showed today, so that's kind of hard to pick stuff out. So I look at this
Putting
and
you on the spot.
Yeah, because I mean, the last time we saw you guys, I wasn't a big fan of the last couple of drafts you had in Madrid. I think there's a little bit, you were cooking, but there was smoke coming from the kitchen maybe a little bit. I feel like that was a lot more stable today. Of course, I love that creativity, and I suppose if there is one thing to take away, it's to bring back some of that creativity in a way that we saw, but maybe some of the
Oh yeah, because you did call him a meta slave.
I didn't say anything about that. I think that was an Odo quote. I didn't say anything about that. That was Odo Amne, a good friend. We can blame Odo Amne for that one.
Well, Odo Amne is not playing anymore, so...
Okay. On that note, if you've had enough League of Legends for today, if you haven't actually had enough League for today, because this was like a quick 2-0 for both games, the LTA is actually playing with 100 Thieves against Dignitas at 10 p.m. CST, so that should be pretty soon. The LTA is going to be back tomorrow with Heretics against Fnatic and SK against MKOI. Both of these teams have a chance to lock themselves into playoff, MKOI and Heretics being, and SK, if they somehow manages to actually snatch away the win from Fnatic, then, it's looking really good for them, and BDS and Rogue will be eliminated. So, high stakes all around. You genuinely don't want to miss it. We're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. And until then, take care of yourselves.
He's alone mid. I cannot. S-flash. I'm looking double red. Yeah. I see that. Really good. Can you give me ball? I am okay. I go. No flash. TP mid, can we look to TP? I can one shot, trust me. Okay. No shorties. Here. Nice. Good job, guys.
It's the grand entrance, but no grand exit for him. The fight goes in Giant X's favor as Noah finds the final shot.
Down the door.
Nice!
Nice. Nice. Go back, look. Yeah, double shit. I'm gonna go on 0, okay? Seri. I go to 0? Yeah. Double Seri. Nice, good job. Good job. I was editing again a bit, but good job, guys. Thank you.
Knock-knock alive, but for how much longer? The Avengers are here.
I'll flash back. No, I won't flash. Destroy. Have a look at Alice next. They cannot TP, guys, okay? They cannot TP. Nice. Flash. Let me go through. I'm going more. No flash. Yes, flash. Nice. Very good, guys. Nice. Good job, guys. Keep it up, okay? Nice. Very nice game, okay? Good job. We're back.
Vitality has to back off the back on Broken Blade, looks for the demolition. Wants Knocko. The burst of flash. Father, big head son.
How could you do this to him? He was supposed to be the one.
Green flag, G2, the perfect